All the employees had long since left the office. There was no glow anywhere. Only one Yulei sat doing overtime work, staring at the monitor. Despite his fatigue, the man continued to feverishly write down everything his job description required of him. It was getting harder and harder to breathe by the minute, his eyes nearly popping out from the exertion. Yulei held onto the table to keep from falling. Unfortunately, it couldn't last much longer. The man's strength was gone. He slipped off the chair and fell to the floor. The tired employee barely overpowered himself and struggled to grasp the desk with his hand. He tried to lift his weakened body. With a strong tug, Yulei got to his feet and angrily slammed his hands on the table. He has no right to leave until he finishes all the work. Suddenly, the young man felt that he could not stand on his feet. Losing his balance, he fell to the floor again. The documents flew out of his hands. For the first time in his life, Yulei felt death approaching. He couldn't even move due to the loss of energy. The pen fell out of his weakened fingers. In the last seconds of his life, all the young man could feel was some kind of liquid coming out of his mouth. The boy's brain was going blank. His sightless eyes rolled back more and more, bringing his death closer and closer. The medics who arrived in the morning had only to officially state the fact of death from overexertion at work. Yulei, who had died to all, was reborn in the midst of a quiet green forest. He sat on the lawn by the round tombstone. It was very strange for the boy to remember his past life. For him now, everything was starting all over again in another world. As fate would have it, office employee Yulei was reborn as a young security guard named Zhenfei. At that moment, the lad was standing at the burial place of his father, who had died while hunting a wild beast in the mountains. Zhenfei couldn't get over his irreparable loss. A little more, and he would simply lose his mind. It was at this moment that office worker Yulei was possessed by a security guard and given a new body, leaving himself with memories. It turned out that Zhenfei lived quite poorly. There were a few pieces of dried meat hanging on a rope outside the house. The young man couldn't believe that there was nothing else left of the groceries. He cried like a little child. The thing is, in his previous life, Yulei saved money on everything. He had a 6-figure sum left in his bank account. The boy calmed down rather quickly. It occurred to him that the opportunity to live in another world could not be bought with money. Since this opportunity did not come often, I should have thought hard about how I could improve my life. Suddenly, a bright bluish glow appeared to Zhenfei's left. Something like a display appeared in the background. The young man turned his head in horror. Everything unknown in a new world is very frightening when you encounter it for the first time. A strange voice in his head announced the activation of the ascension system. He had to cover his eyes because of the bright light. Suddenly, Zhenfei realized the meaning behind the words. He had appeared in the new world for a reason. His true purpose was to rule the world. The young man danced with joy. He realized that all these manhwa were describing the reality. A harem of several thousand beauties awaited him. When he had dreamed enough, he spread his arms wide apart. He was ready to take in the whole new world. Zhenfei straightened up and closed his eyes. He shouted that he was willing to accept any system gifts and was ready for new accomplishments. To his surprise, the glow began to fade. The system menu began to close due to inconsistencies with the new user's requirements. The young man was angry. He realized that the plan to quickly conquer the world had gone awry, and he demanded an immediate explanation of what criteria he didn't meet. It turns out that you have to die again, but also prove your usefulness to society. The system will be available again when you are reborn. The young man glanced glumly at the system menu as it continued to disappear. Instead of an intelligible answer, new questions appeared. Finally getting angry, Zhenfei shouted why such a system was even needed, and defiantly showed his middle finger to the system that had started to get angry. Her patience was not unlimited. Thunder rumbled in the sky. A powerful stream of energy rushed downward. After the electric shock, the young man fell to his knees and bowed his blackened face exhaustedly. The system had warned him not to make it angry. She suggested reading the owner's manual first. It was a great idea. The guy praised the idea. Zhenfei asked what he had to do until the moment of death and if he would remain himself. It turned out that the soul was archived. It could not be damaged. That information was understandable. The young man was confused by the fact that he would have to live at least another 50 years in this body. The guy asked the electronic assistant if completing the task would count if he committed suicide. The system was silent. Zhenfei phrased the question differently and asked if he had to die due to circumstances beyond his control. Turns out you can't do that. The system wouldn't activate. The conclusion was obvious. You can't kill yourself, but you can hasten your death. There was only one thing left to clarify. The boy asked the system who he really was now. He remembered his past life in someone else's body. The system told him that he was Zhenfei to the world. The young man rejoiced and promised to lead a proper life. Lastly, the guy was reminded that he should live the life of a decent person. Zhenfei frowned. This would be difficult. He couldn't believe that being reborn in another world was so boring. He would have to live the life of an ordinary man without any desires. The briefing was over. The system wished good luck to the surprised young man. If there are any questions, the system will answer them. Immediately afterward, the system menu went out. The bright blue glow disappeared. The world looked like a normal world again. Zhenfei took a long look at the place where the system had just been and watched the last blue pixels melt into the sky. The sky cleared. It became clear that the system could not be returned to a certain point. It was time to start exploring a new world. The young man smiled, remembering how he was dying of overwork just a short while ago. Now he had a different personality. Everything was in the past. The boy took a firm step towards his home. He wanted to start a new life without breaking the rules of the system. The small hut where the guard had lived before his death was deep in the forest and protected from prying eyes. This night was very important to the ecstasy sect. Every full moon, the priestess performed a special ritual in the mountain temple. Climbing under the roof, the girl watched the ritual without anyone noticing. The congregation was praising their saint Shui Qingmei. In her hand, the priestess held a brightly glowing pink orb. The priestess held a brightly glowing pink orb in her hand. She solemnly exclaimed that with the help of the magic sphere, the ecstasy sect would be able to rise above the rest of the demonic schools. The sectarians in black robes praised the almighty saint with one voice. No one would make them doubt their faith. Suddenly, some force made the priestess freeze in place. When she felt the pressure from above, she looked up at the roof. A strong gust of wind swooped down on Shui Qingmei. She badly injured her arm and rubbed the bruised spot resentfully. Suddenly, the priestess felt that she had lost a powerful artifact due to the strange attack. At the top of the temple stood a girl in light-colored robes. She victoriously held a pink orb in her hand. The guest made surprised eyes as if she didn't understand anything and watched the head priestess carefully. Shui Qingmei frowned. She now realized whose mischief it was and vowed to take revenge on her abuser. The girl seemed to pay no attention to her. She raised the magic ball high above her with a bright glow. The priestess squinted her eyes. She had had enough of this. The guest playfully offered to catch up with her and take away the magic artifact. Shui Qingmei felt as if she had woken up. She shouted loudly that the sphere should be taken away and rushed first. The sect members ran after her. Zhenfei slept uninterruptedly until the wee hours of the morning. The sun had already illuminated the thatched roof of his small forest cottage when he started to wake up. The young man yawned and reluctantly stood up. Stretching on his way, he opened the shutters and walked back to his makeshift bed. Unlike the last world, here you could lie around as long as you wanted and rest properly before starting a new life. Putting his elbows under the back of his head, the guy thoughtfully considered how it would be easier to die without breaking the rules of the system. Suddenly his stomach rumbled violently. Zhenfei pressed his hands against his torso to calm the unpleasant feeling. Unfortunately, it was hard to fool the stomach. Sweating from the heat, the young man realized that he was very hungry. Starvation was not encouraged by the system either. The only option left was to try to get some food by hunting. But the biggest problem was that the shack was surrounded by mountains and forests. He had no idea what he could find in the forest. The young man in his past life had never taken a break from his desk, and so he didn't understand at all how one could survive in the forest. Zhenfei was sure that not even a week would pass before he would suffer the fate of the former body owner's father. Besides, one could simply crash to death. The young man decided that such an unplanned death would not be considered a breach of the system and ran out of the house in search of adventure. For long hours, he did not come across any wildlife. It took a few hours before the boy came out onto the lawn and met the beast. Zhenfei stood there without moving. He was begging the wild boar to be done with him quickly. The young man wanted a new life as soon as possible. It was seconds away from death and rebirth. The ground shook under the hooves of the enraged beast. The boy smiled smugly. Very soon he would get a new life and become the lord of this world. The vulture was approaching faster and faster. His eyes grew more and more bloodshot as he advanced. He ducked his muzzle and sprinted forward. Zhenfei didn't feel any fear. The young man knew that the wounds would be fatal. In any case, he would bleed out and die rather quickly. The beast ran up close to him. Now the boy could see every crevice and jagged edge of its sharp fangs. But at the very last second, something incredible happened. The hunter's hands sprang up in a flash, intercepting the fangs. Zhenfei couldn't understand what was going on. He had never been hunting and had never even seen such a thing on TV programs. Leaning forward a little, the young man arched his back and threw the beast's huge body over him. The wolf's eyes glazed over with pain. The wild beast flew backwards with a howl, dragging the guy who was holding on tightly to his enemy's fangs. It occurred to Hunter that Zhenfei's body remembered his muscle reflexes and automatically repeated all the movements. The flight was fatal for the wild boar. With its enormous weight, it made a large hole in the ground and did not show any signs of life. It made a difference. He stared up at the clear blue sky as if he could find the answer to his question. Zhen thought deeply. It became clear that he wouldn't be able to find his doom on the hunt. It would take too much time. Unfortunately, the owner of the body was a strong hunter. The young man inherited all his skills and knowledge. The boy gritted his teeth in anger. He shouted that he did not want to live another 50 years, so let a stone fall on his head and kill him. Even back at the house, the boy continued to stand against the wall and curse his worthless life. He wanted to die quickly. Suddenly, a meteorite hit the thatched roof of the house. As it burned up in the atmosphere, it set fire to the small but cozy dwelling. Zhen couldn't believe that his house was burning down right before his eyes. He shouted that this shouldn't have happened. Heaven heard him, but misunderstood him. The stone should have fallen on him, not on the house. The young man ran into the house. He hoped that he would be able to put out the fire and save the house. By this time, half of the roof was gone. Unfortunately, it was too bad. My eyes were watering from the smoke. Broken beams and flooring parts lay on the floor. Looking around carefully, the guy realized he could try to save the day. A few boards from the partition hadn't fallen all the way down. He stooped back as hard as he could and tried to level the partition to keep the roof from collapsing completely. Only one thing was clear in this situation. He had finally lost his home, and now he had nowhere to live. Zhen felt sad. Suddenly, the young man realized what was the source of his distress, and he was very surprised. At first, he couldn't believe it. Instead of a burnt piece of meteorite, there was a beautiful girl in light-colored clothes lying on the floor. She was unconscious. Zhen froze in place and stared at the guest for a few seconds. He couldn't believe that a cute girl had almost burned down his house. But the facts stubbornly spoke for themselves. There was a huge round hole in the roof directly above Zhao Shuili, through which one could admire the sky. The master squatted down beside the girl. She was still unconscious. A sharp sword lay by her hand. Zhen cautiously glanced at the sharp sword with a comfortable hilt. He assumed that the guest was a cultivator from the legends. The young man crawled closer and looked into Zhao Shuili's face. It was hard to tell from her appearance whether she was alive or not. To find out for sure, the guy put his ear to the guest's chest and listened. There was no heartbeat, and the girl was not breathing. Zhen lay with her eyes closed and listened carefully. Unfortunately, all signs said that she had not survived. The young man sadly said that he was very sorry. At this moment, the cultivator sat down on the floor and looked at him suspiciously. The boy stood there dead or alive with fear. He hoped that the girl didn't understand anything in her sleep, and everything would be all right. Zhao Shuili stared at the guy intently. There was no doubt about it. This cocky guy was just lying on her chest. His eyes gave him away. Without thinking, the cultivator kicked the insolent man in the stomach. With a howl of pain, Zhen flew to the other corner and hit the back of his head. Tears splashed from his eyes. The young man waved his hands and shouted that he was misunderstood. He was just checking his breathing rate. The confused girl's face twisted in pain. The severe wounds made themselves known. She said she was in a lot of pain. The boy looked at the celestial guest with surprise. He could not understand what the girl meant. Finding a small pebble near her, the cultivator threw it at her master with hatred. It hit the top of his head and ricocheted. Letting off a little steam, the girl calmed down and listened to the man's side of the story. They walked out of the ruined house onto the lawn. Zhen told the interviewer that the dwelling was completely destroyed, so they could no longer stay in it. He offered to try and heal Zhao Shuili's wounds and volunteered to look for some medicinal herbs. The young man frowned at what was left of his shack. He hadn't even lived in that house for a day. He didn't see that the girl had started to take off her clothes. Zhen was thinking hard, so he didn't immediately hear his interlocutor's voice. She said that there was no need to go for herbs. The young man turned his head in surprise and wanted to ask why there was no need to go for herbs, but he couldn't finish the sentence. The cultivator unashamedly undressed in front of him. Such a sight made the guy numb. He had never seen naked women in his previous life. Stammering in surprise, Zhen wondered why she was undressing. His eyes almost fell out. The girl had a perfect figure. In the meantime, the celestial woman extended her delicate hand with its neat nails to the young man. Everything about her seemed perfect. As if by magic, two bubbles appeared in the air. There was some kind of substance in them. Zhao Shuili asked her interlocutor to help apply medicine to her body. She is now weak and cannot heal herself. The young man immediately imagined his hands touching the body of a naked beauty. He started to bleed profusely from his nose. Shyly reaching out his hand for the medicine, an embarrassed Zhen asked the girl if she was sure she wanted it. The Celestial turned away from her interlocutor and proudly informed the surprised guy that cultivators didn't care about such trivial matters. The young man came close to the stranger and stated that she was quite brave. The girl replied that he was very kind. Zhen dripped some of the life-giving substance onto his fingers and began rubbing the cultivator into the skin on his back. He was very surprised by Zhao Shuili's sturdy body. After such wounds, it was unlikely that an ordinary person could survive. In addition to the many abrasions and bruises, she had one impressive injury on her back. It was obviously very serious. A deep cut from his right shoulder blade ran diagonally downward almost to his lower back. The young man gently touched the wound. He evenly filled the entire cut with the substance from the vial and lubricated all the abrasions and scratches on the girl's back. Right before his eyes, the blood curdled. The edges of the deep wound began to heal on their own, as if it were a small cut. After a few seconds, only a barely visible scar was a reminder of the serious injury. Zhenfei suspected that the medicine belonged to immortals. The young man asked the girl in surprise where she had gotten such a deep wound and what kind of miracle medicine it was. Zhao Xueli reached for her kimono and got dressed. She said thoughtfully it was too long to talk about it. The embarrassed girl introduced herself. She is indeed a cultivator of the Naiwan Sword School and is very grateful for the help. The guy looked at his new acquaintance with astonishment. This cultivator was really thanking him for his help. For a few seconds, the young man stared at the celestial. He was very pleased to be near a deity. Zhenfei belatedly realized that the girl was expecting the same thing, and gave his name from the past world. He said he was into hunting. The young man pointed his finger at the sky and asked how Zhao Xueli had gotten inside his house and why she had fallen. The cultivator said that she wanted to thwart the ecstasy sect's ill intentions, but she was spotted and pursued for a long time. She promised to tell her sect about the ruined house and promised that the guy would be compensated handsomely. Zhenfei turned aside and thought for a moment. This girl was really incredible to have escaped from the sectarians. He turned to his interlocutor and asked Zhao Xueli with interest what she intended to do now. The girl told him that other sect attacks would follow very soon. She had to get to her family as soon as possible. The cultivator suddenly felt one of the wounds on her arm open. It happened very inconveniently. There was no time left at all. The young man shrieked when he saw that his companion's hand was bleeding. Her eyes were watering because of the pain. He stated that Zhao Xueli might not be able to endure the long journey. Her injuries looked quite serious. A little embarrassed, the girl asked for help getting to her sect. She would be very grateful. Zhenfei was surprised. He couldn't believe that a cultivator was offering him a journey together. This was opening up new possibilities. When she realized it, the girl shook her head and shouted that the young man shouldn't accompany her. It might be too dangerous. The guy surprisingly asked the cultivator how far away the sect was. He didn't want to leave Zhao Xueli with such wounds. Closing her eyes, the guest thought and estimated the distance. She said it would take about 2 weeks. The young man asked what the probability of meeting the ecstasy sectarians was. The woman replied that they would be chased all the time. Zhenfei pretended to think hard, but actually faintly smirked. He had a plan. Turning away from the girl, the guy asked the system if it would be a violation if he died protecting his partner. It turned out that it wasn't against the rules. Zhao Xueli exclaimed that she had no right to force the young man to help her. It was up to his personal desire. Zhenfei turned to his interlocutor and coughed businesslike, pretending to be concentrating on her suggestion. He looked at the girl and firmly stated that everything was fine. He would help her get home safe and sound. The cultivator cheerfully asked if he really agreed to help. The young man had to turn away. His nose began to stretch because of the untruth. The guy pathetically said he couldn't stay away and had to help her fight the demonic sect. Zhao Xueli blushed slightly at such sweet talk. She realized that the person she was talking to was lying, but she decided to leave the showdown for later. The girl asked if he was sure of his decision. Zhenfei smiled and said that she should thank her savior. They would have good luck. Cultivator asked him to hurry up. The stalker sect would soon hit her trail. The young man asked him to wait. He needed to pack his things. After gathering everything he needed, Zhenfei approached the tombstone of the old man. He promised to let his son's body die, and then they would be reunited. The guy was very pleased with himself. As a hunter, he was good, but a few members of the demonic sect would clearly be stronger. Saying goodbye to this place forever, the young man turned in the other direction and called out to his partner. Zhenfei slung his bow on his shoulder. He said that he was already ready to move out on the road. The girl ran happily, catching up with the guy. At this time, Shui Qingmei was in the forest camp and bitterly lamented the loss of her magic artifact. Breathless, the sectarians listened to her curses. Just because of one girl, the priestess would not be able to realize her plan to develop the sect. Choosing a higher rock, the leader placed her bare foot on it. She uses the natural elevation as a podium. Shui Qingmei shouted from on high that she would make the night guests pay the bill. She would regret sticking her nose into their temple. The sectarians did not move. They were well trained to speak only when necessary. The priestess scrutinized the handful of sect members close to her and made a choice, calling out Zhao Kuanyi's name. The man with the long staff in his hand turned his head and nodded politely. He guessed what the leader would demand. The sect master humbly bowed his head, waiting for Shui Qingmei's instructions. He was a reliable person, and the girl appreciated him for that. The priestess said loudly that she had high hopes for the man. He is one of her best people and knows what needs to be done. The leader demanded to track down Zhao Shuili from the sword school and return the demonic school's magic artifact. Zhao Kuanyi humbly bowed and declared that he would complete the saint's task with honor. She could not worry about it. Out of the corner of his eye, the sectarian caught some strange movement to his right and turned alertly. One of the sectarians handed him a golden cloth and reminded him that their opponent was very strong. They needed to use all their strength. The girl put the clothes in the battle scout's hands and asked her to take them with her just in case. Anything could come in handy. Zhao Kuanyi was very surprised. Only a few times had he seen this magic item up close, but he hadn't dared to touch it. The man couldn't believe that he had actually gotten his hands on such a powerful relic. His eyes shone with delight. The sectarian asked if the great saint was really giving him such a valuable artifact. Shui Qingmei faintly smiled. She explained to the man that she was only giving the magic item for the duration of the task. But if he could find and retrieve the missing item and then eliminate Zhao Shuili, the reward would be very generous. Zhao Kuanyi obediently bowed and thanked the priestess. From his decades in the sect, he knew that priestesses did not break promises. The saint smiled gloatingly. She had managed to track down her rival with the incense that indicated the location of the soul. In the late afternoon, the guy and the girl took a break. Zhenfei went to sleep close to the fire to make it easier to keep an eye on him. Putting his shield under his head instead of a pillow, the young man snored and didn't see the cultivator approaching him. After the long crossing, the lad slept so sweetly that no rumbling in the world could have awakened him. Zhao Shuili slowly approached her partner. After making sure that he was asleep, the girl reached out her hand to him. The cultivator touched her body with her wispy fingers and gently ran her fingers over the young man's chest. He continued to sleep. Zhao Shuili moved closer and put her foot behind the guy's groin. Zhenfei just turned his head. When he felt the pleasant touch, he opened one eye immediately. He was very curious to know who was seducing him. To the guy's surprise, Zhao Shuili, red as a boiled crayfish, was standing beside him. Her foot was right on his chest. Zhenfei couldn't believe that the cultivator herself had come to him at night for a specific purpose. With surprise, he woke up. The girl made him very embarrassed by this prank, and the guy himself blushed. The events were moving too fast. Zhao Shuili removed her foot and sat on top of him. She leaned closer to the young man. This caused his heart to nearly rise out of his chest. Closing her eyes, the cultivator leaned closer and closer. A little more, and their mouths would merge in a continuous kiss. The girl's lips pressed against the boy's ear. She whispered in a languid voice that she loved him very much and the hour had come. There was a fire burning not far from them. They felt good together. Everything around them was in a kind of translucent pink mist. Zhenfei looked at the cultivator with interest. He was pleased to feel the touch of her hands on his body. Suddenly, a confused Zhao Shuili seemed to wake up and exclaim that they should be careful. The sectarians were very close by. The young man gingerly turned around and asked loudly where exactly those people were. He was unhappy that it was over so quickly. The fog kept not clearing. The boy kept asking questions, and the cultivator asked him to speak a little quieter. She told the surprised interlocutor that this spy was very cautious. She had smelled him because of the sect's fog that awakens desires. Zhao Shuili asked the young man to take a closer look. He could see the pink mist caused by the sect artifact. Zhenfeng followed the girl's advice and gazed into the fog. It really did not seem gray now, but with a pink tint. The young man was beginning to realize something. It turns out it was the fog that did it. It had entered his mind and made him act irrationally. The guy remembered that he often read various meaningless stories furtively at work, when no one saw. Zhao Shuili leaned closer to him and embarrassingly confessed that the Witch Mountain artifact only worked on girls. Zhenfei blushed. He only now realized what had caused the girl to come to him. Everything happened because of the magic item. The cultivator coughed suspiciously. The young man turned around and excitedly asked what had happened to her. The girl stood with her eyes closed. She admitted that she could resist for a while longer, but it would be difficult. The night was just beginning. The moon was shining over the forest. Unfortunately, it was no longer time to sleep. We had to get rid of the pursuit. Zhenfei crouched beside her interlocutor, holding her by the shoulders. The pink fog made her feel like she was in a dream. The guy let go of the cultivator and asked what they could do against the pink mist invasion. Without opening her eyes, her companion slowly muttered that there were two options. The first option was more effective, but risky. The astonished young man heard that in such a case the enemy would die, but he himself might die. Zhenfei rejoiced. This kind of option suited him. He mentally asked to use this particular opportunity. The girl interpreted his silence in her own way. She had no intention of sending her savior to his death. The guy worriedly glared at Zhao Shuili with his eyes and begged the heavens for the girl to change her mind. He would agree to this option. Cultivator stated that there was another possibility. The young man only needed to find the spy. She would kill him herself. Jen Feng pointed at himself in surprise and asked if his interlocutor really wanted him to find a sectarian. The girl explained that by using magical items, the man hides his presence, and she cannot detect him. Since the guy grew up in the woods and knows every path here, he should be able to find the sectarian much faster than she does. Zhao Shuili recognized that she was sending him on a difficult mission. But now it is the only way to survive. There is no other way. One sectarian could also solve his question. The young man smiled and said that he understood. He would definitely find the spy. Turning away from the girl, Jen Feng smiled even wider. His time had come. As soon as he met with the sect master, he would immediately perish and be reborn. The young man stood in the fog and tried to guess in which direction he should go to quickly disappear from this world. Zhao Kuanyi was much closer to them than they both realized. The magic cloak camouflaged him in the shadows of the trees. Other than that, it was impossible to smell or hear the man in this cloak. None of the five senses could recognize him. The sectarian knew very well that his enemies could only stumble upon him by accident. And even then, they wouldn't be able to recognize who was standing in front of them. Watching the couple, Zhao Kuanyi decided to wait for the witch mountain to affect the girl and then kill her. He crept closer and thought that it would be a good idea to take away the sect artifact from Zhao Shuili and get an additional reward. Suddenly, the man noticed the young man peeking out from behind a tree and looking cautiously in his direction. He could not believe that he had been spotted. It turned out that Zhen Fei just happened to be nearby. As he drew the bowstring, he gingerly peered into the trees, trying to find the enemy. Zhao Kuanyi cautiously peeked out from behind the tree. He realized that the guy was just trying to find him and calm down. The sectarian knew that his rival would not be able to detect him. He could confuse the trail so that he was looked for in the south when he was in the north. Watching his enemy, the man chuckled wryly. He was sure that a mere mortal would not be able to find him. Suddenly, the sectarian realized that he had underestimated his opponent. It was clear from his eyes that the man had discovered himself. Spinning at a tremendous speed, the arrow with a sharp tip flew straight into the tree that Zhao Kuanyi was standing by. There was no time to think at all. The deadly weapon was at an alarming distance from his face. The man had no choice but to give himself away and break the arrow, intercepting it not far from himself. The moon still hung over the forest. Blackbirds, disturbed by the night's incident, flocked around the trees. Zhao Kuanyi tried to stealthily leave and tossed the broken arrow aside. Unfortunately, the disguise was already broken. Both boys were thinking the same thing. The young man was disappointed that his rival had revealed the location, and now the plan would not be realized. The mercenary couldn't understand how this mortal was able to easily determine his location. Now one must start over again. Zhen Feng was tearing his hair out of anger. He couldn't forgive himself for hitting the enemy the first time and almost killing him. A moment ago, the boy had calculated that the smell was coming from the south. If he shot toward the north, he'd miss for sure. In order to avoid accidentally hitting Zhao Shuili, the young man decided to shoot at an open area that wasn't covered by branches. With the bowstring firmly drawn, Zhen Fei looked around. The plan was unmistakable. Everything would work. Once a guy goes to raise an arrow, he will inevitably draw the attention of the sectarian sitting in ambush. The man will immediately jump out of the bushes and deliver the fatal blow. This is the end of his life in this world. Remembering how ingenious the plan had been, and how quickly it had fallen into disrepair, the young man couldn't help but cry. He couldn't even imagine that this type would think of hiding in a completely different place. Zhen Fei tiredly fell to his knees. He had lost his only chance. Now Zhao Shuili would not allow himself to let the sect master go. Suddenly the boy saw the man lightning fast between the trees, taking advantage of his confusion. Turning back to the girl, the young man was surprised to realize that the cultivator was still standing near the trees and didn't even move. Zhen Fei wondered why she didn't chase after that guy and finish him off like she promised. Burning with shame, Zhao Shuili admitted that her wound was still very strong. Besides, she didn't expect the young man to find the spy so quickly. The girl stepped forward and grabbed his hand with both of her own, expressing her gratitude for his help. The boy carefully released his hand and looked at his companion in surprise. He didn't know what to do next. Blushing with embarrassment, the cultivator asked to catch the man again. She definitely wouldn't miss him this time. Zhen Fei promised to do his best. He asked the girl to stay in that spot and keep an eye on the area. He stepped back a few meters and drew the bowstring. He promised himself that this time he wouldn't succeed. The boy stared off into the distance and told himself that under no circumstances could he get into that sectarian. Watching him out of the corner of his eye, the man thought the same thing. No mortal would be able to hit him this time. He moved through the forest quickly and silently. Not everyone in his sect could pinpoint his location. After flying around a large circle in deceptive ways, Zhao Kuanyi returned to the same place he was before. He praised himself. No one would think of shooting at the same spot. The man took cover behind a tree and smiled. He was curious to see where that warrior would shoot this time. Zhen Feng stood beside the girl by the fire. The sectmaster ducked his head slightly. He had a good view of the couple. The young man drew his bowstring and looked around the forest carefully, trying to figure out where the man couldn't hide. He decided that the spy couldn't be hiding in the same place. The sectarian watched the boy's movements suspiciously. To his surprise, the insane man's arrow crashed again into the tree under which he sat watching the hunter. Zhenfeng turned black with anger. His death had to be postponed again. The sectmaster couldn't believe that he had been found again. With a quick jump, the man disappeared into the dense forest. The young man was surprised to realize that the spy had escaped again. He turned towards his partner. Zhao Xueli's cheeks instantly flared up. She knew that she was guilty in front of her boyfriend. The hunter perplexedly assumed that the girl didn't have enough time to eliminate the mercenary this time either. The cultivator covered her eyes with her hands in shame. Her body was trembling. Trying to justify herself, the girl said that it happened too fast. Zhao Xueli almost burst into tears with frustration. The mercenary turned out to be too fast. She frowned and pulled herself together. The warrior drew her sword. Now she wouldn't give the sectarian any more chances. He wouldn't get away a third time. The warrior's body was still very weak. She stood leaning on her sword. Blood continued to drip from her arm. The cultivator groaned in intense pain and gripped the hilt of her sword more comfortably. She announced softly that she was ready to slay the enemy. Zhao Xueli swore that she wouldn't let the spy get away again. Once the guy finds the sectarian, she will kill him. Zhenfeng gingerly looked at his interlocutor. Despite her painful appearance, the girl could finish off a crippled enemy. Tightening his bowstring, the young man pleaded that this time the man would definitely be in a completely different place and attack him. There was no more time left. The pink mist had almost cleared, and the girl's medicine would take effect. This was his last chance to die. The sectarian also couldn't help but notice that his charms had almost ceased their magical effect. He had one last attempt left. Zhao Kuanyi didn't know if he could survive today, but he wasn't going to give up without a fight. He rushed into the center of the fog, leaping through the trees. Zhenfei drove his bow around the forest, trying to figure out where to shoot to avoid hitting the spy. Nothing interesting came to mind. The sectarian was jumping on the branches like a squirrel. He did not understand where he could hide from the shooter. He couldn't decide where to shoot the arrow. The guy could be anywhere, and he could accidentally hit him. The man at this time was sitting in the mist on one of the branches of a tree, sheltering himself higher up. He realized that hiding from the boy everywhere was dangerous. After long deliberation, the hunter realized that he had to shoot at a place where the sectarian would definitely not be able to hide. Zhao Kuanyi also decided to outsmart the enemy and appear out of nowhere in the exact place where the enemy would definitely not fire. Quickly glancing around the surroundings, the man decided that the most reliable tactic would be to attack from above, from the sky itself. As the young man perplexedly drove his bow through the forest, choosing a place to hunt, the sectarian leaped at him from the top of a tree, celebrating his victory. Unfortunately, the guy thought that Zhao Kuanyi would definitely not hide in the sky and released an arrow in the direction of the spy. This time it was much worse. The man saw the enemy arrow only 2 centimeters away from him, and it was too late to dodge. The sectarian realized that all this time the guy had been watching his movements. He had only pretended not to see him. At the last second, the man thought it was too mean of the young man. He was just playing with him, like a cat with a mouse. All he could do now was pray the arrow didn't hit him in the face. That would be the worst of it. Then he wouldn't be able to complete the mission. When Zhenfei saw what had happened, he could barely contain his anger. This madman had jumped right on top of his arrow. No common sense could explain the reasons for this sectarian behavior. The young man could not understand why he fell into it every time. Suddenly, the guy realized everything. This spy also has a system and craves death. That's why he bravely throws himself at his arrows. At this time, Zhao Xueli managed to break through the fog. She quickly flew towards the mercenary while paving her way with her sword. Her eyes blazed with hatred. The girl was rapidly approaching. A pink plume in the sky remained in her path. Zhao Kuanyi saw a cultivator flying after him and was a little frightened. It was already more dangerous than a mortal with a bow. As the warrior flew closer, she swung her sword and angrily shouted that it was the last hour for him. There was no other way out. The man activated the protective blue translucent sphere, hoping it would hold. Zhao Xueli continued flying forward and furiously brought her sword down on the sectmaster's hiding place. The sphere cracked. The powerful weapon sliced through the blue ball. The sword continued to cut into the protective sphere like a knife into butter. The cultivator was inexorably approaching the center of the sphere. The girl continued her flight. There was only one thing on her mind now. She had to take the chance and kill the spy. Zhao Kuanyi realized with horror that the cultivator was already inside the sphere. He had a few seconds to live. In the same second, there was a huge release of energy. The place of the fight lit up with a pink bright light. It was like a big fireworks display. Raising his head, Zhenfeng excitedly watched the fight. A flash of incredible power illuminated the patch of forest they were in. Stones of various sizes were flying from the sky. They almost hit the boy himself. The young man didn't care about that. He was worried about his companion. Right in front of his eyes, somebody flew past at great speed and landed with a thud not far from the bushes. The dust cloud began to dissipate after a while. Jen Feng saw that there was a spy lying on the path. Out of the corner of his eye, the guy noticed Zhao Shueli descending from the sky not far away. The girl didn't seem to be injured. The young man rushed towards the sectarian whose face was covered in blood. He hoped to be able to talk to him before the cultivator killed the man. The hunter leaned over his opponent and wondered why Zhao Kuanyi kept throwing himself at his arrows. Seeing the source of his problems in front of him, the sectarian looked angrily at the boy. With a shaking hand, he tried to reach for his pursuer. Yin Feng leaned a little lower and was surprised to assume that the man actually wanted to die. Zhao Kuanyi was even more angry, but he couldn't even say a word. At his own helplessness, the sect master burst into tears. The young man saw that his victim was bleeding profusely. He cried out that the bandages were stained with blood. The guy worriedly shouted that the bleeding was too much. He was worried about the sectarian's well-being. Jen Feng angrily lifted his opponent by the scruff of his neck and exclaimed that it was too early to die. He wanted to ask a few questions. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zhao Shueli put her sword away in its scabbard and asked how she was feeling. He assumed that it was too early to put the weapon away. The girl replied that she was fine. The demonic sect was only testing them. Next time, the opponent would be stronger. The young man asked in surprise as to how the sectarians knew of their advancement. After all, there are many ways to reach the sword sect. The cultivator confusedly admitted that they had to get to her temple in 2 weeks at the latest, or she might die. There are only 3 shortcuts. They are well known to the ecstasy sect, so there is simply no other way. The girl blushed and informed him that she wouldn't blame the guy if he left, because he agreed to this trip. Jen Feng exclaimed that this was out of the question. He had promised to escort her and would not renege on his words. In fact, the young man was thinking of something else entirely. He begged the heavens to send a stronger enemy as soon as possible. Zhao Shueli silently thanked her savior and hugged the back of his head, pulling him tightly against her chest. The boy couldn't understand what was going on. It was like an immodest attempt to seduce him again. Feeling a touch on his chest, Jen Feng groaned and helplessly raised his hands. His eyes went to his forehead in surprise. The girl pressed him even harder against her. The young man squealed indignantly that it was too much. He couldn't breathe. Fortunately, he managed to break free. The guy jumped back and shouted to the cultivator that this was a very inappropriate act. Zhao Shueli blushed like a boiled cancer and said that the artifact was still affecting her. She asked the young man to step back for a while. The girl admitted that she can get rid of the pink fog effect, but to do so, she needs no one to look at her. Jen Feng willingly agreed to move farther away from the cultivator and not interfere with her getting rid of the remnants of the magical effect. The warrior's moans echoed throughout the forest. The young man promised that he would move farther away and not look or listen. Meanwhile, in one of the mountain camps belonging to the ecstasy sect, Shui Qingmei received sad news. There was a bluish smoke coming from the magic card rolled up in the scroll. It signaled the demise of her person. The smoke was increasing with every second. It became more and more visible, and after a while it covered the entire scroll. The priestess grudgingly thought that Zhao Kuanyi had no chance of winning. She had only lost a valuable artifact. Unfolding the map, Shui Qingmei reviewed her ambush locations along the girl's path. She was certain that Zhao Shueli would not be able to handle them. The further journey through the forest was successful. The boy and the girl reached the city of Jinan without encountering any opponents. Seeing the signboard with the name of the city, Jen Feng recognized that his companion knew her business. She avoided places where she could give an ambush. While walking through the plaza, the young man asked why they would enter this city if they were going to the location of the sword cult. Zhao Shueli unfolded the map and explained that Jinan was protecting the entrance on the western border of Shidin County. From there, it was a short walk to the sword cult. The boy looked with interest at the map and the roads with intersections marked on it. Now he had a better sense of the terrain. Jen Feng asked if they could be pursued by the demonic sect while they were already not far from their temple. The girl thoughtfully replied that Wen's sword cult was the strongest, but that didn't rule out the possibility of meeting mercenaries. The young man clapped his hands together happily in anticipation of the pleasure. The journey was getting more and more dangerous, which was to his advantage. The pair of young men were walking down a wide and spacious street. As he continued to talk with his companion, Jen Feng imagined a sword stabbing into him. A whole day went by like that. The moon replaced the sun's rays. The boy cursed the timid sectarians. He wanted to die quickly. Stretched out in a handstand, the young man regarded the screen behind which the water was pouring. The cultivator was taking a shower. Unfortunately, the room was small. Jen Feng didn't have a chance to turn the other way. The blood from his nose ran down his forehead in rivulets. At the girl's request for safety, they rented one hotel room for 2, but the guy was no better off for it. Zhao Shuili stepped out of the shower and exclaimed that their enemies were nearby. She tore off her sheet as she walked. The young man could not bear the sight. His mouth was bleeding profusely. His eyes reflected astonishment. Seeing the naked companion, Zhenfeng couldn't keep his balance and flew face down on the floor. The girl walked over to the guy, who was barely breathing. He couldn't resist and touched the soft skin of her leg. The boy noticed that everything happened too fast. Zhao Shuili bashfully turned her head to him and wrapped herself in a sheet. She declared that she could sense the sectarians as well. Zhenfeng sighed heavily and spent a glance at the girl's seductive figure as he continued to lie on the floor. His companion was too susceptible. Voices could be heard outside the window. They were all cursing the cultivator and promising to take revenge on her tonight. The warrior unmistakably recognized who she was dealing with. Putting on her magic ring, she shouted that she recognized the mother of the 5 poisons. Taking the sword out of its sheath, the girl called out the names of Lin Shenggu, nicknamed 1,000 Shards, and the faceless monk Wu Xiangxi. Zhao Shuili demanded that Xi Yangpai and Sang Weishi show themselves to her. The young man glumly observed his partner. He assumed that the sectarian who had come after them at the inn was indeed named exactly as she had said. It was simply unbelievable that the girl smelled the presence of the mercenaries, who didn't give themselves away with a single sound. Suddenly, the large double-paned window of their room opened noisily. There was no one behind it, as if it were the fault of a strong wind. Cultivator ordered her partner to prepare for battle. She already had her sword at the ready. The boy grabbed a stool. Several silhouettes appeared in the window. One of them said that they were happy to hear their names. Zhao Shuili had not forgotten them. The gray-haired woman reminded the girl that she had killed many unfortunate people. They do not forget those who hurt them badly. The warrior laughed and informed her that she wasn't quite sure which one of them could be called unhappy. She took a leisurely look at all 4 of the night visitors and declared that it looked more like a bad joke. Pointing her finger at the elderly woman, the cultivator revealed that it was the mother of the 5 poisons. She poisoned the river to stop the plague. That smiling man over there with the red necklace around his neck was actually a faceless monk who killed people and slashed their faces. The gray-haired elder Lin Shenggu, whose age no one knows. He ate children to cultivate his own soul. The guy with the frightened eyes is named Xia Yangpai. He used mortal humans as fodder for shadow monsters. Zhao Shuili threateningly made a lunge with her sword and declared that all 4 of them were sinners. They would not be able to survive this battle. Zhen Fei couldn't believe that it was all true. He confusedly said that he had never experienced plague and cannibalism before. The mother of the 5 poisons tapped her cane irritably on the wooden floor. The sound echoed through the room. She shouted that no mortal could match the strength of cultivators. This guy's not getting out of here alive. Zhao Shuili pulled off her sheet. She exclaimed that in that case, there was no need to wait. She was ready to fight right now. The young man realized that his finest hour had arrived, and bravely rushed at his enemies with his stool, hoping to die quickly. At this moment, the sheet that the cultivator carelessly threw off fell on him. The boy shrieked in surprise. Trying to free herself from the sheet, Zhen Fei shouted that they can't undress whenever they feel like it. They might get kicked out. Besides, she is still injured. The girl needs to conserve her strength. The hunter quickly brought the girl her robes and carefully covered her with the cloak. Zhao Shuili perplexedly thanked him. The mother of 5 poisons coughed softly, clearing her throat, and asked if the guy really wanted to fight in the center of the city. She explained that a very large number of mortals would suffer if all cultivators used the power at the same time. The young man grudgingly repeated that he was willing to fight instead of the girl. He was fine with it. Zhao Shuili looked away. It was as if the old woman didn't hear him, but was communicating with the girl. She asked if the cultivator could protect the mortal in this room. The guy looked at the elderly woman in surprise and told the mother of 5 poisons that she didn't need to worry about it. Zhao Shuili leisurely spoke. She asked what the uninvited guests were after with a sharp tone. The woman offered to make a contract using the soul-joining technique. Whoever breaks the contract forfeits his soul. The young man and the old woman began to shout at each other, proving their point. The warrior watched their argument with a frown. After a while, the girl and the guy were walking through the square. Unfolding the map, she asked how many people supported them. The young man admitted that none had yet. Zhao Shuili and Yulei look at the 4 from the pleasure clan. The mother of the 5 poisons asks if the girl agrees to their little test. The woman knows they are probably no match for her, but now they have the advantage. Zhao thinks over the proposal. Yu tensely watches them. It's obvious to the guy the trap of the foursome, and he's even amazed at how they even managed to fool anyone. Zhao blurts out after a short thought that she agrees to sign the contract. Yulei whispered to her to think better. After all, the foursome couldn't be trusted. The girl smiled, saying that she knows that. She just doesn't want anyone to die. Yui stares at her in astonishment. He definitely didn't expect such a revelation. The mother of 5 poisons had already expected Zhao to agree, so she wasn't surprised at all. The girl waved her hand, followed by some energy. She was about to sign a contract. Suddenly, Yulei realizes that the woman is up to something. The mother of 5 poisons smirks, clearly pleased that she fooled the girl so easily. Yu curses under his breath, sweat dripping down his face. He doesn't want anything bad to happen. He tells them not to hurry because they will still have time to sign the contract. Zhao Sueli removes his hand, looking at the guy perplexed and waiting. The mother of poisons and the faceless monk were wary. They were ready to play by their rules. Yulei says the contract doesn't spell out all the details and rules of the test. The guy thought the contract was full of holes that obviously needed to be filled. Thoth swung around and punctured the magic pact. All of this needed to be fixed. Le couldn't stand by as Zhao is obviously being fooled. The guy has to make sure the contract will be well written. The mother of the poisons said that the one didn't dare to do that after all. Yu is the most ordinary person. Yulei started shouting that she was scared and therefore threatening. The woman said it wasn't true, and he shouldn't ruin her reputation. Zhao Sueli smirked and asked, "Does the woman definitely have a reputation?" Then she stood confidently and said that either they were going to change the contract or fight. It was obvious that she would not go for anything else. The foursome stepped back to negotiate, wondering if the contract could be changed to their favor. Yulei watched their whispering intently, following every movement and raise of voice. One of them shouted, "It's not worth trying, and there's no need to be afraid. It would not be any worse for them." The others hit him, saying none of them actually wanted to die. After finishing, the mother of the 5 poisons said that since those were so worried, they would agree to change the contract. Yulei started listing the edits and conditions that should definitely be in the contract. Tot thought that since those were so sure, he should put in a few more conditions. Another condition was that the foursome had to go to uninhabited lands after the test, so as not to cause any more trouble. The mother of the 5 poisons realized what was going on, but decided that it was better for them to agree to Yulei's terms. But here, unexpectedly, the guy said that his name should also be on the contract next to Zhao Sueli. The mother of 5 poisons agreed, mocking the guy. He's human after all, so he's not a threat at all. Yulei had no regrets, for he knew that he would only regret it if he didn't sign the contract. The woman began to recite the spell for the contract to appear. The condition of the contract had all the things Yulei listed, so the guy was satisfied. The guy turned around at Zhao's call. Her voice was concerned. She said the guy shouldn't sign the contract. It's too risky for his life. The guy smiled and said that since the whole foursome signed it, they should too. The girl looked at him in disbelief, but he did not radiate uncertainty. Yulei almost squealed with joy. The contract was almost 100% fatal, which meant that he had to sign it. Les started biting his fingernail with impatience. He already wanted to get started on the tests. That one put his finger to the contract and signed with a hand trembling with excitement. Yu carefully inscribed his name, and Zhao Sueli only realized that they would be partners. The girl always worked alone. It was unusual to see anyone around her. The girl put her hand up to the contract. Would an ordinary mortal really fight her? With careful handwriting, Sueli began to sign, carefully marking each character. Yulei had already started warming up, preparing for the test. A plan was slowly being made in his head. He couldn't wait to get started, so he asked when those would start explaining the test to them. The mother of the 5 poisons was outraged and said that these tests were completely irrelevant to mortals. However, Yu said with a smile that since his name was on the contract, the test would be up to him. Or were they afraid of losing? Zhao Sueli looked at this picture with open eyes. Few people dared to be rude to the mother of poisons. The woman got angry and grabbed Li Shenggu's beard, saying that Lei was too cocky. The mother of poisons got angry and started yelling at the guy. She still saw him as an ordinary mortal. She started pulling Sheng's beard and he got angry, saying, "Why is she pulling his beard?" The woman presented her test where they have to drink 3 glasses of wine where one of them is poisoned. Li Sheng said it's easier and consists of winning it in checkers. At the faceless monk, the test was a debate. One of them had to fight a man. And at Xie Yingpai's place, those must last an hour and a half next to the shadow beast without dying. The mother of the 5 poisons told those to choose which test they would start with. Yulei had already started to choose, thinking about the test, however. He was cut short by Zhao Sueli. The girl said it's a game of survival, so she's gonna pick her. The boy looked at her unhappily. He didn't want her to ruin his plans. Zhao Sueli said that Yulei's body was too weak and he might die. She would like to choose the test herself. Le felt uncomfortable, for it was obvious to him that he was not going to die. Suddenly, the guy realized that if he tried too hard to die, he would not be empowered, because they would consider it as an independent departure from life. Yu called out to the system, waiting for it to appear in front of him. Little lightning bolts appeared in the air, and that meant that in a second that one would appear. A small blue screen appeared right in front of the guy's eyes, greeting him. Yu said he signed a contract to take the test and asked if his death in battle would be considered intentional. The system responded that it would be a heroic act, not an independent taking of one's own life. Ta said that if death is not predetermined, it doesn't fit the criteria for independent deprivation. Yulei turned towards the four and Zhao Sueli. He was going to use one plan. He approached the girl and said that she seemed to think he was too weak, too. Sueli was wary, shifting her gaze full of anticipation to Li. The guy thought they were friends and even signed a contract for her. However, apparently he was wrong. Yu lowered his eyes to the floor and said that he understood, after all, that to perceived him as a mere mortal even after all this. Zhao looked at him wide-eyed. Obviously, she didn't want to offend the guy, but she couldn't trust him either. Meanwhile, the mother of 5 poisons and Li Sheng sat eating popcorn. Sueli looked at the boy with a worried look until he began to speak. However, after everything, the guy ripped off his mask of sadness and became like before, making the girl laugh. That one put even the two who were eating popcorn and laughing from the drama into a stupor. The old men choked and started coughing loudly, opening their eyes wide. Zhao shouted for Li to go already, and he said that the girl's act was good. First, the guy chose the test from the mother of poisons to drink a poison glass and get the power. The woman began stirring all the glasses with frantic speed, preparing them for them. The old lady explained the rules and told them to choose the first 3 glasses. In the first batch, one of them would be poisoned. Yula didn't even know how to choose to get exactly on the poison. He even thought of taking glasses at random. Leaning over the liquid, the guy began to pick out the drink by color. The first 3 seemed like plain water to him, so he decided to choose one of them. Yu sighed as he gathered his strength and sipped the incomprehensible liquid from it. The drink didn't taste any different from water, so the guy was about to think it was. Examining the second glass, Ellie found that one suspicious. It must have been the one with the poison in it. Suddenly he opened his eyes very wide. His pupils narrowed as if a flashlight had been pointed at his eyes. The guy's arms and legs were numb. He couldn't feel anything at all, and it was hard for him to move. Yulei started to stagger, almost falling from his chair to the floor. Would he be lucky enough to die right now? After that, he collapsed to the floor, unable to move. His body trembled. Zhao heard the sound of falling and turned around at the sound, asking if Lei was okay. He tried to get up and replied that he was fine, though he didn't even move. The woman smiled smugly and advised Yulei to give up because he wouldn't be able to continue. Despite his numb limbs, he stood up shakily. He said he was all right, but the old woman said to wait. Yu reached for the third glass with a trembling hand that was very difficult to restrain. However, remembering the unfinished second one, he reached out and picked it up. Despite his best efforts, the glass shook in his hand and a couple drops of liquid fell onto the table. The drink burned a hole in the table, sending up a small puff of smoke. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Yulei took the drink in his hands, looking at it slightly joyfully and detachedly. He laughed smugly. This was just what was needed. Now he would finally take his own life. Leaning back slightly, Yu tipped the glass into himself, taking loud sips. Yulei sat and prayed for the poison to take effect. He wanted to take his life sooner rather than later. The time dragged on for a long time. It seemed like an eternity, but it was only a couple of minutes. Li opened his eyes, but nothing happened. What was he wasting his time for? The woman said the one was smarter than expected. She wondered where he had learned to recognize poisons. Yu was angry. How could the liquid be so caustic that it burned through the table and just be harmless? The mother of poisons asked. Why doesn't he name his master? He has nothing to fear, for if he asks, she will not touch him. The guy was denying it, saying it wasn't about that at all. It was hard to explain. The old woman didn't understand, but Yulei said that he never had a master and didn't study poisons. The mother of the poisons brushed it off in disbelief, telling them to keep drinking. Since he was afraid to tell, she would not insist. In the first round, the woman made the most dangerous-looking thing appear to be the safest. You still couldn't believe that that liquid hadn't killed him. Just how could it have happened? The only thing that was pleasing was that it was hard to make a mistake in the second 3. That's why the guy chose the safest-looking drink. Who knows, maybe the guy will get lucky. But suddenly he stopped, his inner self telling him something. Yuel's realization hit him. He was dumbfounded for a few seconds. A dozen hexes were spinning in his head. Well, the old woman won't use the same method twice. Then you can't choose the first glass. Yu squinted his eyes. In the second round, it should obviously be the other way around. The guy, without thinking twice, chose the most dangerous-looking drink. Black. Yuli grabbed his left hand. What if the old woman had anticipated everything and poured the poison into a very ordinary mug? Or maybe she foresaw that he couldn't choose between the first and third and poisoned the second. The guy stared expectantly at the glasses, his eyes trying to find the right one. After which he grabbed his face, stretching his skin. He really didn't know where the poison was. Yu almost cried as he looked at the glasses, trying to pick out the one with poison. He touched the purple liquid and watched the mother of poisons react. Then the one touched the right liquid, and that one frowned heavily. Maybe it was a sign? Yu took the black liquid. The woman frowned again. This must definitely mean something. As the guy brought the glass closer to her mouth, the woman began to frown even more. He placed the black liquid on the table. Now Yulei was definitely sure that it wasn't poisoned. Then he took another glass. Since the others are poisoned, there's no difference in them. The boy drank it in a gulp, proud of himself, for he had been careful to pinpoint the poison. The mother of the 5 poisons said that he was really good since he chose the only glass without poison. Yulei, barely holding back tears, pressed one lip. This was the most tremendous rosary. Zhao Sueli was shocked, as he wilted and became completely sad even though he had won before. Lu let out a tear. After all, 2 rounds are already behind him, and he didn't drink the poison. That can't be true. After which he turned his gaze to the old woman and began to shout, saying why was she frowning and confusing him? The woman was shocked by such insolence and became very angry. The woman saw him as a small gnat. She started yelling about how the man was annoying her with his slowness. The guy listened to this with a serious face, feeling ashamed and stupid. How could he think it was some kind of sign? Zhao Sueli said behind his back that she admired his knowledge of poisons. She encouraged him, saying that she believed in him. However, the guy interrupted the girl and told her not to cheer him up too much. You said he would try his best. Meanwhile, tears flowed from his eyes. Toth shifted his gaze to the glasses. He's thinking too much. He needs to clear his head. Lee decided to act at random and chose a glass with a strange green liquid in it. The guy closed his eyes and without hesitating for a second drank it in one gulp. The drink was sweet. To a guy it reminded him of non-fu mineral water. And it looks like he's chosen a poison-free drink again. He's had a lot of bad luck lately. Suddenly his eyes widened and his pupils, on the contrary, narrowed greatly. The guy started coughing and blood flowed out of his mouth. Zhao was very frightened. The mother of 5 poisons burst into laughter, happy that Yu would finally die. She had won. Zhao Sueli was angry and scared at the same time. She shouted, asking what the mother of 5 poisons had done to Yulei. The woman, smiling smugly, said that LE wouldn't be able to pick the right glass this time. All because they all had poison in them. After the old woman said this, she laughed. She said that only if Yui drank the contents of all the glasses would she be able to eliminate the toxins. Afterwards, the mother of poisons made a sad grimace. Unfortunately, Yulei only had 2 hours left. The boy stood up a little and asked if it was poison. He didn't have any pain, so he was still on the job, right? Zhao Sueli didn't understand what he meant, and so she silently asked herself a rhetorical question. The old woman said that this was Yu's body's way of easing her last hours. The boy was glad, for he could die in a few days, and so he would get more power. The mother of the poisons was puzzled, as he had just drunk the poison and was already laughing. However, the woman decided not to think about him, and turned her attention to Zhao Sueli. She said that the girl had 3 more tests to take, and she was the only one left. Ta's eyes widened a little. The woman was interrupted by Le saying that he was, in fact, still alive and could move around. Toth shouted that he had 2 more hours and was enforced to take part in the tests. But now he would move on to the board game. Zhao was shocked at this guy's determination after all. He was literally spitting blood just a short while ago. Yulei smiled. This game should definitely finish him off, so he would hope that no one else would interfere. He and Mr. Sheng were actively playing while uttering some incomprehensible words. Yu strode black. He could already feel the strength leaving his body, and it was glad. Li Sheng walked with white chips again, watching the guy intently. His body grew heavy, and his joy grew ever greater. Lei was waiting to die at last. Sheng, meanwhile, was combing his beard, preparing for his victory. The old man raised one eyebrow, smiling smugly and considering the young man. That one told you not to overwork himself. After all, he would win one way or another. However, the guy said that's not going to happen, and he's going to show how the real champions play. Lu twirled the black chip in his hand, turning it one side and then the other. The young man shrieked, about to walk. His strength would soon leave him for good, but he was frustrated that he wasn't dead yet. But suddenly he felt pain and his eyes went wide. All the black chips went down, completely throwing the game off. Yulei grabbed his head and started screaming. It was too painful! Sweat ran down his face and the guy wriggled in pain, holding his hands near his ears. Zhao Sueli ran up to the guy. She called out his name and stroked his back. Lei was trembling, and so the girl realized that the poison had begun to take effect. The mother of poisons enjoyed watching this. All this time the poison had been coursing through her veins, and because of the game it had taken effect. Zhao glared angrily at the old men, then asked afterwards, what were they up to? Li Xing said that it was just his harmless special tool. And this weapon is called Ming Ye. It attacked without Yulei's knowledge. There was absolutely no way for him to know about it. The mother of poisons and faceless ones squirmed slightly. At the mention of technology, they wanted to pretend they were strangers every time. Grandfather told them to shut up so they wouldn't spoil such a moment with chatter. Sheng explained that while playing with it, the player's soul is destroyed. The purpose of the tool is to help cultivators. But Yulei, as a mortal, without a cultivator's soul, it drained energy and destroyed the mind. The man pointed the stick at the girl. She cried out that it actually hurt terribly, and it was all because of that implement. Li Xing smugly said that even without the poison, that person would have died in terrible agony. It was past midnight. A full moon. There were thousands of stars scattered across the sky. Zhao Sueli asked Yuli to take it easy and finish the tests by her. The guy, however, didn't want to stop. He asked to be allowed to die in battle. Lei was reminded of the past. He had already lost his life from lack of energy once before. Such a death was not the first time, so the young man was determined. A shadow beast loomed over Yui, flashing its red eyes. The guy, on the other hand, although he was very tired, still stood upright, radiating confidence. Time went by. The moon grew brighter and brighter, and the strength drained away faster and faster. Yulei held a black chip in his hand, almost lying down on the playing board. Thoth looked very tired, his cheekbones expressing from overwork. However, Grandpa Shang looked almost the same. Only there was no poison flowing through his veins. There were already huge bags under the guy's eyes, and sweat protruded on his forehead. He was breathing deeply, barely finding the strength to sit up. Yui felt like he was about to fall. There were still red bloodstains near his lips. He took another chip, rubbing it this way and that in his hands. The guy was leaning over the table. The game was indeed tedious. The mother of poisons hummed. He obviously didn't have long to live, but there was still time for fun. Zhao glared angrily at Yulei, feeling very bad about his sheepish stubbornness. The girl asked him to stop and wait a bit, for with every chip he put down his energy was being taken away. The same sat, staggered slightly, and placed his chips slightly crookedly on the board. The guy still said he was fine and that he could handle it. Some more time passed, but the moon was still in no hurry to disappear. About 15 minutes later, Li Shang was already very tired. That one slightly raised his head, asking if Li was definitely an ordinary mortal. Yu Lei was already lying upside down, but still replied, albeit with a brief yes. After that one said that he would show the strength of real mortals. Old man Shang looked at the young man tiredly. The guy with shaky hands moved the chip, saying that Grandpa's move was next. Li Shang began to stagger. He was shaken from fatigue, but he tried his best to steady himself. After that, his eyes rolled up, the iris completely missing. Grandpa Shang started to fall down. That one said he wouldn't be able to walk next. Pancake fell to the floor with a loud thud and said that Yu was the winner. The mother of the poisons looked at her grandfather with obvious displeasure and anger. She found it hard to accept their loss. Li staggered back and gave a victorious grunt. It was unexpected because the old man's strength was powerful. What was amazing was that the most ordinary person had defeated a cultivator. Yu wanted to say that he had won the second round as well, but he was interrupted by a severe pain. Here the guy started to feel nauseous. Something came up to his throat and he coughed violently. For the umpteenth time he started coughing up blood. Swilly was frightened and called out to him, running closer. The girl picked up Le as he cowered slightly to the right, and when asked how he was feeling, he couldn't answer with anything more than a stifled grunt. The mother of the poison stared at the guy in astonishment while opening her eyes wide. She said that somehow he still managed to neutralize the poison. Now it was Yulei's turn to be amazed at his unexpected ability. Zhao Sueli looked at him admiringly, asking if he really did it. The old woman pointed her finger at someone, getting excited and swearing hard. That someone she pointed her finger at was the faceless monk. The woman blamed him, and said that he was the one who prevented her from poisoning Yulei and neutralized the poison. Yu only absent-mindedly hovered in the clouds, pondering how it was that he was able to neutralize the poison. Li Shang shouted at the woman to stop complaining. After all, these were not games. The mother of the poisons, however, was angry and not that very willing to listen to the lamentations. Ta said that this poison trick was a precautionary measure, in case Yu knows Li Shang's trick of the game. So, after drinking the poison, Li chose the pyrotechnic meteor. Shang and Yulei thought of the name at the same time. It was too loud. The old woman immediately explained that it was her clan's poison. It first gives energy, and then takes it away, and kills because of its excess in the body. However, she miscalculated, and the board took some of the poison along with the energy. Yulei listened to this and was amazed at how stupid and easy it all came out. The woman turned to Shang and said that he died because of her poison. The mother of the poisons was astonished, for even she had not thought of such an outcome. Yulei was very angry, for he didn't even know that there was poison in that glass. Shi Yangpai said that the poison mother had overestimated Yulei. He couldn't plan everything from the beginning. The boy's ears perked up as he heard the man's retort and listened to every word. After that, one realized that Yangpai was actually right. However, the old woman didn't believe it. She found Yui's smile while signing the contract too suspicious, but Z assumed that the guy was just too dumb. The woman still found a loophole and asked why he was so calm after drinking the poison. To this, Yangpai found no answer. Here the woman realized something. The guy didn't even believe there were poisons in the glasses. Ta concluded that Yui was teasing her, testing her patience. Lei was shocked and angry at the same time. He coughed and blood came out of his mouth again. Zhao was very frightened, shouting that the guy started coughing up blood again. The woman began to speculate on who Yulei could really be. Shang and Yangpai watched this interestedly. That's when the mother of poisons came to mind that Yu might be the son of eternal demonic master Yu Shui Han. Lei completely misunderstood who he was talking about and asked not to throw around names. Zhao Sueli tensed up, her gaze determined and frightened. After seeing the reaction, the guy became agitated and started shouting at the old woman, telling her not to dare to spread such rumors. The one said that it wasn't his father, and his father wasn't a cultivator. Yu Lei's father was a hunter. There was no way he could be a cultivator. The old woman was talking nonsense. Everyone listened to him attentively, slightly shocked by the shout. The mother of poisons cried out as if to say, "Here, it's obvious." The guy pulled out a small knife and asked what she was even carrying. The woman said that the master was also a hunter in the past. Yu Lei looked to be about 20 years old, and the demon master had disappeared just about 20 years ago. The mother of poisons decided that Yu was his secret son born after he disappeared. With those words, she made him angry. The entire foursome tensed up and got into defensive postures. Zhao Sueli looked at Lei with a startled look, but didn't dare to say anything. Yu Lei started to get even angrier, saying that none of this was true. The boy approached Sueli and said that his father was dead after a fight with some beast of the forest. The mother of poison struck her hands and said the words again about to be said. Yu was already twitching at this. It was very difficult for him to contain his anger. The guy cringed, asking what does that even mean? She's giving in or whatever you want to call it. The woman began to tell him that 20 years ago, the demonic master had arranged a duel. The duel was with Master Despotia. Rumor had it that he was seriously injured afterwards. And then it was said that either he had died or had turned to mortal life, forsaking former deeds. The woman said that it looked like the rumors weren't lying, and lo and behold, the son of the demon master was now standing in front of them. The guy turned to Zhao and said that the mother of poisons was lying. The girl wanted to pull out her sword already, but the guy said that he didn't have magic powers. How could he be the son of a cultivator then? The old woman shrieked, telling Yu not to lie. Who doesn't know that it takes more than 30 years to master these powers? Sweat broke out on Yu Lei's face. He knew absolutely nothing about this. Could he have even gotten into the body of a demon master's son? He waved the thought away, for the man was talking utter nonsense. Yu Lei is his name, not the name of the guy he was reborn as. The woman was talking nonsense. Suddenly, a very strange idea came into the young man's head. He began to deny his involvement with the demon master again. How could anyone even believe that? The entire foursome was offended and tense at the same time, the old woman glaring at him piercingly. The woman shrieked that since he was his son, why was he helping Zhao Sueli? The girl wondered the same thing, asking why he was doing this. Yu Lei was tired of arguing. He had no arguments and no desire to continue. If the guy disagrees, the old woman will come up with some new argument. And Zhao might not kill him, but just cripple him. What would Li do in that case? The guy decided he couldn't die until he'd taken 2 more tests. She was, he thought. Yu Lei said that humanity doesn't come from a cultivator's strength, but from his soul, and he is a human at heart. He turned to Sueli, saying that he wasn't done with the tests yet and would like to continue. Ellie asked if the girl would believe him if he passed all the tests. The girl hesitated, pressing her right hand tightly to her chest. Faceless One inserted a comment, saying that one was worthy of the title of demonic master's son. The boy was already preparing for the debate. He was bad at them, but it would be even harder to last in a room with a shadow monster. The faceless monk asked his friend if he was ready, and he answered in the affirmative. Both men fell to their knees in front of Yu Lei. Clinging to his feet, those shrieked, calling Le Master. Faceless and Young Pai held onto the edges of Yu Lei's kimono. One said that his father was his master, and the other that he had fought under him. And since he's his son, they want to surrender, since Yu is their new master. The mother of the poisons was horrified, calling them traitors. How could they be so low? However, Li Shang and the old woman later cried out together, saying that those had forgotten about them as well. Zhao Sueli and Yu were in a state of incomprehension about what was happening. The guy tilted his head toward the 2 men on all fours. He said they needed to finish what they had started, but the 2 men said they were giving up. Yu Lei got angry and started shaking them to continue the tests. The old ones just watched, already fearing for their lives. Suddenly the woman realized something and her eyes widened greatly. The guy heard her mumbling and tried to listen to the words, but still asked what she understood already. Mother Yadai decided that Yu Lei had signed the contract to kill them, and had purposely pissed them off during the tests. Zhao bared her blade and shouted that she had had enough of this talk. The girl said that since those surrendered, they were contracted to go west. The entire 4 from the pleasure cult tensed up and fell silent, pondering. A second later they left, saying that they would meet again. Sueli and Lei were puzzled. Yu sat down on a chair, saying that he was very tired and they never got anywhere. Zhao, on the other hand, told him not to act like this, for it seems that he had greatly underestimated the mother of the 5 poisons. The girl said she couldn't have beaten their 4 now, so it was good that those left. The boy, however, suggested that we go to bed, for he was very tired. It had been a long day and night. Zhao told him to take his time, as they had something to discuss, and got into her robe. Yu Lei's head was immediately filled with dirty thoughts, and sweat broke out on her face. From her robe, the girl pulled out some kind of purple ball glowing in the light. She asked if Yu knew why the pleasure cult was after her. Lei said that maybe she had a grudge against them. Zhao, on the other hand, said that she stole the sorcery sphere from them. Sueli explained that the orb is the domain of the cult. The orb corrupts people, which is why it is dangerous. Yu rapturously looked at the sphere, asking if there were more of them. The girl quickly hid it in her robe, replying that there was such an orb still in the soul-devouring flag. However, through some circumstance, LOL was not received. Zhao didn't talk about the orb because she didn't think it was significant, and perhaps he had corrupted them both. Telling a mortal like him about the orb was dangerous. She continued, saying that things were different now. She had revealed all the cards, hence she was waiting for Yulei to share something of her own as well. The guy doubted if he should even tell her everything he had up his sleeve. And if he didn't, would she let him live? Thoth imagined gently taking her hand, starting the dialogue. Yu put the girl's palm to his chest and said that he came from another world to turn on the system. In fact, he should die. After that scene in his head, the guy realized that it was definitely not a good idea to talk like that. Zhao looked at him expectantly with her eyebrows slightly drawn together at the bridge of her nose. A faint sweat appeared on Yulei's face. He didn't like this look. He gathered his strength and began his speech, thinking carefully about every word he said. Raising 2 fingers up, Yu began to recite the words of the promise. The guy looked at her confidently, saying that he promises to never hurt her. Thoth said that he did have a couple of secrets, but that he definitely wouldn't hurt her. Zhao looked at him questioningly, as if assessing the veracity of his words. After which, Sueli smiled and said that she understood, after all, everyone has different cockroaches in their head. Yulei felt like an ass. He didn't think it would be this easy. 2 horses were pulling a large wagon through an empty field, leaving puffs of dust behind them. The roof of the wagon was painted with different figures at the corners. There was even something beautiful about it. Yulei was very upset, after all. The mother of poisons and her 4 had been very encouraging to him. He was outraged that everyone ran away as soon as they smelled burning, and even made his companion Zhao Sueli doubt him. The girl turned to the guy asking if everything was okay. He looked very uncomfortable. Immediately after that question, the guy felt sick. He covered his mouth with both hands. Lei almost threw up right in the wagon, but he managed to step back to the exit and open the door. Sueli came up behind him and told him to be patient for a little while. After all, it was safe here. Yes, they would be at the inn soon. The guy blurred, and for a long second his nausea stopped. After that, the nausea resumed. He doesn't need safety. Better let him finally die. He and Zhao finally reached the inn. The journey was quite long. The building wasn't huge, but it was quite beautiful from the outside. The girl said it was the only inn along the way, but it was usually more crowded. It was too quiet, and Sueli assumed that the pleasure cult might have ambushed them. Yulei, on the other hand, was twisting in all directions. He was desperate. Thoth figured he'd probably die of nausea before he got swatted. Someone's quiet footsteps were heard. Someone called Zhao by name. It was a red-haired girl. That one gradually approached them with a dangerous smile. Yu didn't react at first, hovering somewhere in his thoughts. After a second, however, he had already perked up his ears and started looking around. Suddenly, Sueli and Lee heard stomping. Obviously not 1 in 5 people. The girl looked around while Yu looked around in incomprehension. The stomping belonged to a large number of people. The 2 of them were surrounded by men in black robes. There were about 24 of them. Seeing so many people, Liu smiled, already anticipating a colorful battle. He thought, finally some fun. The girl who met them said the 4 were completely useless since there wasn't a scratch on these 2. She decided she would have to kill them herself. Zhao tensed, and Yu watched with interest. Sueli drew her eyebrows together and asked why she was here. The other asked with a smile, wondering if Zhao was scared by the chance. Yulei didn't understand. Did Sueli really get hurt badly? The red-haired woman leaped into the air, intent on reaching the girl. Zhao immediately drew her weapon, intending to defend herself. The attacker shouted to the girl to prepare for her death today. After that, black shadows immediately surrounded them, flashing their eyes and confusing them. A large number of shadows were smiling and shining their red eyes, trying to intimidate the opponents. Zhao swung her blade, swinging them all away from her, clearing a path for herself. Ta turned to the girl, asking if she really thought she was worth anything. Sueli got into a defensive posture, preparing for a serious battle. She looked determinedly at the shadows, already trying to figure out their weak point. However, unexpectedly for not only Zhao, but also for Le, she was overtaken. Yulei ran forward with a smile on his face, shouting that he would save her. It wasn't that he was contemplating this action. Yulei ran at the priestess, shouting that he would save Zhao Sueli. He wanted to lose his life faster. That one came in shock at not understanding what was happening. She really didn't expect such boldness from a human. Shock replaced horror. The priestess screamed in surprise, after which Li threw her quite a distance away from her and Zhao. The men in black robes whistled as they watched the trajectory of the woman's fall. She fell to the ground with a clatter, raising a cloud of dust with a grunt and a cough. One of the fighters approached her, asking if the woman was okay. Her face showed the exact opposite. The priestess tried to get up and told them to kill the two of them, and especially the guy. The girl's face was padded from the fall, and her gaze was full of anger. She wanted blood. Ta aggressively shouted for them to kill Yulei, for he had greatly dishonored her. All the fighters drew their blades and prepared to attack. However, before those attacked, Zhao used her power. Everyone in black robes was thrown off in different directions by the sound wave. The men screamed in terror and pain, for they were totally unprepared for such a strong attack. Yu meanwhile stood nearby, listening to the shouts of the fighters. The one was indignant that Miss Zhao wasn't giving him even a chance to say goodbye to his life. How could she even fight? Sueli smugly said that the strongest in the pleasure cult had fallen from her sword. Ta was surprised that such weak opponents had been sent to them. Why wasn't it the young cult master? The priestess only replied that he would avenge them and be more ruthless. After these words, the woman's eyes widened and she collapsed onto the stones without strength. Yu lay tensed up. Did she really just die like that? Behind him, he heard a blade strike the pavement and a thud. Someone fell down next. It turned out to be Miss Zhao, who fell down without strength, but fortunately did not lose consciousness. Li walked over to the girl and tried to sit her up, supporting her back. The one said she was very exhausted, and now even he could easily kill her. The guy thought the best thing for her to do was to take his life, but didn't voice anything about it. Yu only said that the priestess looked very strong. That one was amazed that she appeared so weak. Sueli said that even though she was a priestess of the cult, she could only teach. She wasn't capable of fighting at all. Li told Miss Zhao that she was too weak, and they should rest in the tavern now. Meanwhile, someone was sneaking up behind them. The unknown man swung his blade loudly, swiftly cleaving the air. Sueli reacted faster and pushed the guy away. He was astonished. How much longer can you attack them? This unknown person turned out to be the priestess. She once again waved her blade towards Zhao. The woman's blade hit her right side. Sueli called the Shui priestess Qing Mei. She mocked the girl and said she had only pretended to be dead to fool her. Miss Shui weakly held the blade as if to taunt her even more. Miss Zhao waved her hand vigorously, trying to push Qin Mei away from her. Sueli managed to move away from the woman, and by then Yulei was already rushing towards her. He covered her bleeding wound with his hand, asking how she was feeling. Meanwhile, Priestess Shui was already running away, saying that a wounded beast was the most dangerous, so she'd better leave. Last of all, she said that they would wait for Sueli at Dohoku. The priestess said not to forget that, or else she would use people from the suburbs for the sacrifice. Yulei shouted back at her that all she knew how to do was talk. The woman probably didn't hear, but the guy cursed under his breath anyway. In the suburb of Dohoku, sunlight illuminated a small house. A small river flowed nearby. The shadow of a huge tree was falling on the roof of the same house. It felt like it was about to fall. Suddenly, something or someone fell on the same roof, raising a huge ball of dust. That someone was a young master with golden hair. A yellow aura gathered around him. He looked down piercingly and barely smiled with the corners of his lips. He was greeted by the priestess of Shui, shouting and notifying everyone that the young master had arrived. Thuth gently made his way downstairs, chuckling slightly. He smiled smugly, pleased with his bright and loud appearance. Miss Shui saluted with a bow, greeting the master once again. The woman wanted to tell him the news about Zhao Sueli. However, as soon as she spoke her name, the young master seemed to evaporate. Thoth raised his voice from the crowd of fighters in black robes. He was scared, but the Shui priestess assured him that she had wounded the girl. The guy smiled, saying that the one did a pretty good job. Thoth grinned caustically. It was great for a sacrifice. The priestess watched her master's reasoning, looking at him slightly skeptical. The young man, on the other hand, had taken something to improve his strength. Now he could easily kill Zhao and take away her corruption sphere. Miss Shui was scared for the pleasure cult, for who knows what would happen to it after the battle. Meanwhile, Zhao Sueli was explaining to Yulei the paths of a cultivator, which were categorized into 5 stages: human, creator, spirit, Tao, and heaven. Sueli said that she was at the 10th rank of Tao, but the young master of the pleasure cult was at the 1st rank. The young master grabbed a few villagers, leading them in small groups to the sacrifice. Those who had their hands and feet chained, there was no way they could escape. One of the black-robed fighters shouted at them to kneel down. A weapon appeared in the air, surrounded by a fiery blue, eye-scorching aura. The young master took it in his hands, looking down at the villagers. That one flashed his eyes and said that today those would see the power of the soul-devouring banner. With one swing, he used the weapon, and the souls began to leave the bodies of the villagers. Souls began to gather and circle around the young master, and people's bodies began to fall to the ground. The guy lifted his head up, sniffing the air and smiling. Breathless bodies gathered at the young man's feet, some still squirming in pain. The guy enjoyed the moment and involuntarily wondered, what did Zhao Sueli's soul taste like? He flashed his eyes. He wanted to know what she tasted like right now. Yulei and Zhao Sueli finally checked into an inn on their way to Duhek. A small bird sat on a tree branch. It flinched when it heard the cry. The shout belonged to the Lagai. That one made a noise, for Zhao Sueli was not breathing. The girl was dead, and he had failed the mission. Now there was no point in going to Duheka. He didn't know what to do and was tearing his hair out of frustration. The girl lay on the bed with her side bandaged. You was too close to the target. There must be something. He stood over the girl in silence for a few seconds. Suddenly he pulled out a knife. Maybe that's how it'll work. Maybe if he kills her, the Wenshin cult will haunt him and spare his life. The boy brushed the thought away, throwing the cleaver out of his hand. This isn't right. Is he out of his mind? Yu looked at the girl again. The one had fallen down on his house from above and was fine. If so, she would defeat the cult as well. Even injured, that one was very strong. Yulei has a duty to save this girl. Small drops of sweat ran down Yulei's face. He didn't know how to help Zhao Sueli. Maybe indirect breast massage might help her now? Or maybe the girl needs CPR somehow. First, Yu prepared himself before the indirect chest massage, kneading his hands lightly. He made the first push and asked the girl several times to wake up, but she didn't respond. After that, Le began to vigorously press on Zhao's chest, shouting for her to wake up. Suddenly, a purple orb flew out of her robe. The guy looked at her with widened eyes, trying to identify the object. That one fell right into his hands. At first, Yu didn't realize what this thing even was. After that, memories began to pop up in his mind. For sure, Zhao Sueli had shown it to him. He looked into his palms, where the orb lay peacefully in his hands. The boy remembered. It was a sphere of sorcery. However, despite the importance of the artifact, that one set her back. Now was not the time for magical things. That one bounced a few times and rolled on the wooden floor, making a noise. The sphere stopped almost at the corner of the room. Yu was already eager to get started. Suddenly it dawned on him, and indeed it did. The sphere of sorcery is a very important artifact. A purple aura appeared around the sphere, and it was as if it was on fire. The sphere began whispering to the guy that it could grant any wish he wanted. He just needed to approach. Yulei stared at the burning orb for long minutes, thinking about something. Then, as if hypnotized, he reached out his hand to her. He had the orb in his hands now, staring at her mesmerized. She was getting hotter and hotter. After saying that, the guy smiled evilly. Since he had the orb, the pleasure cult should definitely kill him. He imagined running away from the priestess of Shuya and her assistant. Yulei knew that he could still die, however. He had a problem. A trickle of sweat trickled down his cheek. He tensed hard. The boy bit his lip and almost cried as he thought about how his luck was always bad. It meant that without Sueli, the pleasure cult probably wouldn't find him. Thoth shifted his gaze to the girl lying there. This would be the first time Lu would have to save someone's life. He leaned down to the girl's lips and began to give her CPR. His cheeks flushed slightly. The boy looked at Zhao hopefully. A little less than a minute passed, and the man realized that it didn't help. He just couldn't let Sueli die. Yui cried out, saying that he would simply be lost without the girl's presence. He started crying like a baby, saying he'd rather be hurt. Yulei knelt down and lay on the edge of the bunk with his torso, already trying to come to terms with Miss Zhao's death. Suddenly, the guy heard someone calling his name, and movement was heard on the bed.
Zhao Sueli, she's alive.
She was born in the very, very distant mountains of the Wen Sword cult. Zhao Sueli started practicing since she was a child, doing different exercises. The lake near where she practiced had lily pads blooming almost every year. The girl always strived to become brave and diligent so that she would never betray fear to her enemies. Her teacher had told her that the only way to get ahead was to deprive herself of romantic relationships. So when love letters were sent to her, she didn't reciprocate. Zhao promised herself not to look for love in someone, but only to serve the sword faithfully. That was why many people trembled when they saw the girl's sword in action. Sueli had always stuck to the path of a cultivator, not daring to change her path. Ta decided she was willing to do anything to protect her goals and priorities. The girl was even ready to die, and then she opened her eyes abruptly. Everything around me was hazy, no clear detail. The sun was shining too brightly, illuminating the room. When she was struck by the priestess of Shui, she knew it wasn't going to be that easy. There's no way to break through the pleasure cult. She's too weak for that right now. However, the sorcery realm was too powerful. The girl wanted to take it to the Wen Sword cult to be destroyed. Zhao had already come up with a plan in which Yu himself would have to go to the Wei cult, and Sueli would have to go to Duheku. But even if there is a plan, there is an equally important issue. Can Zhao Sueli trust Yulei? Is he as trustworthy as he pretends to be? She was really touched by the guy's speech about the shower. She even almost let a tear fall there. However, the fact that he hid his origins from her alarmed her. That was why she pretended to be dead to test him. Zhao wanted to see the real Yulei, after all. Who knows what he was hiding? When the guy leaned over her and started pressing on her ribcage, she was a little shocked. As he yelled for her to wake up, the girl thought about how that was impossible. It's impossible that he would really want to save Sueli's life. After a sphere flew out of the kimono, that one was already ready to check on Lei. However, the man simply flicked the ball away without even looking at it. Zhao was shocked by this. Maybe he just doesn't know what the sphere is capable of. When the guy yelled out that Sueli couldn't die, the girl couldn't believe that she really wanted to be saved. But then he performed CPR. The girl remembered her friend's stash. Did the action resemble what she had read there? She immediately dismissed the thought as Yui began to fill her lungs with air. Though in a strange way, he's really trying to save her. When Yu started crying like a little baby, Zhao skeptically thought about how strange it all was. They know each other very little. And when the guy fell to his knees in front of the bed, that one was completely bewildered at all. The sphere of sorcery lay beside her on the bed again, glistening slightly from the light falling on it. It burned with purple fire, as if begging to be picked up. It was strange how Yule immediately agreed to help the girl. He learned how to defeat the mother of 5 poisons and her company and won, and Yu protected her without a fraction of fear, even as the poison gradually flowed through his veins. The one didn't share his secrets, yet was willing to protect without something in return. Zhao's face turned red. I think she was beginning to understand. Sueli started to rise up, thus perplexing the boy. He looked at her with wide-open eyes. The girl realized that it seems like Yule really loves her. Zhao Sueli raised herself slightly, stepping out of her role as a dead person. Her cheeks were burning. Yule looked at Zhao perplexedly and said that he was glad to see her awakening. The sphere of sorcery lay nearby and glowed more brightly than before. The girl, on the other hand, pondered over Yule's feelings. When could he have fallen in love with her? Could it be love at first sight? Ta imagined them getting married in the future. Now she understood why he was willing to give his life for her. But what about his feelings? Thinking about it, Sueli's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Yule is talented and smart, but she swore to herself not to fall in love. However, Lei is also the son of a demonic master, and if a cultivator's strength appeared, he would be the strongest. Zhao slammed her fist on the wall with all her might, interrupting her thoughts. She couldn't give up her oath to serve her sword so easily. Sueli is not some mortal. Yule should not fall in love with her. The girl can't reciprocate, for that would cause her to go off the path. Yui smiled at her and asked her how she was feeling. The girl clutched her breasts. Why was he so handsome? But the second she grabbed her hair and started screaming at herself. She can't fall in love. Lea looked at the girl. She must be deciding what to do with him. Sueli finished and said she had something to discuss with him. The guy took her hand, and she let him help her up. Yule doubted. Did the girl not believe that old mother of the 5 poisons? Toth pleaded in his thoughts that Zhao didn't believe her. He just wishes to die, that's all. Yu thought, what if he begged her on his knees with no clothes on? That probably wouldn't help. Just then, Zhao raised her voice. She said that she couldn't win at Duheku, and therefore Yu must go to the Wen Sword cult by himself. The boy looked at her perplexed. Does she want to go to Dukeka by herself? And she's so exhausted. Yule shrieked, saying that the one asking him for nonsense. Zhao said that they need to deliver the sphere to the cult, and therefore the sphere should go to the sword cult. In her mind, she felt sorry for Lei, because she thinks he is in love with her. The guy said loudly that he didn't care about the sphere and would go with her. No one should prevent him from dying. What was she even doing here? Sueli folded her hands in her lap. She said she didn't want him to die with her. Yui still stood his ground, saying that he would go with her even though. They came together, right? So they'll die together too. Zhao's cheeks flushed. She didn't expect such a speech. He cared for her that much? The girl blushed even more. He's so worried about her. Yu noticed the girl's redness and asked if she needed help. After these thoughts, she clutched her head. She has to pull herself together. She can't betray her vow. Zhao Sueli covered her face with her hands, telling him to bring her water as she was thirsty. The one said that as long as they were together, then he would do anything. Zhao fell into a stupor. While they're together? Together? Ta shrieked. Yule was too good. Meanwhile, the guy went to pour Sueli some water. She didn't answer him. Maybe he made her angry. And why didn't the system stop it anyway? That was really weird. The guy called up the system to ask the question he wanted to ask. Yu asked, why didn't she stop him if the guy was intentionally going to his death with Zhao Sueli? A download popped up on the screen, the system analyzing his request. The system analyzed all of Yule's actions and words before, preparing its response. She was silent for a few seconds, preparing that answer. Yu was eager to know the reason, so he hurried the system. It took too long for the system to process the answer. Ta said that if they work together with Zhao, he has a chance to survive, and he also has a reason to take the hit, so it's pretty much by the book. Le thought for a moment. What reason could he possibly have for taking the blow? Zhao asked Yu. Le why he wanted to go along with her so badly. Meanwhile, he was already picking up the empty glass. She gave him time to think. Maybe then he'd realize that none of this made sense. Lee, on the other hand, knew what to answer. The system had said the right words. He would just paraphrase them. The guy said that the two of them had a better chance of survival, so he should definitely go with her. Zhao looked at the guy with huge eyes. Is he really willing to do anything? And he doesn't care if the sphere ruins his life? He stared at her for a long second, then answered with a simple yes. The girl's world seemed to turn upside down. No one had ever said that to her before. She couldn't believe it. They were going to do this together? Yu agreed with the girl, saying they would really go together. Swaley began to shake slightly. Is he not scared at all? Yulei raised his right hand, ostensibly waving it away, and said no. Zhao blushed, her mind reeling. She was ready to break all her vows and go to the end of the world with him. She shouted her agreement. Maybe they could actually survive together. Yulei said with a smile that he would try his best. He was immensely pleased with her agreement. After that, the girl relaxed. She felt too good. She smiled, feeling lighthearted, too easy. Suddenly, something burst in Zhao's subconscious. Ta returned to the ground. There was something wrong with her condition. Even if it was so easy for her, Swilly still couldn't move away from her principles so easily. In any case, they couldn't be together. Ta shifted her gaze to Yulei. He's too nice to her, and she can't repay him. The guy shuddered. What had happened to Miss Zhao? Why did she get upset in the blink of an eye? At that moment, she was trying hard to think of something interesting and romantic to repay the guy. Ta clenched her hand on her chest. She should definitely think of something. With a determined look at Yui, she remembered that she had something in mind. Zhao asked the boy to sit down next to her, for she remembered an interesting poem. Lei looked towards the girl interestedly. Is this all because they are going to certain death tomorrow? Yulei took off his shoes and sat down. He wondered what kind of poem it was. They took the lotus pose together, and the girl started quoting. The boy liked the first lines. When the part about romantic feelings started, Yu felt insecure but still commented on it as a very beautiful poem. Next was a huge part about love. Yu wasn't sure if he liked it, but he said that part was pretty cool. After this comment, Zhao froze and her face turned black. Yulei trembled slightly. Sweat broke out on his face and he gently asked, "What did that even mean?" The girl leaned forward and grabbed Yui by the scruff of her kimono, pulling her to her. After that, the one pushed the guy down with all her might, still not out of the evil image. Yulei was in complete shock and incomprehension. Did this poem mean something? Yu lay on the bed and then Miss Zhao fell on top of him as well. She covered them with a blanket and asked them to make love to him. The guy's cheeks turned a deep red. Is he definitely in reality right now? Maybe he's asleep? Though swooped down, Lee thought about how strange this all was. The orb of sorcery still lay beside the bed. It was even hotter than before, and it might even be able to give off heat. Later the sun went down and the moon came out. That night the moon shone brighter than ever. Yulei asked the girl to slow down. The girl wouldn't even let him take a breath. The boy only just relaxed, however. Miss Zhao once again reached out to him. Yu's eyes widened. Well, what kind of tireless girl is this? That one shouted to Swilly to stop, for he was already very tired. Meanwhile, a grand plan has already been cooked up in Duheku. The young master was catching fish, but his assistants were hanging them on his hook. The young master swung the rod, confidently pulling out what felt like a big fish. His assistants saluted each other. The job was done. The master smiled, happy to see a large fish. Let Zhao Swelly get ready, after all. The plan was already in place. All she had to do was grab the bait. Yulei exhaled tiredly. He hadn't slept for almost a whole night and was now willing to give up everything for a good night's sleep. Zhao Swelly was lying next to him. She said that he refused close contact. She wondered what he meant. Wasn't that what they called making love? And then she asked him if they were seeing each other now. You thought about how stupid that one was. To move so much with so many wounds, he just couldn't agree. Zhao contentedly rolled over to the other side. This was the only thing she could do for Yui's sake. Afterwards, she called his name quietly. The boy asked what she wanted. Zhao took one of her hands in the other and timidly asked the guy to hug her. Yulei was slightly dumbfounded. He hadn't expected such a thing. Sully could be so gentle at times. The guy turned and hugged her. He said he would do everything to protect the girl tomorrow. The day came. Yulei dragged Miss Zhao on his back. They were going up the hill. Those had already arrived at Duheika. Suddenly a young master appeared in front of them. He said that he was expecting Zhao Sueli. Yu immediately let the girl go and said that he was leaving him to her. The young master mockingly pitied her. He wanted to fight and see who was stronger, but he was afraid he might kill her with a flick of his pinky finger. Zhao drew her weapon. An aura like pink fire surrounded her. The master looked at her skeptically, expecting an attack. Sueli jumped up and attacked the young man in that second. The one didn't expect such a quick reaction, but fended off the attack. After that, he fell to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. The young master looked at Zhao in astonishment. Was she uninjured? She led all of them. Whereupon he shouted out the name of the priestess, saying that she was a liar. Her master waved his weapon, about to take the woman's power. Shui Qingmei looked at him in horror. She wanted to justify herself. But he didn't care about excuses. He didn't want to listen to her. Yulei stared shockedly at both the priestess and the master. The soul gradually left Shui's body. The young man was angry. After taking her energy and soul, he realized how pathetic she was. She had very little cultivation. You looked at all of this and concluded that this master was crazy. Killing his own people? That's so stupid. After that, the young master looked at Zhao. He flashed his eyes and said that she would be next. The young man was glad to have a tasty refreshment soon. Li asked Zhao to be careful, for the master was even more dangerous than he thought. The girl assured him that everything would be fine. Sully said that he sent his men after her as if he was afraid of losing. Was he ready to repay the past master? The young master scoffed at Zhao. He had long ago realized that his father was talentless, yet the girl had helped him by taking his energy. Now it was her turn to be in his father's shoes. The young man extended one arm, thrusting forward with great speed. He suddenly blew the girl away. The girl had not expected an attack of such strength at all. Yulei was startled and shouted out her name, trying to be supportive. He realized that he had relied too much on Zhao. Blood came out of the girl's mouth. She was too wounded. She wouldn't be able to win on her own. Yulei must save her and therefore wanted to shout to the young master that the spheres were not here. In the same instant, a weapon appeared in front of him. The guy didn't even have time to finish his sentence. Another day at the inn on the way to Duhek, Yulei and Zhao Sueli had a rough evening. The cultivator hugged Yu again. He didn't even realize when or how it happened. That one had prioritized coming up with a plan where he should die, not her. In that second, an idea came into Yui's head that should definitely help her survive the battle. The guy recoiled from Zhao and asked if the sphere was the reason her wounds weren't healing at all. The woman was slightly taken aback. The unexpected question caused her to hesitate to answer, but she later confirmed Yulei's guess. After that, the boy hesitated. She prioritized the safety of the sphere, but not her health. Zhao stared at Yu in bewilderment. He was so deep in thought that he didn't even pay attention to the question. After a few seconds, he asked if not having a sphere would make Sueli's job easier. She thought about it for a moment, and she was right. Without her, she wouldn't have to sacrifice herself, and she might even be able to destroy the enemy. Currently, the young master was pointing his weapon at Yulei. However, the guy said that the realm of sorcery was not theirs. He spread his arms out to the sides and yelled about hiding it so that if the master killed them, he would never be able to find the orb. A faint sweat appeared on Yu's face. He couldn't anticipate the actions of this young man, because if he killed his own, he was afraid of what he would do to them. The one in turn only grinned sharply. What does he propose to do? Lei didn't reply, but ran up to Zhao Sueli, who was barely on her feet. That one thought that she would be able to build up the energy to win, so he wouldn't sacrifice himself. Hearing this, Yu frowned. Sueli was so stupid to think that he wouldn't sacrifice himself. The girl turned to face the man and with a slight hiss of pain said the rest would be up to him. This was when the young master interjected. He was a bit taken aback, not understanding what Yulei's words meant and where they were sharing the sphere. The guy stepped away from Sueli and said he would only tell when the two of them were released. The young man covered his face with his hand and made a sound like laughter, and later he actually laughed. Following him, his fighters in black robes started laughing. They did not hesitate to show complete disrespect to Yulei. The young master asked with a crazy smile, did they really think he was such an idiot? Yu looked at the young man skeptically, as he said he could send his men on their way, and they would easily find the orb. The master smiled smugly. Did they really mean to fool him like that? He's not some kid. Now it was Lei's turn to smile, for the young master was indeed wrong. That one said that even Zhao didn't know the location of the sphere, and here the pleasure cult master was so confident in his men? Yula smiled smugly, asking if the young man's people would really be able to uncover his plan since he had found out about the sphere literally just now. Here the young master hesitated. The banner didn't work, which meant that he wasn't lying and they didn't have the sphere. He frowned, looking at the guy incredulously. Is he trying to scare him? Oh no, that would be difficult. His weapon can find the orb, so he'll check every merchant in the world and find it. Yu chuckled enigmatically, introducing the pleasure cult master into a perplexed state. Liu said he had locked the orb with something, and without the right key, it was impossible to use the orb. There's been an upheaval in the young master's head, an explosion. This can't be happening. The one hesitantly asked if the guy was referring to an artifact of the secret lockdown cult. Yulas said with contrived disappointment that the latter was quite smart. He was astonished that such a thing existed, because he had just made it up. Yu then walked over to the young master and gave him a friendly hug, whispering a warning in his ear that if he killed Zhao, it would ruin his reputation. The young man agreed with Yulei, however. He said that he couldn't let her go. What if the boy lies to him and he will be left with nothing? After that, Yu suggested that the young master step back to talk. Zhao watched the whole thing with interest. Le calmly said that if the young man let Sueli go, he would show him where the sphere was. However, they would have to sign a contract to keep the girl safe. The young master stared intently at his interlocutor, pondering. Right now, he didn't care about anything but the sphere, but he wouldn't be able to kill it even after obtaining the artifact. After much deliberation, the young man gave in and agreed. The most important thing now was the sphere. Those immediately signed a contract that Zhao Sueli would not be killed if Yu gave up the sphere. The guys split up on both sides right after the so-called peace treaty was signed. Lee Fairley walked up to Swilly, saying that he had completely sorted everything out. The girl was shocked. After that shock was replaced by admiration, she clapped her hands and smiled. Suddenly, Yu cried out, shouting that there was a flying sausage behind Zhao. She turned around perplexed, looking for it. Meanwhile, the boy slid behind her back. Immediately afterward, he hit her with all his might. The girl swayed in surprise. Yulei closed his eyes and apologized to the girl for his actions. After all, he was doing it for her good. Zhao turned around, looking at him with widened eyes and asking what he was doing. The guy panicked. Apparently it doesn't work on cultivators. He then took out the strange powder he had stolen from the pleasure cult master. Swelly looked at him, asking what it was. Yu didn't answer, but just blew the powder into her face. She was stunned, already realizing what it was. The girl was slowly losing consciousness, but before she did, she looked at him with a look full of regret and sadness. After that, she fell on Yulei's chest. The latter immediately caught her so that she wouldn't get hit. The guy was confident in his actions, but apparently Zhao misunderstood his intentions. Yu picked Swelly up in his arms. This was the only way he could make sure she was safe. He carried and put her into the boat, already about to let her go free on the sea. The boy hoped she could take it from here. He couldn't put her in that kind of danger. Yui took one last look at Swelly. He was sure that she would get out safely. After which Lo pushed the boat, and it raced through the water with great speed. The guy was completely splashed with water. A small turtle even landed on his head. He stood in a stupor for a few more seconds. What were those boats so fast? But at the same second, his thoughts were interrupted by a voice. It belonged to a master of the pleasure cult. The one glared at him angrily, saying that he probably wouldn't catch up with her anymore, right? Yu looked into the distance and said that if the golden-haired girl tried her best, she would definitely catch up with the boat. The first part of the plan succeeded. The young master swung his banner, pointing it at the boy. He demanded an answer about the orb's location. The man scratched his head and said, "Okay, right now it's going to happen." Yulei made a loud clap with his hands, putting them both together. The second part of the plan had succeeded. The guy said with a smile on his lips, unfortunately lying to him. He didn't think to tell where the sphere was. The young man's face turned black with anger. He froze in bewilderment at first, digesting Yu's words. Then the veins in his eyes became more visible and his eyes turned red. He began to shout, "What kind of a circus has he organized?" The aura around the young master turned fiery blue. The third part of the plan also succeeded. The turtle on Yulei's head raised its paw, ostensibly urging the young man to approach. The guy followed her as well, only also yelling for him to come over. The young master went into a full-blown rage. He shouted that he would use all the most sophisticated methods to kill him. Yu said with a stone face to stop talking and attack already, for he was tired of waiting. The young man took out his banner. The fiery blue aura around him flared even stronger. It promised to eat his soul and scatter his spirit. A magical skull flew out of the weapon. It was approaching Yulei, intending to devour his spirit. The boy stood there with his tongue hanging out in anticipation. He couldn't wait to be killed. However, suddenly Yu had a thought. Did the young man promise to eat his soul? Something had been told to him about that. Toth remembered what the system had said. It had said then that such an action would be reflected doubly by killing the enemy. After this memory, Lee froze. Killing the enemy. That's just awful. The young master reached him. A huge stream of energy surged into the guy's body. Yu grunted. Soul-sucking was not the most pleasant process. One could even say painful. That one cursed under his breath, the energy gradually leaving him. Damn, master. The boy's eyes rolled back, and it seemed that death was close at hand. It is already coming at his heels, waving its scythe. It's all blurred. It's not clear or visible at all. It was like he was looking at everything with tears in his eyes. However, a second light suddenly appeared, yellow like the sun and hopeful. It came from Yulei, who locked his two hands together, pressing them against his torso. After that, it was as if he was attacking. A tremendous force flowed from his body in all directions, blowing away everything in its path with a shockwave. The pleasure cult master fighters were frightened when they saw such an enormous power that covered them head to toe. Yu flew up and attacked from there. All of his strength headed down towards the fighters and the young master. Everyone was fleeing so that the force wouldn't take them too. No one wanted to lose their lives. The master looked up as the light slowly swallowed him up. He stood in a stupor, completely unaware of what was happening. The power finally reached him, but he still didn't understand the level of its danger. He wondered what was going on. The young man began to tear up, looking at the whole thing with eyes widened with horror. After that, the master fell into the unknown. He was washed away like sand on a beach. A strong wind blew. The ash clouds were carried to the water, and there they were dispersed and soaked. The turtle on Yulei's head gazed at the shore absent-mindedly, quietly quacking. The look on the guy's face was almost exactly the same as the turtle's. He was in complete shock. His eyes were bruised from using so much energy. He cursed quietly to himself, as almost all the people had been blown away. Yu Lei crawled along the shore, looking for something completely incomprehensible. It was all over. His expression was disappointed and sad. The turtle was still on his head. Suddenly someone called out to him, the voice moving closer and farther away from him. It seems after a while Yu recognized the voice, for his facial expression changed. Slightly taken aback, he turned around at the voice as the turtle gripped his head even tighter. Zhao Sueli was running towards him. How did she even end up here? The guy asked why that one had come, and in his head was cursing that useless powder. The girl said slightly angrily that she was awakened by a huge pillar of light. That one had come because she was worried that those had reached the heavenly level, and Yu had gotten hurt. The guy assured her that she had nothing to worry about, as everyone had been destroyed by the beam of light. Li started grumbling about how pathetic those were, but Zhao paid no attention to it. As long as the one was fine, then she didn't care about the pillar of light. Zhao and Yu returned to the inn they had stayed at about 24 hours ago. Those left the sphere under the bed in their room and were surprised when no one picked it up. The orb was still blazing with a purple aura, glistening beautifully in the sunlight. Yu Lei took the orb and said that while Sueli was injured, she would stay with him. He put the sorcery orb into the kimono where the turtle was already sitting. The girl agreed and afterward covered her face with her hand. She felt sick. Zhao Sueli first started to feel wobbly, after which she fainted without strength. Yui stood there in shock. Was she seriously going to faint again? He thought she was much better now. The guy was already rushing to help her. Right now, she must be brought back to the Wensword cult. The clouds had gotten dense and large from the puffy clouds. It must have been an hour or two. Yu Lei was dragging Sueli, who still had no way of gaining strength, on his back. The guy was very tired and was breathing heavily. It seemed like he and Zhao were almost there. Stopping and catching his breath, Yu looked around for the cultist. Seeing nothing made him feel out of place. Maybe he didn't see something? He turned to Sueli, saying that there were no cults here. He assumed he had just come to the wrong place, but the girl told him to go to the stone. Then she pointed her finger at several huge stones, asking him to take her to it. Li obediently walked over and lowered her to the ground. She panted slightly, leaning on her arms. Ta looked confidently at the stones, searching for the right one, and hummed, arching her eyebrows to the bridge of her nose. Then she placed her palm on the smooth stone. She put her palm on the smooth stone, and Yu began to wonder if this was the right place. However, after a few more seconds, the stone under Zhao's hand glowed. Different patterns began to appear in the air. They rose higher and higher to the sky. Following those lines, the lines of houses began to emerge. They were in the crowns of the trees in the forest. Yu Lei was completely flabbergasted, so that was it. This was an invisible city. That was why he couldn't see it. Then this city on a little piece of land just took off into the sky. It was very exciting. Yu made a sound like admiration. The sun illuminated the city, making it even more beautiful. Suddenly, someone parted the air, making Yu wary. Sweat broke out on his face. He shrieked determinedly, asking what was wrong. His turtle peeked out of his kimono and quacked. 3 people jumped down from the flying city. Obviously, those were from the Waysword cult. As far as the guy could see, it was 2 men and a girl. Those ran to meet Yu Lei and Zhao, shouting about how happy they were to see Lady Sueli. In a second, they had the girl, who was barely able to rest her arms on the ground. The main man said that they would take her to treatment now. After that, they immediately flew away. Yu was a bit taken aback as he was in an unfamiliar place. The turtle by the scruff of his neck was also shocked. After a few minutes, the guy saw someone start to walk back. It was the head young man. He apologized for that and thanked him for saving their mistress. Li was slightly offended, but brushed it off anyway and asked the kid's name. Suddenly a sound came from somewhere, and Yu perked his ears, watching interestedly. It turned out to be the strange green crystals on the belt of the guy in front of him. A huge number of questions immediately poured out of them at the same time. The people from the crystals called the man Master Guang. Yu Lei did not comment on this in any way, but only made a very strange expression on his face. Guan was furious and shouted that he had already said he would only be away for a few minutes. Suddenly, one of the crystals turned red, and from there, pleas for help were heard. Master Guan threw a worried glance at that phone. He then said that he would be there soon. Yu looked at the young man uncertainly, not understanding what was happening. Master Guang put Yu Lei on his flying board. He told the boy about the area just like a real guide. After that, those flew upwards at full speed, leaving a trail behind them like an airplane in the sky. Those arrived at their mentor's residence. The entrance was labeled * Pure Heart and Some Desire. Yu chuckled in his mind at that. Master Guang opened the doors to the residence. Inside, everything inside glistened as if it was all made of gold, although Le could have sworn it was. The boy froze at what he saw, his eyes bulging slightly. He had never seen such expensive decorations anywhere. Master Guang was greeted by a maid, informing him that his mentor was waiting for him in the water pavilion. Seeing the ladies made Yu Lei's nose bleed. He was still slightly shocked. The boy turned to Guan, asking if this was definitely the mentor's residence and not a soul-sucking place. The man was slightly shocked at such a statement. He even became slightly uncomfortable. Both boys were awkwardly silent, and neither one interrupted the silence until it was time to go to their mentor. Yu and Guang came to the water pavilion. It was on the street near the sea. Master Guang introduced Lei to his mentor, saying that he was accompanying his lady Zhao. A turtle half emerged from Yui's kimono. It looked at the old man in front of him with a detached look. The mentor had a very long beard and hair. He also wore clothes that were much more revealing than the rest of the Wen Sword clan. The clan head greeted Yu Lei, and the latter was willing to swear that he had seen his twisted fantasies about him and Zhao Sueli. The guy was amazed that someone like him was even a mentor for an entire cult. The old man turned to him again and asked Yu to tell him more about the journey. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man began his story as soon as everyone was seated in the gazebo. Lilies were growing in the water nearby. The lilies were already in bloom and were being nourished by the sun, shimmering beautifully in the light. When Yu held out the sphere of sorcery to the cult leader, he was amazed that the guy agreed to keep it with him. The man took the orb from the man's hands. It shimmered beautifully in the sun. You could even see through it. The mentor said that since Zhao trusted him, those could fulfill his every wish. Yu Lei hummed thoughtfully. He didn't know what to ask for without arousing their suspicion yet. A little earlier, he and Master Guang had run into some place before going to see the mentor. The young man from the sword Kalen was informed that one of them had been mortally wounded in battle. Guan asked to arrange a funeral for him, saying it was an honorable death for their clan. At that moment, Yu leaned over interestedly, for he wanted to see the corpse. That man had many wounds, was missing an arm, and had a huge wound on his face. Even then, the guy came up with one very interesting idea to help realize his plan. Right now, Yu Li will ask the mentor to join the Wen Sword clan. This is a great opportunity. This cult is full of victims, and one day he could definitely be one of them. The head of the clan was slightly taken aback. He had not expected this from a human. They thought he would wish for treasure and happiness in the human world, but not this. Yu stared at the old man in astonishment, saying that he didn't have this kind of desire. The mentor continued, saying that the path in their clan is quite hard. He could die at any moment fighting for their cult. However, the boy said that it would be an honorable death. The old man went on anyway, explaining that even simple training here was complicated, and any slip-up would cost him great sacrifices. His life would be short. Was Liu ready for that? The boy told the man confidently, and with a smile, that he wasn't afraid to die at all. The old man looked at the orb and after a moment's thought decided that he would give him a chance. In a few days they'd have a screening, so if he passed the test, he'd be accepted. The cult leader asked Guan what other trials they had left. The latter replied that it was the climb to Sword Peak. The mentor turned to Yu Lei, saying that an exception had been made for him, and if he passed this test, they would allow him to join. The head sent him to fetch Qi-Er. She should show him the way to the trial. When Master Guang and his mentor were left alone, the former asked if there was anything else the master wanted. The man grabbed his head and said he had a severe headache. Ziyu stared at him with wide eyes. The strongest cultivator was really suffering from a headache right now? After that, the guy became more serious. He asked, could it be because of Yu Lei? Could there be something wrong with him? The man huffed, saying that there was definitely something wrong with that kid. He was definitely not an ordinary hunter. After which the latter spoke about Sueli. Master Guang listened attentively to his mentor. Tu asked if he really thought that Zhao could have sizzled the pleasure cult with such wounds. Ziyu's eyes widened. So the head wants to say that it wasn't Sueli who destroyed him, but this person? The old man handed him the orb and told him to look at it more closely. Guan shrieked with indemnity. He loved all sorts of dangerous artifacts like this sphere. The mentor slapped the guy to stop making a fool of himself and get serious. The kid holding his cheek said he understood. She had been with him long enough, but he was in his prime. The man exhaled, saying that although Yu had a human body, his soul was the spirit of a heaven-ranked cultivator. If his spirit was awakened, the guy would be affected by absolutely nothing. How does his soul even connect to his body? Master Guang shrieked, saying that such a thing was not possible at all, and even if it was, Yu hadn't developed cultivation yet. The mentor calmly responded and said that he only knew 4 cultivators of this rank. The most recent one was a demonic swordmaster from 500 years ago. Before him, there was a supreme Taoist that ruled even earlier, as much as 2,000 years ago. There was also one cultivator before him, and it was the Taoist without a sword that ruled 6,000 years ago. And of course their founder, who kept heading east. It is not known how long ago it existed. A faint sweat appeared on Ziyu's face. Doesn't the head want to say that Yu Lei can become as powerful? The old man said that anything can happen. Fate can be capricious, so who knows what will happen. However, if luck is on their side, Yu Lei will raise their clan to unprecedented heights. And if not, Yu will leave behind devastation and a great deal of death, and their clan will fall into oblivion. Gwen shouted out that in that case, they couldn't let the one stay. The sword demon had already destroyed their clan 500 years ago. The mentor didn't approve of Ziyu's stance, saying that now their clan was on the verge of collapse, and they needed to increase their power. Otherwise, the demonic clan would destroy them instead of Yu Lei. Meanwhile, Yu Lei was trying to join the trial. The man shouted that he couldn't allow him right now. Chier argued with him, saying that maybe now was a special occasion. However, the man did not compromise at all. After informed that it was an order from the elder himself, the guy's gaze softened, and he let pass. The girl gave a final shout of good luck wishes, and the guy thanked her and said he'd treat her next time. Yu was led into a special room, and he was surprised at the number of fighters gathered for the test. It was full of girls, men, and it seems even children. Everyone was standing around waiting. A few seconds later, a huge bell rang, which alerted everyone to the start. Afterward, a man stepped onto the stone wall, beginning his speech by admiring their cult. Everyone listened attentively to the fellow. He said that if they wanted to join the cult, they had to prove their strength again. This was the final test, the toughest, and may all who are worthy pass it. Yu looked up, marveling at the sight. The host introduced the challenge. It was called the Peak of the Sacred Sword, which was right behind the stage. Lu covered his eyes from the sun. This peak was indeed very tall. If it were in the human world, it would definitely earn the title of a natural wonder. Finally, the host said that everyone would have only 1 hour to climb as high as possible. The condition was not to fight each other. Eula scoffed in thought. Was that really all this was? The body he had transmigrated into was strong, so climbing the mountain would be easy. The man shrieked, alerting everyone that the last final challenge was starting right now. As soon as the guy approached the steps, he already thought he'd win. Just climb up and that's it? What kindergarten? He resolutely looked forward. Very soon, Yu would become a member of the Wei Sword clan. After a while, Yu Lei was already screaming from exhaustion. He couldn't bear to climb the mountain anymore. The guy spat furiously. Why the hell couldn't he move his legs properly? All participants have already passed above the halfway point, reaching the top very soon. Yu Lei even joked about how those are completely like the crew members. How can they be so resilient? Unfortunately, even with Chen Fei's strength, he was still the very last participant. It was so unfair. He makes a tremendous effort to get to the top, but is still only halfway there. Meanwhile, the 3 from the Wen Sword clan were watching them, assessing everyone's abilities. The final challenge was not easy because it is not only climbing the mountain, it has magic power, and the first 2 steps have a special gravity. This test is also known as the Peak of Death test, and after 200 steps, the most important part of the test begins. The other man oohed, staring intently at this so-called screen. The first candidate has finally walked over 200 steps already. Everyone stared intently at the portal screen, looking for that one lucky guy. It was the candidate with the fiery red hair. She stopped to catch her breath and already felt victory in her hands. The girl looked down. She had gone down 200 steps, and there was no one here to give her a challenge. It was the daughter of the emperor of the Sidin country, Zuo Yuhan. When she came, she begged to be taken for trials. And it was because the man saw potential in her that he decided to take the girl into the clan. It was no surprise to one of the trio that this girl was number 1 in the challenge. However, his co-worker said not to be so sure. The woman was more favorable to the other candidate, for the one was born without any powers and is still here. Zuo Yuhan looked up, confidently intending to continue her climb. The girl decided that she would try and hold her first place. No one would overtake her. And finally, she stepped on the 200th step. Who knows what's about to happen? Suddenly, someone started shouting cheers. In front of Zuo, there was a huge number of people kneeling in front of him. She was stunned. Was it really her that these people were greeting and worshipping? How did Zuo even end up here when just a second ago she'd been at the trial? Her maid said the girl's mother was fine, so there was no need to continue. Zuo Yuhan abruptly turned to the maid, not expecting such a turn of events. Immediately afterward, however, someone called out to her, pulling her sharply but gently to herself. It was the mother. She clasped her daughter to her side, talking happily about how lucky she was to have such a daughter. Zuo cried out, saying how wonderful it was that mother was okay. She relaxed into her embrace. In the real world, that one stood on the 201st step with cloudy eyes. The girl had already been caught. The observers, meanwhile, just watched. However, the one who was drowning for the girl shrieked. This is only the first hallucination. How could that Zuo be so useless? His co-worker said that the 200th through 400th steps show the participant's deepest desires. His applicant is young and has many desires. Zuo overtook Fang Qingshu, calmly and measuredly moving down the steps. At the same moment, it began to swim in front of his eyes. Toth made a sound that sounded like surprise. The boy was surrounded by hallucinating girls who affectionately called him their prince. But the one did not hesitate very beautifully and elegantly drew his sharp sword. He swung it lightly and swept the blade of the blade across the figures that appeared before him. Those were cut to pieces, while Fang calmly walked forward, completely unmoved by the temptation. Qingshu made an uncertain gesture with his hand, telling himself that these were mere illusions. He can't stop himself. Another swing of the blade followed, cleaving the air and everything in its path. The hallucination that followed was an image of a member of his family, but that one cut even her off. Fang Qingshu's father was next, but the hallucination was also completely cut off. The guy put his sword to his back, making that strange gesture again, placing his hand in front of him. The woman waved her fan. This was definitely exactly what she expected. Meanwhile, her colleague prayed that Zuo would finally wake up. Zuo Yuhan was still in her hallucinations, unable to come out in any way. Everyone else going through this trial was also under the influence of their dreams. Yu Lei, being at the 188th step, was watching them and was in incomprehension. Immediately afterward, however, he dismissed any thoughts, focusing on walking. The observers were already evaluating the participants. Fang was already at the 421st step. Mentor Kao was still hoping for her awakening. Master Guang came to them unexpectedly, evaluating the results of the participants. Fang had achieved an excellent result, and Zuo was in second place. The master looked at the so-called scoreboard and oohed. He was interested in the last place. And of course, it had Yulei on it, who was at the 193rd step. Guan wondered, didn't the elder say that he had great potential? Although, if he theoretically wanted to destroy their clan, it would be better to let him lose. He was already barely crawling, his arms trembling slightly from fatigue, but he couldn't afford to fail. He finally reached the 200th step and stood on it joyfully, with all confidence. At first, nothing happened. The guy just tried to catch his breath as quickly as possible. But after that, he realized that something very strange was obviously happening to him. Yu cast his eyes downward. Was he not wearing any clothes? And where was his turtle anyway? Where did it disappear to? Yu Lei found himself in the pool along with several pretty girls. Those encouraged him to swim with them, calling him all sorts of cute nicknames. One of them ran up to the guy naked, asking why he wasn't coming. Did they give him a bad service? Lei looked at them unhappily, even slightly angry. He didn't care about that right now. He brushed aside the girl who ran up to him, telling her to stop all this outrage. The second girl that was in the pool turned to him, asking what was so important about perfection. Ta promised that if he stayed with them, they would let him relax. You didn't even seem to be listening to this young woman as he immediately went on the attack. He swooped down on the girl, causing her to fall, diving deep under the water. The guy said he was doing it for absolutely no perfection, calling the other one a fool. He did this only to finally forfeit this life by becoming the ruler of the world. Eventually, Yu woke up, the illusions starting to dissipate. The disappearance of attractive ladies was not the most pleasant feeling. Somewhere below, a familiar quacking sound was heard. Li began to look up and down the steps. It was his turtle. He picked it up in his arms, rubbing his cheek against its shell. Putting the turtle by the scruff of his neck, he was going to continue on his way no matter what happened. The watcher spotted Yu Lei, alerting everyone that someone was catching up. Her coworker said it was the kid at the end. He joined later than everyone else on the elder's orders. The second, tall man looked at the screen. Who was this Yu anyway that he was allowed to join? The first man, who was a little shorter, watched bewildered as Lei climbed the steps with confidence and speed. How is that possible? And then suddenly he stopped. The observers relaxed slightly. The first man wiped the sweat from his face, exhaling. That one had already managed to tense up. He said those were just lucky, but the contestant was really good. The other said that it was just amazing to go from the bottom step to the top 10. Master Guan stared at the screen in bewilderment. How could this even happen? Lei's turtle peeked out from behind his sinus, quacking to its master. It was more like asking why they had stopped. That's why the guy replied that he was just tired and needed a break. Yu is hungry as hell. The young man was sitting on one of the steps. He remembered the novel, and so he began to reason that maybe he should slow down. However, his subconscious was trying to shake himself away from those thoughts. Yu is afraid of dying? He needs to. Rubbing the cheek he had supposedly hit himself on, he remembered his goal. He must go higher. The woman on surveillance was shocked. Yu started to rise again. Why? Meanwhile, Lo began to accelerate, climbing the stairs with confidence. He must win! The woman came to a standstill. Didn't Yu Lei stop to rest? How long had he been going for? The tall man grinned and said cryptically, who even knows? The one continued, saying that maybe this young man, he would surpass even Fang Qingshu. Sweat broke out on the face of the female observer. She said the guy couldn't do it, and the tall man waved it off, saying he was joking. However, the lowly man stared at the screen and later shrieked, saying that, actually, the man was already catching up with Qingshu. Yu was a few steps away from Fan when those still didn't believe that Lei would overtake him. However, as soon as that one was in front, the entire trio fell into a bewildered and stuporous stupor. The tall man started yelling about how unbelievable it was. The shorter man watched him continue walking. How high was he going? Ziyu looked at this picture and was also shocked. Sweat broke out on his face, and his eyebrows drew up to the bridge of his nose. First, Yu Lei crossed the 450th step, the best result in 400 years. After a time, he reached the 500 mark as well. It hadn't been reached in like 500 years. Whereupon he crossed the 550 steps, securing the title of the best for the last 700 years. The entire trio of observers and Ziyu looked at Yulei with their mouths open as he reached the 620th step. That one jumped up to the 650th step, becoming the best in the last 1,000 years. Next, Yu jumped up to the 700th step, and almost reaching it, he began to get into funny poses. The observers were already almost catching heart attacks, and Master Guang was staring at the screen, wondering only one question. How did it happen that a person who, in the near future, could theoretically destroy the clan passed the test? However, before Yulei reached the 700th step, the host announced that the trial was over. The lowly man said that it must be that if the kid had more time, he would have reached the 700th step as well. Yulei was definitely a miracle. However, the man's co-worker interrupted him, saying that since he joined later than everyone else, it meant that Yu wasn't properly evaluated. The entire trio fell abruptly silent, as if in anticipation of something. Or did they have some kind of plan? After which those snapped out of their seats, leaving small puffs of dust behind them. Yulei was already trembling with fear when he saw their faces. Sweat was running down his face and his eyes were slightly scared. There were 3 shadows leaning over the guy. Meanwhile, he sat huddled in some corner. The trio assured Ellie that he had nothing to worry about. He just hadn't completed his tests, so now the Watchers would be fixing that. Yu reluctantly agreed, but his kimono had already been pulled on, exposing his chest. Afterward, one of the evaluators pulled out a small needle, which was jabbed into his chest. It was very painful because the boy shrieked, opening his eyes wide. The observers inserted the needle into the green stone, watching for a reaction. Sweat even ran down the face of the short man. He'd been too nervous this year. The others watched, and the woman shrieked, saying that something was happening. However, the red dot in the middle did not increase in any way, and seemed to even get smaller. Ziyu looked at all of this with open eyes, more out of indignation than shock. The observation was interrupted by Yulei's voice. The one whined that the needle prick was too painful. The entire trio turned sharply on him, and the boy felt uncomfortable. He asked, what were they even looking at? One of the Watchers told Yu to go rest. The guy was a little puzzled. Was it over so quickly? Then he turned around and shrieked happily. He was very tired from the ordeal. When Yulei left, everyone turned to the table and shrieked in indignation. This is too bad! The lowly man gibbered about how a level of chi like Yu's wasn't even close to comparing to Fang or Zuo. The second tall man was also gibbering. How could a person with such a strong heart have such a low level? The woman was desperate. Could the gods be mocking them? This is just awful. Master Guang was watching all of this, and some part of him was very happy. With such a low level of ki, he wouldn't even pass their easiest test. Having already arrived at the mentor's residence and hearing his residual verdict, Ziyu was completely shocked. Why should they leave him behind? However, the head said that the guy still has a lot to learn about fate, and the more you try to subdue it, the more it resists. Guan shrieked, saying that they had never taken someone with such a low rank before. But the elder only replied that he had climbed to the peak of the sword thanks to his own strength. It was foolish not to take it just because of fear. That's why Ziyu must accept you and register him into the clan with everyone else. If he doesn't step up, they will kick him out. The boy was silent for a long time, thinking about it. He had no choice. His word was nothing against the elder. But Guan said that since those were going to take the boy in, they would have to look after him harder. Meanwhile, Yulei was in a luxurious dormitory for new recruits. The guy was resting, happy for the opportunity. A turtle lay on a cushion next to him, also resting. Zhao Sueli had sent someone to give him the negotiation crystal so that the two could contact each other. Yu didn't know what would happen to the girl next. He had heard that Sueli's soul was damaged, so she was sent to a healer. But Yulei hoped that Zhao would recover soon. After all, this case was too serious. Finally, close to noon, they were all summoned to a class of registered participants. Yu was still just approaching the classroom, and loud voices could already be heard there. Someone was bragging about their achievements with someone else. However, those later moved on to talk about the results of Fang Qingshu and Zuo Yuhan. Those were definitely better. Meanwhile, Zuo Yuhan walked over to her friend, about to do something. Ta grabbed her friend's breasts and cried out, displeased that she was practicing in secret from her. The others in the room noticed this strange action and watched, wondering what was even going on in there. Yue, Zuo's friend, slightly twitched and joked, saying that maybe that one is endowed with a pure heart for studying and it's a secret. After which the opening of the door rang out. Yulei easily swung it open, walking into the classroom. He smiled smugly, must have been expecting the whoops and oohs at the sight of him. However, when it didn't follow, he tensed slightly, not out of character. Meanwhile, no one was even looking in Li's direction. All eyes were on the one couple. Even some 2 girls blushed at the sight of that picture in the middle of the hall. All eyes were on Zuo and Yue, who had their first kiss. Yulei even felt kind of uncomfortable. Now he realized why no one was looking at him. Yulei was in the classroom for the registered participants. Zuo Yuhan's face was as red as a tomato, but she was very angry. The girl was yelling at the guy for ruining such a moment. The guy was even taken aback by such a statement and hurriedly apologized, saying he hadn't noticed them. Suddenly, everyone turned their attention to Yu as well, recognizing him as someone who had passed the 690 steps. Zuo's ears were now perked up, looking at the guy. Someone had asked him to introduce himself. That was why Yulei got into a modeling pose and said his name while mussing his hair with his hand. Zuo Yuhan was already angry at that moment. Meanwhile, Yu listened to the admiration of the others in the class. Zuo shouted for attention, for this circus was already really annoying her. Everyone else in the room, and including Le, felt awkward and looked at her with big eyes. The girl pulled out her sword, saying that Yu didn't look like a legend at all. Ta said that according to the Qi ranking, the best is Fang Qingxu, and Yu is only a parody of him. Li asked what she meant. After all, Fang doesn't have to be good at everything, does he? Zuo, on the other hand, didn't listen to him, but only prepared to attack, and told Yu to show her his skills in combat. The guy was slightly taken aback, completely unprepared for this turn of events. However, Yuhan was already preparing to run at him, telling him to let his strength answer for the guy. That one snapped out of her seat in a second, making Yulei slightly anxious. She took a swing, but it was as if Li was frozen in place, unable to move. The sword blade was already at his face, as if to stop for the hunter. And right after that, Yu automatically crouched down. Zuo's sword blade sliced through the air. Then the young man bounced behind the girl's back, moving contentedly. Several people had. This development was expected, but it still surprised him. Yuhan half turned around. Someone like him had dodged her attack? Yes, she would make him suffer. She then made a full and sharp and dangerous turn during which one could easily fall. Next, she gripped her sword tightly and quickly ran at her opponent. Yulei looked at his hands. This body had the so-called conditioned reflexes of a hunter, which unfortunately saved him. Turning around, the guy once again saw Zuo behind him, who was already swinging for a punch. It was unexpected, and Lee had no intention of defending himself, so he just closed his eyes without moving from his seat. You heard the sword cleaving the air, but along with that, he heard a clang. Fang Qingxu defended Yulei at the last moment, thwarting Yuhan's attack. Yu closed his eyes even harder, biting his lower lip. This was something he hadn't expected. Zuo's eyes widened, his hand trembling slightly. Fang began his so-called speech by addressing the girl. While the hunter was perplexed at having survived again, Qingxu explained to Yuhan that she shouldn't use her sword against the other participants. The guy went on to say that their swords were only meant for fighting demons. The girl put her blade away and snorted. Fang set it aside as well, glaring slightly angrily at Zuo. Yuhan was angry. What should she do then? She doesn't want someone like him to get away with it, and Yu started it all. Meanwhile, Li put his palms together and turning to Fang, thanked him, saying that it was all just a misunderstanding. The guy smiled affectionately, saying that Yulei must have tremendous willpower since he had reached such a high stage. Zuo shouted, saying that Qingxu is a hypocrite. Just because Lei has climbed the mountain doesn't mean anything yet, because his qi level is too low. But Fan didn't give in to the provocation, saying that they were improving to protect the clan, not to compete with each other in glory. Yu appreciated his condescension and ability to choose his words. He deserved to be the leader of their class. Yuhan raised an eyebrow. Not for glory, then? Then why don't they make a bet? The boys looked at the girl with interest. Ta said she's betting, and over the next 5 years as a clan follower, she'll be the best. Then, a fourth voice suddenly appeared, shouting that it wouldn't take no for an answer. Everyone in the class turned around at the voice, immediately recognizing the guy as Master Guang. He was probably going to be their teacher. Master said that if they were going to use the Wensword clan as a gaming table. After a short pause, Ziyu squinted his eyes and said that in that case, they should be willing to gamble for their lives. Yu's eyes lit up. He said he liked how risky it sounded. The whole class came to a huge canyon from which black haze was rising. A few people came to the edge, looking down into the abyss. Those were intrigued and asked what it was. Master Guan replied that it was one of their trials called the Single Plank Bridge. One day their team got into a dangerous situation, and after that, this test was created. And if you lose concentration even for a moment, you will fall into the abyss, which is considered worse than death. And if they manage to get through, their spirit is strengthened. Yulei stood on the edge, looking into the canyon. On the first day, there was a great opportunity to die. The boy smiled, keeping his gaze on the black smoke. Perhaps this was not the worst fate, but a blessing. Guang turned to the three who had made the bet. He said that they didn't need to wait 5 years. By passing this test, they could already be considered the best. Right after the speech ended, Yulei volunteered to go first, talking about it almost every second so that he could be chosen. Ziyu was angry. Why is Yu not scared and even looks somehow joyful? His spirit looks truly strong. Is that one not afraid of danger? After that, Zuo Yuhan was the first to volunteer to go as well, causing Lei to huff. The girl said that she couldn't lose to a person with such a low level of qi. Well, Fang Qingshu volunteered after her, saying that it was best for Master Guang to summon his disciple first. Thoth smiled quietly, in his thoughts pleased that almost no one was intimidated by the ordeal. Fang stepped forward, followed by a relaxed and joyful Yu and a little farther away Zuo. Qingshu thought that since he was going, he just had to pass the test successfully. At the same time, a smile spread across Lei's face. He could finally finish what he had started. Zuo, meanwhile, thought about how much her fear would increase. Fang Qingshu is a few steps ahead again. This is humiliating. Fan was about to get on the board already, as long as he was focused. Then it was all the same to what was below. Everyone held their breath and remained silent, afraid to let out the slightest sigh or squeak, so as not to disturb the guy. Whereupon he fully became, taking the first large but slightly unsure step forward. His steps were tentative at first. He could barely walk for fear of falling. He walked forward, his mood changing from confident to unsure, but he was still focused. After walking a few more steps, the next ones became much more determined. Thoth balanced skillfully on the small board, spreading his arms out to the sides and striding forward confidently. Everyone gave a startled gasp. He's amazing. He's more than halfway down the board. Yuhan wondered if he would make it to the end. After all, it was impossible, right? Master Guang was also watching Qingshu. He's quite good, but he's always a bit boring. Suddenly, Fang looked down and his eyes widened, becoming the size of a coin. The guy stopped, looking down with a frightened look and shouting, asking, "What's that down there?" And of course, because Fang was no longer focused on the board, he slipped. The whole class was amazed. One of the best contestants just took a slip. He was falling, however, without screaming or showing his fear at all. Was he really ready to accept it? Everyone looked down and saw two glowing huge dots like lanterns at the very bottom. These lanterns appeared to be the eyes of a bird. It opened its mouth wide, but Fang Qingshu still didn't scream, as if he was paralyzed with fright. After that, the bird closed its mouth, crushing and eating Qingshu as if he was some kind of sweet berry. A few people almost threw up. They looked down with their eyes wide open, batting their eyelashes. Someone started screaming in bewilderment. Did Fan seriously just get eaten by a huge bird? One of the girl's stomachs couldn't take it and she threw up. Some guy stood there in complete shock, not realizing whether it was a joke or not. Zuo Yuhan was also standing there with her eyes wide open. It seemed to be the first time she was so shocked during the entire ordeal. Her tongue was slurring. She wanted to inform Master Guan of their loss, but only unrelated words came out. Mr. Ziyu chuckled. Did they really think that he was joking, and if those passed the sword peak ascents, the rest would be a complete trifle? Zuo remained silent, unable to find words. A few more guys looked at Guan in shock. Ziyu, on the other hand, said that such trials would await them constantly, day in and day out, and if they have confidence in their abilities, they should show it. But if any of them are afraid, let them get out now. Finally, Yulei was about to step onto the board. He asked the master if it was too reckless to give a task that could kill them so easily. Teacher Guang said that he doesn't force them to do this. They can leave at any time. However, if one stays, one must face the consequences. Li asked another question, saying that he wouldn't save his students from death no matter what happened. He said yes, he would not, and if anyone was afraid, he could retreat right now. Yulei looked down. He felt sorry that he wouldn't be able to take revenge on Guan for Fang Qingshu. However, this was the perfect opportunity to put his plan into action. So the guy began to step confidently onto the board. Master Guang thought to himself that since even Fang Qingshu had fallen off this board when he felt frightened, an ordinary person would definitely fall. In that case, it would be a blessing, for then the Wensword clan would avoid disaster. Master Guang and the rest of the participants looked at Yulei with admiration. Did he really do it? Yu stood on the other side of the canyon with his head up, biting his lower lip. He had really done it. After which the guy leveled his head and, making a very disappointed expression on his face, swore. Who the hell tricked him? 30 minutes earlier, the young man had been balancing calmly on the board going forward. He estimated the thickness of the board and smiled. It was very thin, and it would be easy to fail. He pretended he was about to fall, leaning slightly to the left and talking about the wind knocking him over. After walking a few more steps, he cowered to his left again, saying with contrived consternation, "Oh no, his foot had slipped!" You started to tumble down, reciting prayers to all the gods and thanking them for this opportunity. Everyone cried out in fright, with their mouths wide open, screaming that the one had already started to fall. Master Guang, on the other hand, was smiling like a small child, happy at Yulei's fall. However, Lu grabbed onto the board firmly in time before being eaten by the three-eyed bird. He did a sharp flip, using his hunter skill and unlocking his reflexes. He barely managed to stay on the board with his legs spread apart. Sweat dripped down Yulei's face. He was also very angry at this too successful reflex. Teacher Guang was disappointed and snorted. Meanwhile, the students exhaled lightly, thinking Yu was lucky. Suddenly, a system appeared above Yulei. It asked if the one who had stumbled now was on purpose. Yui was slightly unpleasantly surprised to see her in the sky. Still, that one had noticed. The system was very angry and looked at the guy aggressively, waiting for an explanation. Lee made a cute face and assured her that there was no point in doing that because he was just getting used to this body. He would try harder from now on. The system said he'd better not lie, and she'd better keep a better eye on him from now on, and now she was leaving. Yu stopped, keeping his balance in one place. He can't relax now. After all, he would be caught with the shelves, however. If he went at the same speed as Fang, he would get it over with. The guy got ready to go, while trying to think of a plan for his future death. A very long minute passed. He still couldn't move from his seat, tensely waiting for something. He's only a third of the way through, but he's making steady progress with each step. That won't do. He must try to bring himself closer to failure. Master and the others tilted their heads to the side like little puppies. They were interested in the reason why Yu wasn't moving. Thoth made a rather odd gesture with his hand, jerking it slightly downward, rubbing the brush. He fidgeted with his legs, trying to move forward on the board. Ziyu looked at Yu and was slightly perplexed. What is he doing on this board? However, if you look closely at the whole thing, it looks like a full-blown but weird dance. Watching all this, several people awed, not understanding the principle of the strategy. Next, Yule started walking on his toes, making everything for his failure. A few guys looked at the whole scene with bulging eyes. One of them clutched his head, completely shocked by Lee's fearlessness. Yu meanwhile stood on one foot, continuing to move in the dance and getting into different poses. Next, he twirled in one place as if performing a ballet dance. Master Guang looked at the guy and seemed to be slightly worried about him. Not only had he conquered the fear of death, but he also had the calmness to perform the dance. Yu continued to move using a different set of movements. As long as he moved at this pace, then the system would not react. That's when he stopped and decided he could do something more spectacular. Toth jumped up, about to do something obviously unbelievable and difficult. Master Guang gasped in anticipation of the exciting trick. His heart was already racing. Yule said that he wanted to do a perfect eightfold, 360-degree standing jump, already preparing to perform it. However, he pulled himself back. How should Liu even perform such a complicated trick? And unexpectedly for himself, he just took and fell off the plank, falling down. Ziyu and the others were frightened. Someone shouted that he had started falling too suddenly, and everyone didn't understand what had happened. Yu flew head down, crossing his arms on his chest. He was glad that he had finally reached his goal. But at some point, a magical hand appeared in the air above him. The boy couldn't see it because his eyes were closed. A hand headed towards him, intending to save the guy. He, meanwhile, was already relaxed in flight. And now he was up the other half of the canyon with the most disgruntled face possible. In his head, Yu was screaming in anger. What kind of thing saved him just now? Outwardly, however, he was still as disgruntled as ever. And on the other half of the canyon, everyone was yelling about what a hero he was. Master Guang, meanwhile, stared at the ground, completely unaware of anything. Why did he, the one who said he wouldn't help the contestants, save Yule? Zuo Yuhan clenched her fist. She couldn't lose to such a person again. Ta confidently approached the board. Since Yule had done it, she could do it too. One of the participants said that the one hasn't lost yet, which means it will cross the bridge. Before going, the girl thought for a moment. Zuo can't cross the bridge just like Fang Qingshu. She took her first steps on the board, and then began to move with strange actions. A few people noticed that she was moving the same way as Li. A few seconds later, Zuo plopped down, screaming loudly and immediately drawing attention to herself. The disciples cried out that once again they had lost another fighter. The top two had simply been eaten. Watching all of this, Yule couldn't believe what he had just seen. Pulling the bandage over his head, he hummed. It was the second person to die, but not him. Yu ran back across the bridge, shouting as if he was going to attack someone. Ziyu was watching this. It seemed like the one was about to walk back down the board on his own. After accomplishing such a difficult task, he does it again. This guy is definitely up to something. After returning back and not dying, Yu was shocked. How did everything go so quickly and easily? Afterward, the guy touched his head, asking why it was so hot. Someone in the crowd of fighters shrieked, saying that his head had self-ignited. Teacher Guang slapped that guy on the head, saying that he had just risen one cultivation stage higher. A guy with a funny hairstyle said that it wasn't fair, but Ziyu said that he was giving everyone an equal chance to get a new rank. It was their own fault for not taking the chance. After that, the teacher waved his hand. The same bird that had previously eaten Fang Qingshu and Zuo Yuhan flew out of the canyon. Everyone started to shout, but the master shut them up. After a few minutes and effort, the bird spit those two fighters out onto the ground. They were recognized, happy that two of the top three were still alive after all. Guan told them to get up, and Zuo and Fan quickly woke up, startled. The teacher began his speech by saying that death is everywhere, and it is the duty of the fighters of their cult to fight for the clan against the demonic clan. A competitive spirit is all very well, but if they are afraid, they won't be able to handle even the simplest task. Yuhan and Qingshu blushed red with embarrassment. The other coughed into his hand, covering his face. Master Guang sat on the bird and said that the lesson was over. However, those should not try to cross the bridge without anyone's help. After all, they may say it's all nonsense, but if those fall, they won't get a second chance. After that, the bird with 4 wings and 3 eyes soared into the sky and flew away. Yulei also escorted the bird with his eyes, slightly angry about the whole situation. He was furious because, surprisingly, the system didn't show up a second time. His salvation must have been Ziyu's doing. Yu muttered to himself to his tray that he was obligated to return when no one was there. Meanwhile, one of his classmates approached him. Ta turned to him, saying that Master Guang would not let them die, and later said that Le is awesome and she would like to train with him. Yulei turned around and asked who she was, and the girl introduced herself. Her name was Liu Yuer. The guy froze for a while. Is it normal for cultivators to be nice? Yu crossed his 2 index fingers. He told the girl that there was no way he was going to train with her, looking at her with a very strange look. The guy just wanted to die, and getting close to someone would be very problematic and nothing good would come of it. Yu turned his back to the girl, saying that cultivation was very important to him and Liu shouldn't waste her time on him, and therefore let her not look for him. Ta stepped back slightly and apologized for her rudeness. She wouldn't go near him again. Ware walked away, leaving Lei in the company of a small turtle behind the crotch of his kimono. He exhaled in relief as US stepped back a safe distance. It felt so good to not have to commit to someone. It was already nearing nightfall. All the students had long since lain in their beds in the dormitory. Yulei asked Zhao to tell him about his sensei Guang. She told him and finally said that he was very reliable, so he was the person to ask for help in case of trouble. When Sueli finished, she asked the reason why she was so interested in Ziyu. The guy replied that he was their teacher and therefore wanted to know more. Suddenly, the girl became sad and called Yu by her full name, as if she was about to say something. The guy looked at the girl worriedly, asking the reason for such a concerned and sad voice. However, Zhao waved him away, smiling and praising him. She said that she would work hard to heal herself. Zuo Yuhan is doing an exercise with her classmates. Ta says that Yulei definitely looks down on them and doesn't count them as people. Her buddy agrees. Liu Yue ran after the two, saying that the one wasn't that bad. The guy just loves his training. Suddenly, the teacher appeared and hit them on the head, calling for silence, for they were in class. The master began to tell them about the path of the cultivator and the level system. Right now, those are training their bodies to advance to the 2nd stage of human. Guan said that once those completed all 10 levels, they would advance to the art stage. Fang and Zuo were dragging 2 huge cobblestones behind them, trying to outrun each other. They remembered Yu Lei. Where was he? Meanwhile, the guy was looking up at the sky, brooding and hovering in the clouds of his thoughts. He was lying on the lawn. Why would he get stronger? It would make it so much easier for him to lose his life. Suddenly, Teacher Guang appeared from behind a rock. He was very angry about Yu's truancy. He started screaming and took a board and hit him on the head. Just because he was able to reach the 2nd human level thanks to the bridge, it didn't mean he had to go to it every day. Some guys watched Yulei's beating in astonishment. They were still beginners. Why was he skipping? Ziyu heard them whispering and asked if they wanted to get some too. The trace of them immediately disappeared. 3 months had passed. Yulei tried to catch his breath. Sweat dripped off him. He would no longer be able to continue today. That one had passed through that bridge 450 times and was able to reach the 6th rank of the human stage. He hadn't slipped once on that poor bridge. How could he? When would he finally be able to leave? Yu exhaled softly, reciting the number of times he passed through the bridge. Behind the stone sat Fang and Zuo. How did Le get to the 6th rank so quickly? In 3 months of hard training, these two had only reached the 3rd rank. They thought that the gap between them was very small, but they must have been wrong. Yu interrupted Qingshu and Yuhan's misery, asking what they had forgotten by the canyon. They looked up and said they wanted to watch him practice. Immediately, Zuo Yuhan jumped up from her seat, making Fang Qingshu interested. She turned to Yu, asking how he crosses the bridge. Her spiritual powers aren't weaker, so why is he the only one who managed to cross the bridge? Li hesitated. He really didn't know what answer to give to Zuo. If he said the wrong thing, he could get the girl in trouble. Yuhan looked at the guy with cheeks flushed with embarrassment and waited for an answer. Yu felt uncomfortable, but he replied that he didn't have a good level of ki, nor was he interested in cultivation. But most likely the guy had just always been like this. Fang and Zuo didn't understand. What did it mean to have always been like this? Strong? Arrogant? Yulei stepped away from them, standing on the board. The one said that he had always liked one saying. The guy started walking, dancing across the bridge, and quoted a saying, "The madness of a demon can do its own thing." Qingshu and Yuhan became numb. The saying sounded very exciting. Zuo Yuhan's eyes widened. She repeated the beginning of the saying while pondering over it. Suddenly, something very large rapidly began to fall to the ground. An explosion rang out, sweeping away and incinerating everything that had been at the site of the explosion before. A huge ball of smoke and fire rose up, billowing upward and making itself known. Someone abruptly rushed into the elder's residence, shouting for the mentor to help them. It was Guan. The head urged the one to calm down, but he absolutely could not. He said that the lower-level disciples began to become possessed. It was already night, and the bright blue moon was shining. Someone was reporting to their master that they could enter the secret zone tomorrow. The Lord smiled. What, did the disciples from the Wensword clan break their traditions? The unknown person was sitting near the mirror. All of this was happening because of their new student Yu Lei. The master told his man to take a look at him, for Yu was too strange. He also said to collect items from the 6th level of the secret area. The master will be waiting for him. The 6th secret area of the sword contained a great deal of energies and treasures. It was discovered by their founder 10,000 years ago. But countless monsters and demons also live there, and many dangers lurk there. After passing the trial within the confines of this area, a cultivator will greatly increase his rank and combat skills. And of course, this area was only accessible to disciples with a level above the 5th human stage. Yulei held onto something with his teeth and shouted loudly that he wasn't going anywhere. Fang Qingshu pulled the one by his feet, saying that the guy couldn't miss the special chance to enter the secret area. Zuo Yuhan also pulled him, but only by the other leg. She said that it was his own fault for talking about the demon's madness. Now he must spend 3 days in penance. However, Yu held on tightly to the wooden pillar with his teeth, saying that it would only happen over his dead body. After saying that, Zuo and Fan made very fearful facial expressions, asking if he really wanted to die like that. Li immediately calmed down, saying he was joking and this would be a great opportunity for him. Here Master Guan got into the argument, telling those to hurry up, for he would guide the participants to the level for the human stage. Everyone immediately lined up behind Ziyu, waiting for him to open the portal. They were immediately transported to another dimension. Guan began to explain that there were many tests on the first floor. Each of these trials hides an emerald stone. Their task is to bring 5 stones to the top of the volcano to pass the floor and of course get a reward. Then Teacher Ziyu pointed his finger at some huge selenium ball. Toth said it was a surveillance system, and he would wait for them right under it. If there was a problem, the elders would tell him about it. Guan shouted that the trials were starting, and everyone immediately snapped out of their seats. Someone's first challenge chose to defeat a huge fire monster, Scorpion Man, and some battle with tall, transparent silhouettes that look like ghosts. Yu Lei was fighting a huge orc. There, the system forbade him to die, so he tried to fight back. Someone in general was struggling with a scary woman in white with her hair in her face. Master Guang looked at the large sphere in the air. Most of the trials are used to train basic abilities. Those kids performed well on the Sword Peak climb, so they should definitely be fine. The teacher heard the first students finish their first tests. They argued about which one of them came faster. Zuo was sure that Fanya had come first. They held out 1 green crystal each to Teacher Guang Ziyu. Toth looked at them, saying that those did a pretty good job and acted very quickly. A great many more voices were heard in the distance. Someone was saying that the monster had almost bitten his arm off. They turned around at the voices, and Fang commented that the others were returning as well. Liu Yue rubbed her sore head. Something had blinded her for a while. Yu Lei, meanwhile, was throwing away his crystals. He noticed someone watching as he tossed those green rocks. The guy whispered, asking those not to give him away since he didn't want to increase his cultivation level. He held out his hand, showing his remaining 5 stones. The disciples immediately cheered up, looking at the guy's hand. Would those raise their level? Suddenly an earthquake started. It seems like something terrible is about to happen. Even Master Guang gasped in astonishment, raising his head up and not realizing what had happened. Yu Lei trembled slightly as he looked up. What was even going on? A new trial? However, literally at the same second, the volcano erupted and lava just poured out of that one. Fang was about to ask what it was and what was going on, but the teacher shouted, saying that they were all going back. Whereupon the latter made a sharp and very strange gesture with his hand. The man pulled her forward and something seemed to start appearing in front of them. Ziyu shouted for those to hide behind him and made a small dome around them. A huge rock flew right at them. There seems to be a huge problem in the secret area. The foyer of the Waysword cult was in complete turmoil. Everyone was worried about the situation in the secret area. A short man from the elders shouted, assigning duties and people to groups. The woman from the 3 elders was looking at the so-called screen through the stone. The tall man asked her if she had found his students. She said that the celestial eye couldn't see them, and it was likely that they could have gotten into other training areas. They could also have died. The man shrieked, saying that it was impossible after all. Guang Ziyu, with the highest level of the Dao stage, was with them. The lady looked and saw that the eye of observation saw them when they were in grave danger. A few students were fighting off the monsters. They didn't understand why the rescue team hadn't been sent yet. Would they really become the monster's lunch? Master Guang, fighting off the monster, assured them that they need not worry. After that, he jumped at the monster, intending to attack it as quickly as possible, after which the man swung around and cut him off. The teacher said he would protect them if anything happened. Yu Lei cried out to help his master and was about to run towards him. Zuo Yuhan and Fang Qingshu followed suit and said that they would help as well. Mr. Ziyu shouted for those to be sensible. They are still too weak. Yu Lei looked at the teacher. He couldn't afford to die now, after all. Guan would 100% try to save him. It was very strange that something had happened right now. Suddenly Yu heard a strange sound. He turned around and started looking for the cause of it. The earth began to crack and huge canyons appeared in it, just like in that test. Everyone started screaming in fear. Now this problem has appeared at absolutely no time. Master Guang looked at the situation and cursed to himself. He was horrified. This had not happened for a long time. However, at the same moment, as if out of nowhere, a huge, snarling monster flew out. He pounced at Teacher Guang, catching him off guard and knocking the man to the ground. Ziyu roared, lightly lurching in pain. He had allowed himself to be careless. The teacher abruptly swung his sword he held in his right hand and stabbed it into the monster, after which he took another swing and cut the monster in two, severing the head. The master was right above the canyon at that moment, so both parts of the monster fell into it. Meanwhile, Zuo Yuhan was in the middle of nowhere. She was awakened by someone's voice. The one asked if the girl was okay and she opened her eyes, answering positively. On top of her lay Yu Lei, seemingly still completely awake as well. The one swung with all her might. You could even hear her hand parting the air. The girl slapped him and he woke up, not realizing where they were or why his face hurt so much. Fang Qingshu called out to Yu and Zuo, telling them to hurry to him, for he had found a teacher. Those surrounded Master Guang, who was bleeding on his left shoulder. Zuo tried to shout to him and wake him up. When yelling didn't work, the girl grabbed him and started shaking him. The man immediately woke up, telling Yuhan to stop. Fang worriedly asked the teacher if he was injured while looking at the bloody kimono. The man replied that everything was fine and it was only a minor scratch. He had nothing to worry about. Yu Lei, meanwhile, was looking around the room. He wondered where they had fallen to. Master Guang said that it looked like they were in a temple meant for 10th level spiritual stage cultivators. Someone was shocked. They were only at the human stage after all. The man said that this place was created to train the bodily and wandering soul. The man also told them not to forget that he was at the Tao stage, and it would not be a problem. After a few minutes of reasoning, he realized that they were most likely blocked in this space. He was interrupted by Yu asking about the corporeal and wandering souls. The boy asked if that meant that if they didn't pass, their souls could be scattered. The man said no, but they could die because of carelessness. Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. He had already thought that this would be a repeat of Duhoku. A flying face suddenly appeared behind the young man. It wanted to swallow the guy completely, but he was saved. Master Guang grabbed Le and pulled him away from this strange monster, and he was fidgeting in confusion as to where his prey was. The students looked at that creature with bulging eyes, asking the teacher what kind of creature it was. The man replied that it was one of the tasks for cultivators of the 10th level of the spiritual stage. Yu shrieked for the teacher to be more gentle with him next time, and right after that, some symbols appeared in the air. Those began to come together and create a pattern, and later something opened up. Guan told his charges that cultivators of the 10th level of the spiritual stage were training in the spiritual palace. There are ghosts who specialize in attacking the corporeal and wandering soul. There are also 3 giants, which correspond to the 3 wandering souls. There are also 7 wandering spirits for the 7 bodily souls. They dwell in space. Stray spirits will try to enter the trial participants to gain control over them. At this time, several stray spirits were looking down at the people standing below. Guan gripped his sword. He looked carefully to the side, watching for spirits. The man said that if the contestant could protect his soul, he had passed the test. If the contestant did not do so, his body would be taken away by the ghost. The Zuo girl asked fearfully, "Will the ghost live in the possessed person's body?" The teacher explained to the girl that it wouldn't be quite like that. Spirits kept flying overhead. People crowded from below on a small platform. The spirits continued to approach them. Guan ran his hand over his sword. He prepared to fight off the flying spirits. The man grabbed his sword blade with his hand and prepared to fight off the ghosts with it. The ghosts continued to circle over the Guan. There were bright flashes of fire above it. The man saw his friends nearby and shouted for them not to worry as he was here. One of the students shouted to Teacher Guan Yu to be more careful. The man looked excitedly in front of him. Something had scared him very badly. A huge monster appeared. It stuck out its paw to grab the teacher. The main character was very scared. He couldn't help the Guan in any way. The pig-tailed student stood looking at the man confused. He was afraid of the monster. The guy was very amazed. He couldn't understand how the monsters were able to get physical. The man on the celestial platform angrily asked the attendant, why still she doesn't know where the people are. The man menacingly reminded that his companion could not find a stage Tao master. He added that there had been an attack on the secret area. The attendant grudgingly said that something had broken her search engine. The astonished man said there was no way a search engine could be blocked in a classified area. The man thought fearfully that the teacher and his charges might actually be dead. At this time, the teacher continued to fight. Guan shouted fearfully that the spirits were taking physical form and they were huge. The man was screaming fearfully for someone to help them escape. He yelled for the guy to go and kill someone else. The boy asked fearfully for the teacher to let him go. The ghost ran after them. Suddenly, the ghost's body broke into two pieces. The legs continued to run forward on their own. Guan couldn't understand how such monsters could appear in a secret area. He decided that he had to pass the test as soon as possible and get the disciples out of here. Half of the ghost's body was left lying on Earth. It began to heal itself. The man saw the spirit's body begin to regenerate. He realized he couldn't kill it. After that, the evil spirit completely recovered. It jumped up and headed out to attack the Guan. The teacher held his sword in his hands. He was preparing to fight off the spirit that was running at him. The Guan swung his sword to immediately strike the ghost running at him. There was a very strong, loud, and bright explosion. Rocks flew around. Flames raged everywhere. From above, another flying ghost appeared in the air. The teacher noticed as the flames began to gradually approach him. Guan Mahal swung his sword in all directions to strike the ghosts. They dodged. The man excitedly realized to himself that the spirits had grown very strong. They were flying around him. The teacher continued to fight surrounded by flames. At that time, a Zuo student called out to him. The Guan turned to the side and looked at his students with excitement. The girl and the boys were very frightened when they saw the spirits flying at them. After that, the teacher turned around. He pushed himself off the ground and ran to the side. The girl was very much frightened. She covered her eyes in fear. Zuo opened her eyes and looked at her teacher with great consternation. The protagonist looked fearfully at the Guan and noticed that he was injured and bleeding. Yuli stood looking at his teacher very scared. He decided to go and help him. The protagonist called out to his teacher in fright. At the same time, a monster approached Guan from behind. Guan was very badly hurt after being hit hard in the back by a monster. The man found his strength. He jumped up and swung his sword to strike the dangerous ghost. The teacher folded his fingers in a magical symbol and activated the protective energy. A very bright and strong glow came from Guan's hand. It traveled upwards. A huge yin-yang magic symbol shone from above. Blue waves emanated from it. The main character was very amazed. He looked at his teacher with great excitement. The exhausted Guan fell to his knees. He had no strength to fight any longer. The teacher was very badly wounded. Blood was gushing out of his body and dripping on the floor. A frightened boy ran up to the man. He asked excitedly to Mr. Guan if he was all right. The teacher coughed and said he was fine and just needed a rest. Yuli silently looked at his teacher. He realized that none of the students wouldn't believe Guan. The girl excitedly asked the teacher, "Are they going to die here since no help has arrived so far?" The female student asked the man, "Don't they have a way out of a situation like this?" The teacher didn't say anything back to the girl. He was stunned silent and staring in front of him. A Zuo girl approached. She decided to address her friends who were standing. TSO told her friends that the teacher is hurt because they are not doing anything. She added that they need to work together. The main character came over. He asked the other students to calm down. Yu asked the teacher, "Is there no way out?" The man calmed down a bit and told the guy they had a way out. Guan explained to the disciples that they could pass the test. They needed to resist the spirits and cross over to the other side. After successfully resisting the spirit's influence, there would be a reward and the exit from the palace would open. The teacher added that as soon as someone rings the bell, the spirits will retreat. The man added that the rules of the test remained the same. Teacher explained that spirits couldn't be killed. If human stage cultivators were attacked by ghosts of this level, they would definitely die. The excited students suggested that the teacher try to contact the other people again. Yu didn't like what his friends were saying. The main character looked in front of him and asked the teacher if they could escape if they got to the other platforms and rang the bell. Guan replied to the protagonist that it would be exactly as he said it would be. Yu said confidently to his friends and teacher that he would go and accomplish everything. Guan and one guy were amazed when they heard such words from the protagonist. The teacher tapped the student in the face and told him he was talking a lot of nonsense. Guan told the boy that once he got there, he would be torn to pieces. The trial was 2 levels higher than Yu Li's current stage. The teacher shouted that his ward could go straight to heaven. I asked the teacher very calmly if he had a better idea. Did the protagonist explain that the barrier that Guan had put up would not last forever? If help doesn't arrive in time, the man won't protect the students. Yuli explained that time was running out and they didn't know what might happen. Then another ghost appeared nearby. The main character turned around and told his friends that he was lucky and would definitely open a way out for them. The guy ran up to his friend and tapped his hand. He yelled that his luck was just bad. The teacher told the boy that he was the strongest of them all. The man added that he would go in place of the main character. At this time, a girl came over and put her hand on the protagonist's shoulder from behind. TSO told her friend that if he went, he would take everything away from her. She excitedly added that it was now her turn. The students became very animated. Each one of them shouted confidently that it was his turn. Yuli shouted excitedly to his friends not to be stupid. He added that he was the student with the highest level and the strongest spirit. Yuli explained that he was going since he had the greatest chance of survival. The teacher looked at the boy and realized that it would take a bold decision to find a way out of the current situation. The protagonist walked up to the teacher and asked him to clear his path. Guan asked the student if he was really not afraid at all. Yu explained that if they spent more time, things would become much more dangerous. The man took up his sword and told his apprentice that he would help him in any way he could. Guan explained that he could make his way to the platform, but it wouldn't be open for long. The protagonist replied absolutely calmly that it would be enough. The friends shouted to the protagonist confidently that they wanted to go too. Yu Li turned around and told his friends grudgingly not to be silly. The apprentice said that he and the Zuo girl would help the protagonist since they have great fighting potential. The teacher looked at his charges and was silent. He was full of thoughts. Guan decided to himself that he would have to agree and told the students to walk together. The man raised his sword upward. He shouted to his charges that he would protect them at the cost of his life. The ghosts were still flying overhead. The protagonist headed out with his friends. They ran across the castle floor. Yule was running at full speed. He had to get there in time with the other students. The protagonist angrily thought to himself that he was going to die. Even if he could pass the test, it would be difficult to survive afterwards. Yule was running at top speed. At this time, ghosts began to appear all around. The flying ghost with an evil grin was beginning to catch up with the protagonist. Yule was startled to see the monster flying at him. He jumped aside. The flying ghost stretched out its arms to try and hit the protagonist. The evil spirit caught up with the protagonist in flight and threw him aside with a powerful blow. Yule turned to the side and looked at his friend. He heard the scream. The monster was able to successfully hit and wound the guy. The student shouted loudly. After a tremendous blow, the protagonist was swept aside and slammed into a wall. Yule was worried about his friend. He shouted and was called by his name, Qingshu. Qingshu shouted back at the protagonist not to worry about him. The guy thought to himself that he shouldn't lose. Yule looked at his friend fearfully. He realized that ghosts could continue to attack Qingshu. The protagonist vividly recalled how his teacher had been struck from behind by an evil spirit. The protagonist froze for a moment and thought to himself about the people who help him fight. Zuo told his friend fearfully to hurry up. The girl with the knife added that she could no longer contain and further the ghost. The protagonist turned to the side and looked excitedly at his girlfriend. Yule kicked off the ground and ran. He was amazed that the people around him were very fearless. Yule ran as hard as he could. He realized that his friends were sacrificing themselves for those who didn't want to wear their contribution at all. The protagonist ran up the stairs. There was his target at the top in the form of a bell. The guy was having a hard time. He was running up the stairs. Yule looked carefully in front of him. He saw that the bell was already near. The protagonist looked at the bell and realized it would calm the ghosts. He walked up to it. There was a loud and clear ringing of bells throughout the castle. Everyone heard it. The striking of the bell had a very strong effect on the flying evil ghosts. Tsuo girl heard the bell ringing and realized that the protagonist had reached his destination, and waved the bell angrily in all directions. A ringing sound was heard everywhere. Bell ringing came from the center of the palace and spread to all the outskirts. The flying ghost stopped. He couldn't attack the girl any further. The girl noticed the flying angry ghost froze and hovered in the air. Tsuo stared in amazement at the malevolent spirit in front of her in the air. The girl turned her head to the side and said gingerly that it was over. Yule rang a bell and repeated joyfully that it was finally over. Suddenly, the monster's strength returned. He held out his hand in the girl's direction. The evil spirit continued to reach out with his hand to grab the girl. Zuo watched fearfully as the dangerous monster reached for her. She couldn't defend herself. Yule kept tapping the bell, but couldn't understand why it wasn't working. The protagonist didn't know what to do or how he could make the ghost stop. The guy kept banging the bell and yelling for him to do something. Yule tapped the bell and demanded that he start acting now. Suddenly, a very powerful explosion sounded from above and a pillar of fire appeared. The guy was really scared. He didn't realize what had just happened. A magical black necklace suddenly appeared from above. It floated in the air. The main character looked with great surprise at the necklace descending on him from above. He didn't realize it was in front of him. Guan saw evil ghosts near him. He shouted to the protagonist that they could not let the necklace fall into the hands of evil spirits. Evil spirits began to step and approach the protagonist from all sides. Yule was scared. He realized he couldn't just run away. There was danger on all sides. The main character was holding a necklace. He turned his head to the side and saw an evil ghost. Yule threw the necklace into his mouth and shouted to the evil spirits that they wouldn't get it. The protagonist swallowed the magic necklace from his hands with great difficulty. The The ghost and the humans were very surprised because of the fact that the guy was able to swallow the magical artifact. The ghost turned around and headed away. Guan shouted to the students to look at the ghosts. Then the main character rose up above the stairs and floated in the air. The guy was flying in the air surrounded by pink lightning bolts. Guan shouted that Yule was dying. The main character was very sick. He started wheezing and choking. Yule was in the air surrounded by lilac color. Friends and teacher looked at him excitedly. Ching Shugai was surprised because of the main character being tested by ghosts. He added that the evil spirits are 2 levels higher than Yule. Guan realized that the ghosts had taken physical form and the protagonist had eaten them. Suddenly, the main character jumped up and started jumping around like a madman. The teacher and the boy's friends looked at him in amazement. They couldn't understand what had happened. TSO tapped the guy on the head and yelled for him to wake up. She added that they wouldn't give the guy a chance to get dumbfounded. The student asked excitedly to the Guan teacher to come up with something. The man explained that the bell that suppressed souls is broken. Now they can only watch and wait to see if the protagonist passes the test. After that, the rampaging guy flew high up. Friends shouted that Yule could do it. The protagonist flew up, and from there he could barely see his friends below. The main character found himself in a parallel reality. He noticed that his body was turning yellow. Yule was surprised. He looked around and saw ghosts hovering nearby. The main character saw spirits floating around. He thought the ghosts were attracted to the beads and entered his body. The guy kept hovering. He realized to himself that if evil spirits were hovering near him, then everything was fine outside. Suddenly, the protagonist got worried. He realized something was going on. Yule felt his body begin to get smaller for some reason, as if he was being sucked in by something. The main character's friends looked at him fearfully and thought he had failed the test. The disciples saw Yule twisted in all directions and thought he had become possessed. The protagonist noticed that evil spirits were approaching him. He shouted to them to be careful. The surrounding ghosts had yellow mist coming out of their mouths and becoming the guy's body. Yule angrily shouted to the evil spirits around him to be gentle. The yellow-clad boy's body lay unmoving. The protagonist looked around. He realized he felt faint because of the ghosts. The guy's body was floating in a parallel reality. Yule decided that his mind no longer belonged to him and he was dying. The protagonist remembered the words of his teacher. Guan said that the ghost could take over the body but not the soul. The main character felt a noise. He couldn't understand what it was and turned around. The protagonist was floating in space and couldn't figure out exactly what he was about to see. Then the guy looked up and saw something unusual in front of him. Yule saw before him a huge demonic creature with many heads. The guy looked at the ghost in front of him and decided that it was weird for him. He could die. The protagonist stared in amazement at the demonic creature in front of him. He didn't understand what she was doing. Yule turned mentally to the ghosts and told them to take his body and let him die. The protagonist decided to himself that it was all over. He once again turned to the spirits and said that they could take his body but leave his soul. At that time, the system beeped. The protagonist in the parallel reality came to his senses. A bright and blue lightning bolt appeared. It was a spirit-protecting attack. The guy kept going wild and bouncing around like he was possessed. He was full of energy. Yule hopped and twisted in place. His friends looked at him in amazement. Zuo asked the teacher in surprise, "Why did Yule suddenly stop?" The student asked the Guan teacher, "What is going on here now?" Suddenly, the main character glowed brightly with a golden color. The people around him closed in from the bright glow. Zuo looked at the main character and saw some changes happening to him. The girl covered herself with her hands from the bright glow. Suddenly, something caught her attention. The student pointed to the teacher at a bright glow off to the side. Guan told the girl that there was an exit gate in front of them, at which time the castle began to shake and large stones fell from above. Zuo and the man got ready to run away. She still tried to cover herself with her hands. Guan shouted to get out. The spiritual palace began to collapse. The main character was still floating in virtual reality at the time. Yule pondered to himself and realized that he couldn't die since he had just had an attack that protected him from ghosts. A system warning suddenly appeared. The guy asked the system why it changed. The system has informed the protagonist that the body's master is seeking death. The guy must clear the system within the first few minutes. Otherwise, it will go into disrepair. The countdown has begun. The protagonist looked with great attention at the timer, which showed the time remaining. Yule thought to himself unhappily that he still had only 3 minutes left. The guy started banging his head against the system window. He demanded that the system give him a clue. The palace building continued to collapse. Huge stones fell from above. The system timer showed constantly as time continued to go backwards. The girl grabbed the main character by the scruff of the neck and pulled him behind her. Yule opened his eyes and looked around. He didn't understand what was going on. The apprentice was glad that the protagonist was awake. She shouted that the spiritual palace was collapsing for some unknown reason. The teacher told the surprised protagonist that he had passed the test. So the door opened. The girl shouted fearfully as a huge rock approached from above. The protagonist looked in surprise in front of him. He remembered the system timer. The system shows 1 minute left. The protagonist must survive and get out of the tunnel in the remaining time. Yule read a message that if he passes the test, the system will clear. If he doesn't, the system will be reset. Suddenly, a bright blue lightning bolt appeared in the tunnel, as if something had flown through. The girl along with the teacher were surprised. They didn't realize what had just flown past them. Zuo asked, surprised at the teacher, "What did they just see?" The Qingshu guy shouted fearfully that a ghost might have flown past them. The teacher excitedly called out that a Yule had just rushed past them. The main character was running at full speed. He shouted to himself that he had to run 100 meters in 15 seconds. The protagonist remembered that he had to get out of the tunnel as soon as possible to avoid breaking the rules. Yule was completely focused. He looked in front of him and ran forward. The protagonist shoved off to run even faster. He knew he couldn't die now. Yule looked in front of him and saw the end of the tunnel. He realized he had to get out of here. The system timer was counting down, only 8 seconds left. The exit was just around the corner. The guy noticed that he only had 7 seconds of time left on the timer before the end. Yule thought that he had less than 5 meters to go to the exit. He figured he would definitely make it in time. The protagonist saw vividly in front of him that he was almost in the aisle. The guy had almost reached his goal, and the exit. Suddenly, he saw something suspicious from above. He saw a huge shadow looming over him from above. He looked up. The protagonist looked up carefully. He saw a huge rock coming down from above. The protagonist saw that the rock had completely blocked his path. He couldn't get through. The guy saw on the system timer that he had 3 seconds to get out. The protagonist stood and saw a huge rock falling from above, at which time someone from behind accelerated and shoved the protagonist out of the cave with his hands. The system timer showed that the guy only had 2 seconds to get out. The protagonist flew out of the cave at high speed and hit the ground. The protagonist had 1 more second left, but he was already outside the cave. He looked in front of him and saw a rock blocking the tunnel exit. Time had run out. A message appeared saying that the protagonist had issued a test, and the system was cleared. The protagonist was amazed. He realized he'd made it in time and was saved. Yule tensely thought to himself, who was the one who pushed him out of the cave? In the mountain palace, people were excitedly discussing the news that the main character and his companions had been found. The minister was sitting near the big screens. She said that people were in a spiritual palace on the 6th level, but it was collapsing. The man noticed that only 1 person came out of the cave. He said it could have been his student. The man sternly asked his subordinate, "Why hasn't a rescue team been sent yet?" The repaired man replied that the team was left halfway through. Afterwards, the man told his interlocutors that he would go to deal with it himself. The warrior replied that he would go with the man. The attendant asked her interlocutors in surprise, "Why are they in a hurry?" She added, "Someone has to stay here." The men stopped, turned around, and looked at the servant girl intently. The woman restlessly said that a rescue team should be sent to the people, as they were injured and could not move because of the collapse. The attendant looked closely and noticed something on the screen. The woman was surprised to notice that Yule wanted to go back inside the cave. The system informed the protagonist that he was trying to kill himself again. Yule shouted back to the system that he was not trying to kill himself, but trying to save his friends. The system informed the guy that his behavior was beyond what normal people would do to help. Yule explained that there were people left under the stones. If he did nothing, it might be too late later. The guy said there might be people in the cave who couldn't get out and they were trapped in there. The system told the guy that he had no connection to the people inside the cave, so he was breaking the rules. The main character got very agitated. He didn't like that the system called his action a violation. He shouted to the system that he was fed up with the violation warnings. The guy rushed towards the cave with all his legs. He shouted that his name was Yule, not Chen Fei. The main character yelled that when Yule saves the world, it has nothing to do with Chen Fei. The system was silent. She answered nothing to the master. The guy at that time ran up to the entrance of the cave. Yule on the move shouted to the system that he didn't know why on earth she had chosen him. The protagonist ran up to a huge rock at the entrance to the cave and tried to shove it off. Yule pushed the rock away with all his might to free the exit to the cave. The protagonist got his familiar girlfriend Sue from the tunnel. She was very hurt. The guy was carrying his girlfriend in his arms. He yelled to the system that he couldn't leave his friends. The protagonist carried his girlfriend away from the exit and laid her on Earth. He decided to return. The system was silent. She didn't respond anything to the guy's words or actions. Yule turned around and ran towards the cave. He told the system that she didn't want him to die here. The protagonist continued to run into the cave. He yelled as he ran that he wasn't going to die so soon. The system was activated, but it was silent in response to the protagonist. The protagonist continued to clear the entrance to the cave. He was getting and carrying rocks. It was hard for the guy, but he knew there was no time. He kept clearing the exit. The protagonist tried his best. He ran and carried the rocks away from the cave entrance. The guy had almost completely cleared the exit and prepared to go inside. The system informed the host that the tunnel had 2 minutes left before it collapsed. Only Teacher Guan remained inside. If the protagonist here dies, it will count as a violation. The protagonist turned around and said excitedly that he would act without a chance. The guy ran inside and found his teacher. He was pulling him towards the exit. Guan, in a weak voice, asked the guy to leave him here. Yula shouted to his teacher to be quiet. He promised that he would drag the Guan out of here. Yula thought to himself that his body was on the verge. He apologized to the teacher for what he was doing now. The teacher became very wary. He felt that the protagonist had lifted him above himself. The Guan watched in surprise as the guy raised it above his head and prepared to throw it. The teacher shouted fearfully. He flew at full speed out of the cave towards the exit. The man flew out of the cave at breakneck speed and banged his head into the stone. The main character heard a noise. At the same time, a rock fell on him from above. Yula raised his head excitedly to see what was up above. The guy was startled to see a huge rock falling on him. He didn't have time to run away. A huge rock fell on top of the protagonist and closed the exit from the cave. An exhausted Teacher Guan was sitting near the entrance to the cave. He realized that his student had stayed inside. Guan was very badly hurt, but he realized that he was saved because of Yulei. The man thought that he had always thought of the main character as some sort of monster. But Yulei saved the students and him personally. The teacher thought his ward had been a miracle all this time. Yulei continued to lie in the cave. The main character was very badly wounded and beaten. He lay moaning on the ground. The guy felt like he was about to die. He thought to himself that the system couldn't think he had broken the rules. A huge rock crushed the protagonist's legs. He told himself that it would be all right if he couldn't open the exit. At that time, small stones started falling from above. The protagonist couldn't move. Yula said in a weakening voice that the roof might come down on him soon. At which time a huge rock began to break away from the ceiling and fall downward. A huge rock fell from above. The protagonist was lying on the ground and couldn't move. Yula thought to himself that he had never envisioned that he would finally want to live. The boy clenched his hand into a fist. He thought to himself that the stone would fall on his head. The main character told someone to kill him quickly and not let him suffer for long. The guy was lying relaxed with his eyes closed. The rock was about to fall on him. Blue lightning flashed from the side and blew the rock to pieces. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. He realized that he was now saved. There was some man standing nearby. He told the guy cheerfully that he was finally on time. The surprised protagonist lifted himself up. He looked at the silhouette of his savior. After a brief pause, the man told the protagonist that he was now safe. The protagonist tried to get up. He had no strength as he was very wounded, and his legs were broken off. He thought that the system would not have left him to his fate if he were really in danger. The man commanded his subordinates to go inside and see if anyone else was still alive. Teacher walked over to the main character lying on the stretcher and checked his pulse. Guan asked excitedly to the man, "What is the condition of the protagonist?" The interlocutor replied that they could save Yulei from serious injuries. The teacher pulled himself up from the last of his strength and looked at his student with excitement. The protagonist was lying on a stretcher. System forecasting was very poor. Suddenly, a bright lightning bolt appeared from above. It struck in the direction of the protagonist. The lightning strike accurately hit the guy. Yulei jumped up after the impact over the stretcher. The main character felt very stunned after the impact. There was smoke coming from his body. As he lay on the stretcher, he asked the system unhappily why it had electrocuted him. The system was surprised. She didn't understand what the protagonist was talking about. The guy was suddenly startled. He realized it wasn't the system that had just attacked him. A very strong shiver went through the main character's whole body. He felt very bad. He felt very bad. Yulei felt to himself as his body began to suddenly inflate from within. The guy started getting bigger and bigger. He was getting huge. Yulei screamed very loudly due to the fact that he was being violently gutted on the inside. The main character was in a huge room. It was a hospital. He opened his eyes and started to look around. Yulei saw a turtle nearby. The man excitedly told the boy that he was finally awake. The boy, lying on the bed, asked where everyone else was. The interlocutor replied that Yulei was in the clan chamber. He added that the boy should recover quickly. The protagonist said exhaustedly that he remembered being struck by lightning. The man helped the guy up. He explained that the spirit palace assumed that the reward would be given to a cultivator at the spirit stage. But the protagonist is at the human stage. The interviewee explained that the guy got really energized and almost exploded. But the paramedics were able to help Yulei. They injected him with the right medicine. The doctors have their love for their students and medical skills are great. The man explained that the doctors pulled excess energy out of the guy's body, reducing the stresses on his body. Yulei excitedly interjected about the spiritual palace's reward. The man told the boy that he had heard all about his exploits in the spiritual palace towards other students. The man explained that the main character, despite the huge difference in strength, had proven that he had the heart of a heaven stage cultivator. Yule asked his interlocutor with great surprise, "What is he talking about?" The man grabbed the boy by the shoulders and said cheerfully that he was worthy of the spiritual palace's reward. Yule returned to the cave to save the others. The boy was a little confused. He was uncomfortable after the man pulled him to him by his arms. The man hugged the boy and shouted to him joyfully, very proud to have him as a disciple in the Wensword clan. Yule shoved his hands away from the man. He asked grudgingly, "Will he be all right?" The interlocutor replied with a smile to the protagonist that he would become even better than he was before. The guy was very frustrated and dissatisfied. He wanted his interlocutor to stop, and then the man gently grabbed the boy's hands. He wanted to tell him something important. The interlocutor explained that Yule would be able to start cultivating as early as the soul stage. The main character was very much and unpleasantly struck by such words. He realized that he couldn't just die like that. The lad turned to his companion and asked to be left to rest a little alone. The man replied understandingly to the lad that he was very tired and should rest. The protagonist sat staring unhappily in front of him. He realized that things weren't going the way he wanted them to. Suddenly, the main character shouted very loudly. He was very annoyed. The man heard the protagonist scream. He stopped and thought. The man thought that the main character would properly pass the soul stage, and then there would be the heaven stage. The infirmary contained students who had suffered minor injuries. The clan's medicine would suffice for any kind of injury. Most of the disciples recovered very quickly with the help of the cultivators. Teacher Tsuyu's injuries were very serious. They took longer to heal. After visiting the secret area, many students thought they could increase their power. In reality, they remained at the human stage. Yue Air's girlfriend came out and asked the guy why she didn't see Fan or Zuo here. The guy replied that they had gone to visit the protagonist. The girl was very much interested and thoughtful. She thought about Yule. Evening came and the protagonist's friends came to check on him. The girl held out a huge black pill to the guy and offered to take it. Zuo explains that it's a life force pill and it will help the main character. Yule saved her life and that's why she's giving him the pill. The main character waved his hand and said he didn't need to be thanked. He was just doing his job. Yule turned to his girlfriend and said excitedly that she had saved him too. Zuo was very shy. She looked at her companion silently. The girl turned around and started to walk away. She told the guy goodbye that she thought he had a better chance of surviving than she did. The guy fan said cheerfully to the main character not to worry about the girlfriend. Fang explained that he met Zuo before the other students. The girl has been here since she was 15, but they still have conflicts. The girl told herself that she was arrogant, but she was still that kind of person. Zuo thought that when she meets someone stronger than her, she gets very upset and jealous. She becomes more aggressive. The girl decided to herself that if she couldn't catch up with the gap, she wouldn't know what to do. The protagonist listened as Tsu said that people always admire others who are stronger than they are. Such admiration becomes stronger. The protagonist thought to himself that he had begged for death, but instead he dragged two friends in. Zuo revealed that she was born in the court of the royal palace. She therefore immediately knew what she had to do to climb the career ladder. The girl explained to the protagonist that she assumed no one could work harder than her until she met Yule. Zuo told the protagonist that she had only now realized how wrong she had been. She added that there are people like the ones here, and there are places like this. Yule suddenly told the startled girlfriend that she wasn't wrong at all. The main character told the girl that she has a lot of perseverance. She can achieve her dream in this clan. The girl turned sideways. She thought about the main character's words. The fanboy thought for a bit and replied to the girl that he understood. The girl was annoyed. She didn't like her friend's answers. Then suddenly the girl ran up to her friends and started beating them up. TSO said angrily to the guys to stop being so gentle. Yule replied to the girl that they were just talking. The attendant, along with the man, watched the wall in the cave carefully. The attendant noticed the imprint of someone's hand on the wall. She was very startled. The man was standing next to the woman. He told her that her assumption was correct. The secret area along with the spiritual palace shook because someone had used magic. The attendant held the mirror in her hands. She said excitedly that it was the heavenly stage. The interlocutor excitedly said that the only person who entered here was the Guan. The woman also recalled that human stage cultivators went to the cave with the main character. Yule reminded the man that he himself had told him that he needed to rest more to recover. He asked his interlocutor what he had been brought here for. The man replied to the guy that he was here to tell him about exploring the secret area. The interlocutor explained to the guy that what had happened was that someone had sabotaged the place. Someone had come with the protagonist's group to the spiritual palace that day. Yule was very much surprised. He asked if someone was hiding among them. The man replied that they hadn't figured it out yet, which was why they had gathered everyone here. The interlocutor pointed to the old man who had passed. He explained that the old man would be using a special technique of the clan. Through this, he would learn the deepest secrets of those on whom the technique was being used. As a result, the traitor would be discovered. Zuo thought deeply. She was excited that they were all going to be tested with a special technique. Zuo asked fearfully to the man, "Will they be given any privacy?" The girl asked the man, "Why were the 4 of them chosen out of all the who entered the spiritual palace?" The interlocutor replied that the rest of the people were gathered in another room. The investigation would go faster if everyone was separated. The man explained that, for the safety of the Wen Sword clan, all the participants in the trial must obey their elders. The protagonist was being tested. The old man used a special skill against him. Yule looked in front of him at the hand on fire in front of him. The boy decided that the sooner it was over, the sooner he would go to bed. The protagonist eyed the old man's hand warily. Suddenly a hunch struck him. Yule realized that if his memories were examined in detail, someone might discover information about his real identity of Chen Fei. The protagonist looked at the old man and realized that there were 2 ways to activate the collapsed system. The main character could take on the identity of a Chen Fei and then end up dead. The guy could keep Yule's identity and use it further. After his soul is investigated, then people will discover Chen Fei's identity anyway. The protagonist, looking at the old man's hand, realized he couldn't be allowed to fully declassify himself. The old man reached out his burning hand and almost touched the boy's head. The interlocutor asked the protagonist with excitement and interest, "Why is he afraid?" The main character waved his hands and decided to explain why he was nervous. The interlocutor told the guy that he had seen a lot of people with different secrets. He added that he would not say anything about what he would hear from the protagonist. Yule very fearfully decided to himself that it was all over for him and he would be exposed. The old man was about to touch the protagonist's head with his fiery hand. Suddenly there was a very loud noise. The building shook and everything fell apart. The main character was very much astonished. He was looking around with another student. Huge blocks of concrete started falling from the roof of the building. They almost hit people. The blocks that fell on the floor started to destroy everything. The main character is very badly frightened. The frightened boy looked at the man. The man realized what was happening. The man shouted fearfully, the surrounding aura pertaining to the Heaven Stage Master. From above the building, someone suddenly soared overhead surrounded by pink flames. The man shouted fearfully that the traitor is a fellow Ding Shuyuan. The protagonist repeated the name Ding Shuyuan to himself. He remembered that it was one of the disciples. That's when the pink flame guy stopped on the roof of the building. The protagonist looked carefully at the disciple standing on top of him and repeated his name, Ding Shuyuan. The man shouted that the interrogation technique showed Ding Shuyuan's memories. He was the one who destroyed the transition zone and the spiritual palace. The man added that Ding Shuyuan was the most famous traitor from the Batian clan. The man said that Dean was in reality a demon cultivator of the celestial stage. He asked the warrior, "So why did Dean pretend to be a new student and get into their clan?" The warrior replied that Dean did all this to collect some treasures from the secret area. Dean's boyfriend stood on top surrounded by pink flames and looked down at the people below. Ding angrily turned to the protagonist. He revealed that he had infiltrated the Wen Sword clan with great difficulty. When he finally found the treasure, it was eaten by Yule. The protagonist was surprised to realize that the bracelet of pearls he had swallowed was an ancient demonic treasure. Din rushed down. As he flew, he shouted that he had collapsed the spiritual palace to kill the protagonist. The disciple threatened that he would open Yule's stomach and take what belonged to him. The people downstairs got really scared. Someone shouted to the main character to hide as soon as possible. Dean flew overhead. He shouted menacingly to his rivals that they would not stop him. The protagonist stood scared from below. He realized he couldn't defend himself. Yule gathered his strength and said fearfully that it was all an accident. The protagonist noticed some kind of artifact descending from above in bluish lightning. It was a sword. The guy stood and looked in front of him. He saw huge blue sparkling lightning bolts. Yule noticed with excitement as the sword began to approach. Din was still flying nearby. The protagonist realized that he was facing a special Qingming sword that belonged to the elders. Yule thought sharply to himself that everything that was happening was a disgrace. Dean's boyfriend was floating in the air. He saw a bright blue glow in front of him. The apprentice laughed evilly. He saw something in front of him that interested him. Din was hovering and had a special sword in his hands. At this time, a huge number of birds of prey appeared in the air all around. The protagonist saw someone standing on a hill in the distance. The stranger put a hand to his chest. The stranger stood alone at the top of the hill. Birds of prey continued to fly around. The protagonist excitedly realized that he was seeing a strike of dragons and 9 spirits. At this time, the magic sword continued to float in the air. It began to change its direction. The sword, surrounded by blue flames, headed in the direction where Dean was. The sword flew through the air and killed the birds flying around with its radiance. After that, the sword flew up and shattered the lilac haze around the flying Din. Student Dean was very angry and scared. He screamed very loudly. A bright blue glow reached Dean and completely enveloped him on all sides. The protagonist stood on Earth. He looked at everything that was happening in silence and with excitement. Dean's boy had a little time to himself. He laughed very wickedly and merrily. Din shouted to his opponents not to even think about catching him. Suddenly, the guy got really scared. He screamed really loud. Dean was pierced by a very strong electric shock. He continued to scream loudly. There was a very strong explosion at the place where Dean's boyfriend was. Blue and purple lightning bolts flew out in all directions. The protagonist looked up in amazement. He had never seen anything like this before. Zuo said with admiration the elder had completely annihilated a heaven stage demon cultivator with a single sword strike. At this time, the elder slowly began to descend from the top of the hill toward the people. The old man slowly descended and prepared to put his feet on the ground. People fell to their knees before the elder. Someone said he wanted to learn his techniques. The main character was very disturbed. He decided to himself that it was all a very strange coincidence. Yulei thought the traitor had shown up at just the right moment. Dean seemed to want to help him. At this time, an old man suddenly walked up to the protagonist and grabbed his arm. The boy was very much frightened. He realized that the elder had come very close to him. After that, the old man guided his hands and touched the main character's stomach. Fang looked at everything that was happening with great surprise. He didn't understand what the elder had done. The protagonist felt suddenly as if something inside him had changed. The old man said judiciously that he knew that the protagonist had swallowed a demonic artifact. Yulei can't handle it himself. The elder told the protagonist that he would seal the artifact inside his body so that there would be no problems in the future. The man next to him thanked the elder for the good idea. The elder told his companion to take the injured disciples to rest. Yulei wondered what kind of trouble he might have in the future. The old man asked the man, should they examine the protagonist again? The man calmly replied that according to the elder's decree, they would let all the students rest. Evening descended on the clan residence. The apprentices were in the infirmary. There was a girl in one of the infirmary rooms. A servant came to see her. The maid asked the Yue girl to drink the medicine she brought. Yue took a bowl of drink from the tray. She prepared to drink it. The girl calmly carried the cup to Hermith and began to sip the medicine little by little. Yue closed her eyes and slowly consumed the medicine into herself, one sip at a time. The maid told the girl that the medicine was very bitter, but she just drank it. Yue placed the drinking bowl on the tray and said that she hadn't drunk anything like this before. The maid told the girl to rest, and she's about to turn out the light. The room with the girl went dark after the maid left. The moon has risen over the infirmary building. There's complete silence all around. Suddenly a pink glow appeared in the girl's room. Someone asked her if she understood that technique. The girl replied to her interlocutor that the mission had failed, and the celestial ice raven was now dead. The girl remembered how she got to the Yuan demon clan. There her mentor met her and welcomed her. The mentor told the girls that they are now in debt for disobedience. One of them could be kicked out. The girl asked her friend, will this be their new family now? The girlfriend told the girl that this would be their new family as long as they behaved themselves. Their new friends would not leave them again. Yue closed her eyes and smiled. She felt at ease around her girlfriend. Yue remembered how she had killed many people and saw the girl's body lying on earth. Yue was standing with a ball in her hands. Many corpses of the people she had killed were scattered around. The girl remembered that she had to obey and kill everyone to gain saint status. Yue thought excitedly to herself that she should be loyal to the spiritual master. The warrior realized that she had to fulfill everything in order not to be abandoned. The girl bowed to the supreme mentor. He headed towards her. The mentor asked the interlocutor Liu Yue if she was the last candidate for sainthood. After that, the interlocutor told the girl that he accepted her as his follower. The interlocutor told the girl that she would receive the title of the Supreme Master's successor. Liu Yue replied to the master obediently that she would do exactly that. When the girl was in the Wensword clan, there were some amazing changes there in 3 months. After the destruction of the pleasure cult, the other demon clans divided territory and resources among themselves. After that, the clans began to fight among themselves. Before the events in the secret zone, the master turned to the girl. The interlocutor said that there is a good opportunity for the demon clan Yuan to expand its territories. Yue will have a good opportunity to prove his loyalty to his mentor and pay back the clan. The girl asked calmly to her mentor, what instructions would that one have? The master told the girl that when he was hunted down in the fateful year, he left half of his powers in the secret area of the Wen clan. Now he wants the girl to retrieve it for him. The mentor said that if he regained his power, they could unite all the demon clans. Yue was very surprised that her teacher had left half of his strength behind. At the same time, her mentor was at the 7th level of the heavenly stage. The girl answered her teacher unequivocally that she would do anything for him. After that, Yue decided to fully fulfill what her mentor demanded of her. The girl realized that the secret zone was the great asset of the Wen clan. The zone is well guarded and she found no way to get in. It turned out that the protagonist's performance was astonishing. Because of this, the elder allowed all the students to train at the first level of the secret area. The spiritual palace was on the 6th level. Yue and the Ice Raven were able to trigger an earthquake. The girl used the passageways in the secret area to get all the disciples to fall down the spiritual palace. She blended in with the crowd and was undetected. Yue spent a lot of effort to find the magic rosary beads. In the end, the main character swallowed them. When everyone got out of the tunnel, they were being watched by the surveillance team. Yue had no way to get the brushes out of the main character. The girl told the Ice Crow to seize the opportunity when the cave would collapse. It was to kill Yue and take the rosary from him. The protagonist proved himself amazing during the escape. He was able to dodge all the falling rocks. The girl was running behind the protagonist. A huge rock was falling on them from above. Yue remembered that they were very unlucky as they were hit by falling rocks. To ensure that no one would catch them from the clan, they had to surrender. In the end, the protagonist got out. Yue informed the master that they had not finished the mission and the Ice Raven was dead. The mentor angrily told the interlocutor that she had wasted the Ice Crow's life. He interrogated, "Does she still want to go back to them?" Yue fearfully replied that there was nothing she could do. The girl said excitedly to her interlocutor that if she remained unnoticed, she could complete the task and return his power. The girl told the master that she would arrange that there should be no suspicion, and she should not be discovered. Yue said that the memories that were found in the Ice Crow boy had been altered. The girl assured master that no one would suspect her of having a connection with the clan. The master angrily told the girl that she might not come back if she didn't give him his power back. The girl was astonished to hear such words from the master. She was frightened. Yue dropped to her knees and begged her teacher not to leave her. She added that she would be able to kill the protagonist and get the magic rosary back. The night was over the clan's opinion. The protagonist was still in the infirmary. The guy couldn't sleep. He kept thinking about the Dean incident. The protagonist stayed up all night. He couldn't understand why a Heaven Stage cultivator had revealed his presence. Yue didn't understand who he wanted to protect. The guy lay there and thought to himself that the legend of Heaven Stage had given himself away when he wanted to protect someone. Yue realized that all of this did not fit with the character of the Demon Clan. The guy decided that the person who was protected by the Ice Raven must have been stronger than he was. The protagonist had a good idea. He even jumped up on the bed. The guy decided he'd find out who the Ice Raven was trying to protect. Then he'd threaten to turn that person in, and he'd kill him for sure. The protagonist sat staring in front of him, happily contemplating his plan. After a bit of thinking, the protagonist realized that things weren't going to be that easy for him. The protagonist realized that he couldn't just identify the right person. He remembered that even the elders couldn't find a clue. The protagonist got excited and remembered that he could call on the system to help him. The guy turned to the system. He immediately remembered the incident at the spiritual palace. Yue remembered that system warning and countdown very rarely appeared in the spiritual palace. He decided that he should be more careful. Yue thought that the system would help him to be reborn with unimaginable abilities. It could also be just useful to him. The guy remembered the system message that she was giving him a chance to survive. The system informed the protagonist as well when he was facing imminent death. The guy also remembered when the system gave him a critical warning. The protagonist decided to himself that the system would always give him the right advice in any situation. The guy remembered the system message during the spiritual palace address. He wondered. The protagonist realized that the system knew for a fact that he would be saved. The guy remembered an incident in the outskirts of Duhek. During that incident, the system had said that if Zhao Suili went on her own, she would definitely die. Then the system told the protagonist that if he went with the girl, they had a chance to survive. The guy remembered that he couldn't have survived on his own. He didn't realize how dangerous it was. The protagonist remembered that when he and his girlfriend came to the spirit box, he received a system message about the chance of survival. The guy realized that the system knew the whole situation and knew he would survive. The protagonist realized that the system knows a lot and it's omnipresent. After thinking for a bit, the protagonist realized that the system now needed to know who the traitor was. The guy started clapping his hands to get the system's attention. The owner accessed the system. It rang and activated. The system asked the host what he wanted and demanded that he activate it. The guy got really excited. He jumped from his seat in the direction of the system window. Yue flew happily to the system window. He wanted to ask her a question. The guy flew headfirst into a wall. The system asked him what he was smoking and what he wanted. The guy asked with interest to his electronic interlocutor, who was the Ice Raven trying to protect? System, after a pause, replied to the protagonist that she would not tell him. Yue cheerfully said that he only has a hunch. He is not sure of this person's existence. The system slowed down a bit. She replied to the guy that it was getting late and he should go to bed. Guy walked over to the system window. He asked the virtual assistant why she was leaving so soon. The protagonist told the system on the sly that she would help him and he would be very grateful to her. At which time there was a lightning strike, and electric sparks struck the guy. Yula clarified grudgingly to the interlocutor. Couldn't he ask her now? The system replied to the guy that he couldn't ask her such questions until he activated her. The guy told the electronic assistant that they had plenty of time and offered her a game. He thought to himself that he would ask the system indirectly. The system was silent for a while. She was mulling over the protagonist's proposal. The protagonist told his interlocutor that he wanted to speculate on possible scenarios. The system responded with acceptance. The guy showed the system a sheet with different names on it. He asked the system, what happens if he fights these people? It told him when he wins or dies. He showed a piece of paper with the name Zuo Yuhan on it. She told him that he was winning. The guy showed a list of other names of various acquaintances. Yulei asked the system what awaited him in case of a fight with Liu Yue. The system replied that the guy would die imminently. The protagonist thought for a moment. He was very much taken aback by this answer. The guy couldn't understand why he would face imminent death if he fought against Liu Yue. He realized that he would lose against the Guan since his teacher is a Dao stage cultivator. The guy knew that the girl Liu Yue only possessed the 3rd level of the human stage. He couldn't understand how on earth she could defeat him in single combat. A hunch struck the guy. He realized that the Yue girl might be a traitor and hiding her power. Yula thought for a moment. He needed to expose the girl before she got caught and defend himself so she wouldn't kill him. The guy asked the electronic assistant, what was the strength level of the girl Liu Yue? The system was silent in response. The protagonist realized that systemic silence shows he's right. The guy started naming the possible levels of his martial art and asked what would happen if he fought Liu Yue. The system told the guy that he would die imminently. The protagonist was overjoyed. He realized he was on the right path. He asked what would happen if he was at the 1st level of the Dao stage. After a short pause, the system replied to the protagonist that he was in for a called death. Guy excitedly asked the virtual assistant what would happen if he reached the celestial stage. The protagonist got the answer that he would win in that case. He was very surprised. Yulei was surprised to realize that the girl Liu Yue had reached the Dao stage and she was definitely above the 1st level. The protagonist was astonished by his discovery. He stayed up till dawn. Yula decided to himself that he should calm down. He realized that the big problem for the Wensword clan was that there was a Liu Yue hiding there. The guy realized to himself that he would try to blackmail the girl by revealing her real identity. The protagonist thought to himself happily that now he would definitely be in danger. Yulei imagined realistically how he would meet a girl in the woods one-on-one, after which the protagonist assumed that he would reveal the real identity of the person he was talking to. Then the girl gets angry and kills the protagonist on the spot. The guy got really excited. He realized he could put his plan into action. The system told her master she wanted to leave. The guy got excited. Yula realized that it was still very early for him to rejoice. He needed to make the elders and the elder know about it. The protagonist was lying on a bed with the moonlight falling on him from the window. It was night outside. The guy realized he had to make the elders find out after he was dead. The main character wrote all the details of his secret on a piece of paper. Afterward, the lad put the sheet under the pillow on his bed and covered it securely. Yuli decided to himself that it was time for him to act. He must plan the most important part. The protagonist decided to write everything down on paper. He sat down at his desk. The guy tried to describe in detail how he should contact Liu Yue. The protagonist kept scribbling incomprehensible drawings on a sheet of paper. The guy was getting bored, but he couldn't figure out how he could exactly find an approach to his girlfriend. Yula drew a portrait of a girl. He realized that he had no experience in dealing with girls. The guy angrily tossed his quill aside. He remembered that he was at university and working hard at his job. The protagonist realized he couldn't figure it out on his own. He decided to get help. The fanboy was very surprised. He asked his friend why this one had come to him. Yula said he wanted to get close to the girl Lu, and asked his friend to help him. Fang was very interested in the fact that the interlocutor wanted to get close to Mrs. Lu. Yulei replied to his friend that he was not thinking of anything strange. The guy waved his other hand with a smile and answered him cheerfully that he understood. The protagonist and his friend were sitting outdoors. Fan explained to his friend that he should first ask the girl for details about her. Yulei was surprised that his friend was acting very knowledgeable. The guy told his friend cheerfully to relax, and he would help him make a plan. The protagonist thanked his friend. Fan replied to the interlocutor that his favor is nothing compared to Yula, all of them saved. There was a bright sun shining in the clear sky. The guy Fan went to the girl's house to make an appointment. The guy explained to Mrs. Lu that she needed to meet the main character. Fan, standing near the threshold, said goodbye to the girl. He said cheerfully that he would go and tell everything to the protagonist. The girl was overjoyed. She realized that the opportunity itself had fallen into her hands. Yue said cheerfully to herself that the protagonist herself had fallen into her net. The girl thought pleased with herself that she was lucky to be born with a beautiful face. The main character met his girlfriend in nature. They were swinging on a swing in a tree. Yule sat on the swing next to the girl. They were all alone under a large tree and were silent. To himself, the protagonist thought happily that his friend Fang Qing-shu was a very good organizer. The guy had indeed found a remote place. The protagonist angrily thought to himself that in this beautiful place no one would prevent his plan from coming to fruition. The girl was also very happy. She realized that she could safely kill Yule in this remote place. After gathering his courage, the protagonist told his girlfriend that she was beautiful today. Wei was silent in response. Yule realized that he couldn't tell the girl the secret directly. You have to make the girlfriend make the first move. The protagonist remembers that last night he studied the secret language of the Tao stage. In the conversation, he will let his interlocutor realize that he already knows about her role as a traitor. Yue sat silently and then thanked the protagonist. She hid her emotions. The girl was surprised that the guy had turned her down before. Now he came to see her. A pink aura appeared around the interlocutors. The guy told the girl that he had come through to talk about something. Yue asked the guy what he wanted. Yuli excitedly said that there was someone else he suspected of betrayal. He recalled about the ice raven who was disguised as Ding Xiu Yuan. The girl was very frightened and disturbed. She didn't expect such a conversation. A pink aura continued to flicker between the two interlocutors. Yue ventured a question. The frightened girl asked the protagonist what he had said to her. The guy turned fearfully to the girl and asked her what was wrong. Yue reminded the protagonist that the elders had reported that there were no further problems. The girl thought to herself that she had not been discovered even by the elders with the Tao level. She realized that she couldn't be discovered by anyone at the human stage. The guy calmly replied to his interlocutor that he had discovered it by accident. Yue decided that she should understand why the guy had just told her that. The girl put her hand on the board of the swing and asked her interlocutor, why didn't he tell everything to Mr. Guan? The protagonist explained that he doesn't have a serious lead. The clan shouldn't do anything just because of his suspicions. Yule added that the traitor was able to hide his power from his elders. Now he is asking for the girl's help in his investigation. The girl asked the protagonist, does he suspect it could be her? Yule replied to the girlfriend that she is very beautiful and can't be a traitor. Yue decided that the protagonist would guess her power anyway if he tested it. As calmly as possible, the girl asked the protagonist who he might suspect besides her. Yule calmly replied to the interlocutor that he might be suspicious of the girl Zuo Yuhan. The protagonist realistically portrayed his acquaintance TSO in a very evil way. Yue with interest asked the guy, why does he suspect Zuo Yuhan? Yue replied that Zuo girl looks like evil itself. The protagonist once again presented his girlfriend Zuo in an even more evil way. Yue looked at her interlocutor. She could not understand whether the protagonist was joking. The girl asked her interlocutor if he had any other suspects. Yule replied that he only suspected Zuo Yuhan. Yue realized that the main character was confusing her. She found out that the guy first told the truth and then told a lie. The girl asked her interlocutor in a calm voice, what should they do now? Yule said for Yue to start looking out for Zuo to detect anything suspicious. Yule told his girlfriend that he didn't want to hurt her. He added that she should not make any sudden movements. The interlocutor agreed. The girl realized that the protagonist is in reality and does not suspect Zuo Yuhan of betrayal. The girl is well aware that the protagonist has exposed her and now he suspects her. Yue fearfully thought to herself, can a guy know about her Tao stage? Yule happily thought to himself that the girl realized that he had declassified her. He expected her to kill him. Her companion sat silent. She thought for a long time about what to say to the boy. Yue realized that the guy didn't believe her. She decided that she had to find out how the guy was able to expose her. The unexpected girl turned to her interlocutor. The guy turned to her in surprise. Yue hugged the guy and asked him slyly, how could demonic cultivators deal with this kind of problem? The girlfriend whispered to the protagonist, asking if he wanted someone to help him. Yue asked the boy in a whisper, could he tell how he knew about the traitor? The protagonist was very surprised by the girl's questions. He expected her to kill him immediately. Yue put her hand on the guy's leg. She asked him, was the traitor discovered by the elders during the soul research? The girl moved her hand up the guy's leg. She asked, was the traitor discovered earlier? The main character got very excited. He excitedly shouted at the girl, after which the guy fearfully shoved the girl away from him with his hands to the side. Yule told his girlfriend that she wouldn't believe him, even if he answered her question. Yue looked at her interlocutor unhappily. She thought that the guy might have declassified her before the spiritual palace. The girl remembered that the human stage disciples had gained access to the secret zone thanks to the protagonist. She recalled that Yulei had really caught the attention of the elders. The girl excitedly decided that the guy was creating an opportunity for her. The protagonist asked his companion fearfully why she was looking at him like that. He thought to himself that he should make the hints more obvious to Yue. The girl thought back to the protagonist's past behavior. She decided that Yue was doing everything to impress the elders and give her a chance. Afterward, the Sobodnitsa asked the protagonist with surprise, did he really know from the beginning that the traitor was among them, who pretended to be a new disciple? Guy, in a calm voice, asked the girl what made her think that. Yue thought her interlocutor was bluffing. She remembered that only her clan knew about the secret plan. The girl decided that the protagonist had discovered the traitor even before entering the spiritual palace. Yue asked excitedly to her interlocutor, did he really know that they would fall into the spiritual palace? The protagonist fearfully asked her interlocutor what she was thinking. The girl smiled and replied that she was just joking to herself. She thought the main character was getting flustered. The girl excitedly realized that the main character is here to check her out. The guy was not satisfied. He realized that his interlocutor didn't understand his hints and he should try harder. The main character suggested to Mrs. Liu that he would rock her on this swing. She would think hard and understand his intentions at that time. After that, the guy started rocking his girlfriend. She was completely in her own thoughts. Yue couldn't understand what her interlocutor had planned and what his intentions were. The girl asked the guy as calmly as possible, does he really want to catch the traitor? She didn't understand why the guy had brought her here with his riddles. Yulei replied that he needed to gather more information. The protagonist looked carefully at his interlocutor. He couldn't believe that she still didn't understand. Yue replied to the guy that he doesn't care enough about his cultivation. At the same time, he does care about the clan. The girl realized that the protagonist was testing her. She realized that the guy knows that she is at the Dao stage. Yule replied to his girlfriend that he is worried. He added that he cares about the Wen Sword clan. The protagonist thought to himself that everything should be obvious by now. The girl kept swinging on the swing. She kept thinking about the main character's words. Yue thought deeply. She couldn't understand what the guy was up to. Suddenly some mystery struck Mrs. Liu. She realized what the protagonist was thinking. Yue realized that the protagonist was a very ambitious person. She decided that she had figured out his intentions. The girl realized that the protagonist had uncovered her clan's plan. She decided that the guy wanted to take the clan for himself. At which time the main character calmly and quietly walked over and sat down to the girl on the swing. The guy sat silently next to the girl. He calmly waited for her answer. After that, the protagonist excitedly got up from the swing and looked at the girl. Yulei was thinking about something of his own. The girl sat quietly on the swing without moving. Suddenly, the protagonist felt a very strong blow. The girl suddenly struck him. The protagonist had his magical necklace thrown out from inside him after a violent blow. The girl looked at her acquaintance without any emotion. Beads flew by her side. After a powerful blow, the protagonist flew far away and began to fall into the abyss. The magical necklace fell to the ground right next to the cliff. The girl walked over, bent down, and picked up the magic beads. She took them for herself. Yue stood silent. She held the magic beads in her hands and looked down. The girl stood near the cliff. She looked around for any sign of the protagonist. The main character was lying at the bottom of a deep ravine. He was completely unconscious. After that, the guy heard someone call him a man from the outside. An unfamiliar creature with shackles on its feet began to stride toward the protagonist. At this time, with great difficulty, opened his eyes. He decided to look who was here next to him. Yule lifted himself up. He heard the stranger say that she hoped to get out of here. He wondered in amazement, wondering where he was. He did not understand what had happened. The boy turned around and saw someone's burning eyes beside him. He was frightened. The protagonist saw a predatory and demonic red-haired girl beside him. He was very frightened. He couldn't understand who was standing in front of him. The girl yelled to the guy not to be afraid. She added that she wasn't mean. The protagonist finally woke up. He realized that he had survived because of his new acquaintance. The boy looked around. He noticed that he was all alone in this gorge. Yule looked at his savior with great attention. He couldn't figure out who she was. The protagonist saw a demonic girl with burning eyes in front of him. She was chained to her. The boy asked the stranger in surprise, was she the one who saved him? The companion shook her head and told the guy that she saw him as he was falling. The protagonist recalled to himself as he fell from a great height downward. To himself, Yule dreamed of him crashing into the ground at high speed after falling. A guy was falling from a great height into a deep gorge. Suddenly, someone's demonic hand reached out from below the cave. The mysterious red hand grabbed the protagonist when he was about to hit the ground. The protagonist was surprised. He couldn't understand what had just happened to him. Then someone's demonic hand pulled the protagonist into a cave. The boy found himself in a dark cave. In it, only the red eyes of the demonic girl glowed. The protagonist was sitting in a cave chatting with his new acquaintance. Eula realized that the system had been waiting and knew that he would fall here. Next to him sat his interlocutor. Suddenly, the girl grabbed the guy's arm and addressed him loudly. The stranger told the protagonist that he had a low cultivation level. She added that she could teach him some techniques. The guy shoved the girl away and shouted to her that this was really it. The protagonist bounced to the side. He shouted to his new acquaintance that he didn't want to cultivate. Yuli asked the girl with very great excitement, who was she? The interlocutor was very surprised at such a question from the protagonist. She prepared to answer. The stranger proudly said her name was Tai Shuli. She added that she was a cultivator of the 10th level of the celestial stage. The protagonist was surprised. He didn't expect such an advanced stranger in front of him. Tai told the guy that his chi was very low. She suggested him to learn her techniques. After that, the protagonist would be able to rise quickly. She said that the main character's friends would no longer look down on him. Eula fearfully replied that his comrades never looked down on him. Tai asked the guy if his friends were laughing behind his back. Yule replied calmly to the girl that his friends idolized him to a great extent. Tai told the guy that he had a low cultivation level. She added that he should slowly rise through the levels. The main character replied to the girl that he was the strongest new student. The guy told the interviewer that he had absolutely no need for her techniques. The protagonist informed the disgruntled girlfriend that he didn't want to have even more power. He turned around to head for the exit. He wanted to say goodbye to Tai. The girl shouted angrily she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. She prepared to lunge at the guy. The main character was very scared. He turned around and looked fearfully at Tai. Tai shouted menacingly to the protagonist that she had been waiting for this moment for 600 years. She threw a chain of fire in the direction of the protagonist. The girl angrily yelled to the main character that he would be learning from her today. The protagonist screamed fearfully. He wanted to escape from the evil demonic girl. Eula looked fearfully at his interlocutor. He realized that she didn't want to kill him. The guy looked around with interest and realized he was okay. Tai told the protagonist that he was her only hope of escape. That's why she shouldn't kill him. The demonic girl smiled at the boy and told him that he would be learning from her from today. The main character screamed in fright. He could not free himself as he was bound by the fire chains. The Yue Air girl returned to her room in the infirmary. She decided to check the magic necklace. The girl looked at the magic beads. They glowed with a pink glow. Yue Air realized that the rosaries lying in front of her did not contain mana. They were just ordinary gems. The girl thought and realized that mana had transferred into the main character's body. The main character was at this time being held captive by the Tai. He was bound in chains of fire and very frightened. The girl walked to the wall and broke off a small stone. She recalled to herself the events of long ago. The main character was lying on the earth. Tai remembered that she hadn't seen the outside world and a clear sky for a very long time. The girl recalled a memorable night. She was running away from a chase in the forest. Tai was being pursued by several warriors. One of them commanded his subordinates to hurry up. The man shouted to his subordinates to hurry up. He added that their target went to the cliff. The girl was running towards the cliff. She was wounded and she was in a lot of pain. Tai ran toward the big hole. She couldn't get anywhere out of the way. The girl was standing near a large cliff and had absolutely nowhere to go. Tai stood staring apprehensively at the vast abyss before her feet. The girl looked down apprehensively. She realized she would have to jump into the cliff. Tai heard the voices of her pursuers very close by. She realized she had been quickly caught up. The girl was alone in front of the abyss. The only way out was to jump down. Tai was really pissed off, but she had absolutely no other option. The girl shoved off to jump down to escape her pursuers. The men stopped. They saw that there was a cliff in front of them and nowhere else to run. The men were heading toward the precipice. They saw that there was no one on the edge of the cliff. The pursuers stopped. They looked around in silence. There was silence all around. The guy told his leader named Tsuoshi they looked around, but the girl most likely jumped. Tsuo replied to his interlocutor that they have good defense from the mountains. They should not go forward so fast. The boy asked the girl what they could do now. The girl replied that if she died now, she would waste 2 years of her mother's efforts. She added that the victim they were chasing had learned a secret technique for shedding skin. The Zuo man said that the girl they were following came from a family of demonic cultivators. She had already reached the Dao stage in her 17th year. He added that he had to track down the victim. After which the man activated magical telepathic skills. The telepathic waves from TSO began to sweep through the neighborhood. He was trying to locate the girl he needed somewhere nearby. The companion asked the man impatiently, "How was he doing?" The man was silent. He didn't know what he would say to his companion now. Zuo then turned to his companion and said that the girl's mark was completely gone. The stalkers weren't happy. They didn't know how to explain all this to their teacher. Someone said that their victim's family had died 2 years ago. After that, the people left. There was complete silence in the neighborhood, and the clear moon shone in the sky. Ty's girl was lying at the bottom of the ravine. She began to gradually regain consciousness. The girl lay exhaustedly on the ground, but she felt glad that she was still alive. The girl regained consciousness and rose to her feet. She was very badly hurt after the fall. Ty walked under the bottom of the ravine. She thought to herself that she had lost her strength, and so she fled to the territory of the Wensword clan. The girl thought angrily to herself as she readied herself to fight against her pursuers. Ty walked leisurely along the bottom of the ravine. It was very hard for her. She didn't even know what was ahead of her. The girl walked lonely between the huge stone walls around her. Ty looked around and saw only cold walls around her. There was complete silence. The girl walked and looked carefully in front of her. She could not understand where she was. Suddenly something caught the girl's attention. She looked forward with interest. Ty saw a mountain of gold bars and magical artifacts in front of her. The girl bent down to pick up for herself an interesting artifact that she had spotted in a pile of gold. A girl saw some interesting book in a pile of gold. She wanted to take it. Ty took the blue book in her hands. It was a collection of some magical techniques. The girl looked and realized that the demon Jiang's allowance was in front of her. The girl thought. She realized that she had gotten her hands on a very important magical aid. Ty rejoiced angrily to herself. She realized that she had been given a very good opportunity. The girl realized that she was super lucky. She discovered the place where the first demon cultivator had stored all of his technology. Ty happily told herself that with this technology, she would be able to work her way up. Suddenly, huge chains appeared from the side. They headed towards the girl. The chain was around the girl's arm and she couldn't get free. The girl was very frightened. She couldn't understand where the chains had come from. Ty shouted fearfully and asked angrily, "Where did those chains come from?" A fire whirlwind appeared and a very evil demonic laugh rang out from there. The demon told his captive with a chuckle not to resist. He added that she would only be able to free herself when she reached the 10th level of the celestial stage. Ty shouted fearfully to the demon not to trap her. Burning Monster told his interlocutor not to worry. He added that his name was Jiang, and he was a demon lord. The demon explained that he had placed this place here to perfect himself here in complete peace. Jiang added that he only had a piece of his soul left and it was very weak. The girl was silent. She listened in amazement to the story of her new demonic acquaintance. The demon told her that he could give her his power. Tai could reach the heavenly stage, but she couldn't get out afterwards. Jiang told the girl that she could massacre the Wensword clan, and she would take revenge for him. The companion was bound in chains. She screamed angrily for the demon to let her go. The frightened girl couldn't get free in any way. She screamed at the demon that he was a bastard. Tai shouted to the demon that she only wanted to kill those who were chasing her. She demanded that Jiang release her. The girl was in a cave. She sat there and continued her cultivation techniques. The girl, sitting in the lotus position, activated a magic skill. She gave off a pink glow. A magical glow continued to spread around Tai. She sat with her eyes closed. The girl felt a tremendous demonic power awakening inside her. The girl's eyes opened. A bright and red fire flashed in them. The girl shouted angrily. She was still hanging chained up. A white haze passed across the floor of the cave. There was a magical white glow all around. Gradually, more and more white smoke appeared in the cave. It began to envelop the girl. Tai stood surrounded by a white haze. She smiled evilly to herself. The girl stepped with her feet on the ground. She decided that she could now free herself. Tai angrily shouted to the demon that she had completed the 10th level of the heaven stage. She demanded that he let her go. The demon replied with a laugh to his captive that her ki level was very unusual. Jiang told his interlocutor that his weapon was ready, and now he could take his revenge. The girl was very much surprised at such words. She didn't understand what kind of weapon the demon had told her about. Jiang explained to the girl that he had stored his treasures in this cave before he died. The girl was very worried. She couldn't believe it was possible. The demon explained that the girl could break the chains at her level of development, but she would lose a lot of demonic energy. After that, the Wensword clan would immediately recognize Tai's presence here. The girl smugly shouted that she could fight the Baldwin clan by herself, if those came here. The demon replied to his interlocutor that even he could not defeat this clan. Jiang asked the captive, did she really think that he only wanted to help her cultivate? The demon said angrily that the girl had only two choices. She could stay here forever in the cave or commit suicide. The girl jumped up on the spot. Her feet were off the ground. She was excited. The girl slumped to the ground. She realized she had a very difficult choice to make. The demon told the surprised interlocutor that she, with a 10th level heaven stage, would be able to destroy an entire clan. Tai was still tied up. The demon shouted joyfully that his dream would finally come true. The girl stayed in the cave. It's been a long time since she met the demon. Time passed. The cave remained completely deserted. Years passed. Tai remained chained inside the cave for a very long time. It went on like this for a long time. Until today when the main character showed up in the cave. The girl lay chained on the ground. She stared at the stone walls around her. Tai sighed sadly. She couldn't realize how much time had passed. The girl thought menacingly to herself that she could stay in this place for the rest of her life. Tai grudgingly shouted that she was really bored. She wanted a shower and a proper meal. The girl realized that her body couldn't get out of the pit, but she had a chance to free her soul. Tai realized she had an opportunity to trade her soul with someone. The girl decided that she would wait until the opportunity arose, and then she would return to the human world. Suddenly a sound caught the girl's attention. She woke up and became alert. Tai jumped up excitedly. She realized that a man had appeared in front of her. The girl realized that the appearance of the man would help her realize her plans to free her soul from the cave. Meanwhile, the exhausted young master continued to remain in the cave. Yu didn't understand how anyone could transfer his mana to someone else. Tai thought that this guy was too weak and only at the human stage. And if she does carry out a soul transfer, then she will need a lot of time to adapt. And leaving him in this trap is too dangerous because he could even die. Shuli just had to figure out how to trick the teenager into helping her. However, it was initially necessary to raise his cultivation level to the art stage. The demoness naively believed that everything was going according to plan, and very soon she would finally be free. The main character in turn experienced a feeling that was incomprehensible to him and could not understand what it was connected with. Suddenly Tai noticed his stomach, which was slightly swollen. She smiled and said that apparently someone was trying to get out. The soul transmission channel was ready, but only after Lee's improvement could she achieve the result. Shuli said that the young man is now in her hands, since she cast a spell on him, and soon he will become her puppet. The perplexed Yu tried to rise while Tai began to use her magic. The demonic mistress decided to check the result of her work and began to make circular movements with her index finger. Subsequently, everything happened as she wanted. The guy, like a dog, began to run around her. Delighted, Shuli laughed out loud because she really managed to turn him into a lapdog. Shocked, Lee realized with bitterness that she could control his body and did not know what this would lead to. Therefore, he decided to ask Tai how long she had been here and whether she really was a demonic cultivator. The smiling Shuli replied that she had been living in this cave for about 600 years and was a demon. Naturally, she wanted to escape. In the next few seconds, the guy revealed her plan to take over the body to free herself from the shackles. But first, she needed to make it stronger, because she could not leave the cave on her own. Stunned, Tai thought that he could see right through her, or could read minds. Finally, Shuli decided to admit that this was indeed true, and he had no choice. And if he doesn't want to die here, then he will have to cultivate as she says. The young man understood that if he refused to help, the system would think that he was deliberately killing himself. Yu thought for a long time about what to do and how to deceive Shuli, who in turn hurried him with an answer. Suddenly it dawned on her that he should be bribed with something interesting so that the teenager would finally make the right decision. Then the demon princess showed him a mountain of various objects, which contained both gold items and useful techniques. Tai brought the young master a whole box of goodness and said that there were some technologies that she had personally developed. But Lu continued to claim that he no longer wanted to cultivate, much less demonic skills. Enraged, Shuli suddenly rebelled and threw the box aside. Then she jumped on the main character and declared that she had one effective method, and she would even allow him to experience the true pleasure of demonic cultivation. Yu literally began to fight her off and say that such actions of hers repel him even more. But the extremely stubborn Tai continued to claim that he had nothing to fear and everything was under control. Suddenly she said that she had completely forgotten, because this technique required 3 cultivators, adding that there is no problem in this, because she has already figured out how to do it. Moreover, these 600 years were incredibly boring. The guy was terrified. A moment later, Shuli used her demonic chains again and literally bound him. The teenager still kicked, and Tai continued to persuade him to obey her. It is worth noting that the cultivation of 3, this technique can allow entities to pass through other people's bodies and then return again. But no matter how the young master fought her off, the demoness was still stronger. Thus, she began to do what she had planned, despite Yu's dissatisfaction. The main character did not stop fidgeting and demanded that she stop this procedure. At a certain moment, he still managed to break free and push Shuli away, after which he instantly jumped up and ran away from her. The perplexed Tai did not understand why he did not want to become stronger. Le once again said that he did not want to cultivate, and did not want to use demonic techniques. Adding that he would agree to this only upon his return, Shuli thought about it. After which she nevertheless made concessions and said that she would not bother him anymore. She extended her hand to him and declared that he should keep his word, so that she could finally see the outside world again. The teenager nodded his head approvingly. Thus Yu made an agreement with the demonic lady and could no longer get away. Tai said that the young man needed to return soon so that she could teach him everything. Then she asked what his name was, because she, in turn, had already introduced herself. The young master modestly said his name, Yulei. Unexpectedly, Shuli laughed, saying that he had a stupid name. The main character didn't like it and made a remark to her. Then the guy calmly put all his things into the bag. He really didn't want to return to cultivation. The teenager asked if she was sure she would mind him borrowing these things from her. Tai replied that she didn't need them, and therefore he could use them. Then Yu grabbed the bag of goods and hurried to find a way out of the cave. Joyful Shuli noted that she would eagerly await his return. A few minutes later, Lu finally found a way out and discovered that he also needed to climb up the slope. The young man jumped and grabbed a ledge in the rock, after which he began to gradually climb up. The teenager understood perfectly well that being a cultivator was quite convenient. In addition, the technologies that Shuli transferred were appropriate and gave him strength. However, at a certain moment, the guy felt a sharp weakness in his body and literally could not move. Suddenly, a certain spirit burst out of him. He was overly eager to get out. Yu, in turn, could not understand what was happening and was very scared. Thus, Tai placed a piece of her soul in the young man. She could see and hear everything that he could. The spirit also threatened Le that if he told anyone about her, Shuli would be able to kill him even in this state. The young master realized that he had fallen into another trap and now he would have a hard time. Throwing away all thoughts, the main character rushed to return home and think about a plan for further action. But as soon as the guy took off into the air, he unexpectedly collided with someone. Suddenly, Yu saw the same Lu in front of him. The girl was also surprised. A few minutes before the incident, Yue tried to find out the guy's identity. Her minions reported that according to the mother of poisons, this young man was the son of an immortal demon master. The young lady was shocked by such unexpected information and found it hard to believe. In connection with this, I immediately went in search of him. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Liu really hoped to see him dead because having fallen from such a height, the chances of survival were 0. After some time, she arrived at the place where she pushed the teenager off the cliff. Without thinking twice, the girl jumped down, hoping that they would stumble upon Yu's body. However, her assumptions turned out to be wrong, and they still met with Li. At the same time, she experienced an extremely anxious feeling and literally peered at the guy. A moment later, Yu realized with horror that the teenager was actually at the 10th level of the heavenly stage. Frightened, Lu began to wonder why he hid his true power and what he was going to do with it. The young master urged Tai not to use his body without permission, but Shuli suddenly panicked that this girl would tell her clan everything, and their plans would go downhill. Yu hastened to convince her otherwise because Yue is also a demonic cultivator. The surprised spirit Tai asked why she was wearing a sect uniform and whether they were in the same clan. Then Lei told her about how Liu pushed him off the cliff, and therefore would definitely not inform the elders. Meanwhile, Yui told everything to her patron, who was perplexed at such a high rank of the boy. The girl added that the mana from the rosary was also absorbed by him, and so she went to the cliff. The head of the demonic clan could not understand how he managed to absorb mana from the rosary. Liu was able to find out that the guy turned out to be the son of an immortal demonic master, which she reported to the clan leader. However, he hastened to refute this information and stated that this was impossible. Since the master had no children, and even if this is so, then his son must be about 30 years old. And if Shui Wan sacrificed his cultivation base for him, this still couldn't happen. Thus it turns out that this person is the immortal demon master. At this time, Yu finally came to the surface. All this did not fit into Yue's head, who believed that the Lord was mistaken. After all, no one even at the heavenly stage would dare to attack the Wensword clan with them. But the head of the sect assured that the master disappeared about 20 years ago and apparently played his role. Moreover, before his mysterious disappearance, he had reached the 10th level celestial stage. And since he is now a member of the Sword Clan, they can help him break through further. After which the ruler clarified whether Yu himself approached her. Liu confirmed his words, adding that Li most likely wants to use Yue Er's body in order to become immortal. The girl was literally shocked by this information. At that moment, Zuo unexpectedly came to her. Yuhan found it strange that she was sitting in her room on such a sunny day, and said that the elders were waiting for them. The young lady asked if there were any problems. Zuo replied that they wanted to discuss the human stage of the disciples. Meanwhile, the young master realized that he could not reveal Liu's identity, and he needed to wait it out. At this moment, the main character was unexpectedly called out by Shuli's soul and asked what he was doing. Yu noticed that she had not been seen for a long time and wondered if Tai could automatically control his body. Soul replied, "This is exactly what is happening." La also stated that soon the elders will conduct an assessment and she may be discovered. Tai, in turn, asked what kind of event it was and whether it would be fun. The guy explained that the clan evaluates newcomers, and if he fails, he will need to leave the sect. Yu originally came to the Wen Sword clan to finally find his death, but he could not achieve the result. But Lei was not going to give up, especially since he conceals 2 sources of mana that cannot be withdrawn. Also, the energy from the rosary was sealed in it, and therefore the young man wanted to come up with a way to reduce mana. Shuli also knew about this and said that a teenager could ascend to the soul stage, and then he would easily pass the test. However, the main character began to convince her otherwise, saying that it was not as simple as it seemed to her, after which they went to evaluate the newcomers, and the young master urged Tai to hide well. This entire event took place in the assembly hall for registered students. Fan, who met him, immediately noticed that apparently not everything was going so smoothly with Yue. The young man did not deny this. Yu suddenly turned his attention to Liu Er, who was also present at the evaluation. Li assumed that she was pursuing important goals, because remaining in the clan was too risky. Sultai suddenly asked the guy if his girlfriend was sitting there. At that moment, a spirit came out of the teenager's body and called on Shuli to calm down. Yue, in turn, noticed that Yu was behaving as if nothing had happened, which is what her teacher warned her about, who stated that Liu should remain in the sect and do everything possible to expose Lei, so that the elders would finally kill him. Naturally, she understood that this needed to be done as quickly as possible, before the young man took possession of her body for his rise. At this time, one of the elders said that those who completed the ascent to Sword Peak would take part in the exam, which will take place in 3 days, and every student above level 4 will enter a secret area for evaluation. Students differed dramatically in their opinions about the upcoming assessment, but most did not like it. Yuhan in turn assumed that she would definitely be able to pass the exam. Qingshu understood that the clan was really determined, but at the same time Li behaved strangely. And Liu Er could not think of anything else but killing the demonic master. Meanwhile, the elder reported that there had been some changes in the test, and if in previous tests it was necessary to collect 5 emeralds and throw them into the mouth of a volcano, now everything is somewhat different, because it is unfair to high-ranking students. Therefore, they placed more than 200 emeralds on the first floor of the secret area. There is also no limit per hand, and participants can fight each other for stones. Students are even allowed to steal emeralds and increase their chi levels. But there will be patrols in the secret area to monitor the fights of the competition members. The students began to discuss the rule changes and related them to recent events. Moreover, they began to unite in groups to confront strong masters like Zuo, Fan, and Yu. Yue understood that in this case she would not be able to finish off Li, especially since everyone's cultivation in the secret zone would improve. And if she leaves traces, then this time the search will be much more fierce. Therefore, Liu wanted to lure him into a room with a monster in a volcano to finally get rid of the guy. Initially, it was necessary to lure the teenager so that he would follow her to that very place, where afterwards she will anger the monster, which Yu will naturally see in front of her, since at that moment she will hide and thereby lock Lei in the room with the beast. And when he uses demonic techniques in confrontation with the creature, the elders will notice this and kill the young man. However, she didn't know exactly how to lure the young master into the secret room. The next day, Liu still had a plan, and the girl called Qingshu and Zuo. Yue asked to help her lure Yu into the volcano, where she would be in danger, and eventually Li would save her. The perplexed Fan asked why she was putting on such a performance. The young lady stated that she wanted to see if he was serious about her, and would risk his life for her. Liu also asked them not to tell the guy about this. Her friends naturally promised her to fulfill her request. But as soon as they found the main character, Qing immediately told him everything. Shocked, Yuhan asked why Shu gave away Yue's secret. Fan stated that they were friends. Yu, of course, realized that in fact there was no question of any verification, and she just wanted to kill him. The next morning, the evaluation of the human stage students finally began. It is worth noting that they really felt progress since last time. Most of the members of the competition successfully passed the test and fought back the monsters. But when the elders turned their attention to Yu, who was simply walking around the clearing, they wondered why he was idle. Lem assumed that the young man had fallen in love, as he had heard about it from his students. Guan was sure that his soul was too strong, and that in fact he was doing this for a specific purpose. One of the elders asked Lem the name of the girl Li has feelings for. He replied that it was Liu Er, while the young lady was near the volcano. Yue was looking for the lever from the secret room under the magma and suddenly felt for it, and a stone door opened behind her. The girl understood that no one would even think of looking for him under the lava. Inside was a huge Dao Stagefire salamander, which was a very rare beast. One could only guess where the Wei Sword clan found this creature. The lizard did not attack people unless provoked. Liu was well aware that this monster was ideal for eliminating Le, and Yue began to run around the sleeping beast, thereby trying to attract attention to herself. After some time, the salamander nevertheless woke up from sleep, and the girl put a seal on it, which Yu will have to disturb, and in the meantime she will use teleportation. It was also necessary to seal the doors so that Le could not escape from the monster's lair. This technique was ideal for her plan, because after completion it would automatically be eliminated, and the clan would not suspect anything. At this time, the young man wandered through the forest thicket, and asked the spirit Tai why she decided to stop here. Shuli replied that she had explored the local nature, after which she reminded him of her meeting with Liu, where he is obliged to put an end to the traitor to the demonic clan once and for all, using a trap. Suddenly, Yu left his body and Tai took possession of him. The guy asked what kind of trap there would be. The demoness stated that since Yue wants to meet in the volcano, the ideal would be to simply boil her in magma. Suddenly, Shuli, in the body of a teenager, said that it would hurt now and put her hand forward. After a couple of seconds, Lei's spirit loudly screamed that his head was splitting. Tai said that she just gave him a couple of necessary spells. Suddenly, the young man found himself back in Chen Fei's body and asked if she was finished and why they were in the inner dimension. The demoness said that his soul was too strong to be in the human world. Then she showed him the messages that hurt him, and an image of a volcano appeared on her palm. Shuli urged him to pay attention to the contents of the volcano. Yu asked what she wanted to do, adding that she gave him Taishu's bottle, which blocks the potential flow of mana, and later they will need to find a key point to destroy the internal structure and thereby bring everything into chaos, which will cause magma. After which Tai returned to Lei's body and stated that she had come up with the perfect plan of action. Arriving at the place, Shuli noticed that the magical fields around the lizard were a trap, and if he came closer, she would go berserk. And in this regard, it is necessary to bring his girlfriend, because Yue naturally will not be able to cope with the salamander. Yu didn't have time to notice how Tai came up with a new plan and called on her to return to the original one. But Shuli refused. Having said that they were very lucky that someone left this seal here, Lei of course understood that it was Lu. They also noticed a teleportation circle inside the volcano. Tai said that with his help they would be able to retreat in a timely manner. But she never guessed that Yue was involved in this. The young master, in turn in the form of a spirit, clearly understood that it was Liu Er. In fact, Yu wanted to save the girl, since later he would be blamed for what happened. But Shuli had the body. The main character suddenly said that there was one problem with her plan. After all, this teleport was created with the help of demonic energy, and this can cause fluctuations in mana, which the clan will detect. And if they read their memories, they will completely reveal its essence. Because they already did this last time when problems arose in the secret zone. And the Elder looked into everyone's memories and was able to reveal the identity of the heavenly stage infiltrator. Finally, Lei's undeniable arguments worked, and Shuli abandoned this idea. After which Tai pointed her index finger at the teleportation circle. Then she stated that she had done some manipulations, and as soon as this room and the back door were closed, Lu would be finished. The perplexed young master was surprised that there was an emergency exit here. Having already spent half a day, Li still couldn't figure out how to save Yue and prevent Shuli from killing her. Wandering in the thicket of the forest, Yu decided to hint to Tai that Lu's disappearance and the seal on the salamander were definitely connected, adding that comes to the volcano, and during the assessment he accidentally meets a mysterious man. But the demoness did not like this plan and said that if someone dies, the clan will begin an investigation. Li in turn said that initially they need to explore a suitable location. The young man intended to spend as much time as possible to save Liu. In this connection, Shuli suggested looking behind the volcano, where there were not many people. At that moment, they heard extraneous sounds behind them and turned around sharply. Unexpectedly, Yue Er attacked them and ended up snatching the bag from Tai's hands. The teenager shouted that this scoundrel had stolen their bag. Shuli was furious. Subsequently, she nervously said that no one dares to deceive her and Liu would not live now. Meanwhile, Yuhan and Qingshu headed to the valley and agreed on the division of the spoils. Suddenly, other students attacked them and tried to take away the loot. However, Zuo and Fan, in turn, dealt with them in seconds and declared that they were too naive. Guan stated that they were the best, but where Yu was unknown. Liu understood that now he would definitely follow her to pick up his emeralds. Naturally enraged, Shuli began to chase the girl and threaten her in every possible way. But Li urged her not to do this since Yue Er clearly wants to lure them to a secret room in the volcano, in which he turned out to be absolutely right because for her this was the only way to get rid of him. However, the embittered Tai never listened to the young master, while Liu was looking forward to the moment. And as soon as Shuli ran inside the volcano, the field immediately activated. As a result, a huge fire salamander woke up and hurried to attack them. The main character in the form of a spirit began to shout at the extremely stupid Tai, and declared that now they were definitely finished. Thus, Yue began to believe that she was truly lucky and had lured him into a trap. But as soon as the girl tried to use the teleportation circle, nothing happened, and she wondered in disbelief what had happened. Meanwhile, the lizard was getting closer. Liu tried to teleport again, but the spell did not work. Taking a closer look, she discovered an additional spell on the seal. At that moment, she was attacked by Tai in the body of a teenager, and Yue asked him not to hit her. Then Shuli snatched her bag from the hands of the frightened girl and hurried to hide. Liu realized that there was no point in him killing her, because they were both trapped. But at the same time, the young lady did not understand where the guy was going, as if he knew where the exit was. A moment later, a secret door opened in the wall of the volcano, and the young man hurried to run into it. Yue was in shock. After which the stone door safely closed, and the stunned girl found herself face to face with the monster. Out of hopelessness, Liu began to sob bitterly, not knowing what to do or what to do. Meanwhile, some students threw dozens of emeralds into the magma. Suddenly, the lava turned blue and magical smoke came out of it, which in a couple of seconds literally embraced the bodies of the young cultivators. Guan, in turn, watched what was happening and noticed that at this level all the emeralds would soon run out. But the most important thing is for young masters to improve their abilities and not take it too seriously. At this time, Shuli asked Yu if he knew about Liu Er's trap before. After all, in fact, she planned everything in advance and awakened the salamander. Just as Lei was about to answer her, his body suddenly collapsed to the ground. In connection with this, the teenager hurried to take advantage of the moment and return to his body, after which he decided to help Yue get out of the secret room with the monster. As a result, he tried to move the stone door, but it did not budge. The guy understood that he needed Liu to hear him, but this was impossible through such a thick wall. Suddenly, her voice sounded in his head. The girl declared that if Yu helped her, she would give him her body. Surprised, Li asked how she got involved with him and got into his head. Yue said that at the moment it doesn't matter, and they need to concentrate on the problem. The enraged salamander, in turn, continued to be indignant and spew fire everywhere. The frightened girl literally begged the guy to help her. Yu tried to move the slab again, but he never managed to do it. Meanwhile, the wounded Liu was pretty battered by the maddened animal. But at the same time, she still managed to establish communication with the outside world. Yue understood that in fact it was Yu who lured her into a trap, and not she him. The girl again began to ask Li for help, saying that she would give him the body, hoping to kill him. The guy in response asked why he needed her body. The young lady urged the young man not to deceive her, since she knew about his intentions. The teenager was extremely indignant that he always fell for such cunning girls. In connection with this, he began to think that maybe Yue really believed that he was interested in her. Yu assumed this was due to the fact that he never informed the elders about her betrayal. Liu continued to scream and ask for help to get out of this terrible place. Lestil decided to help her so that she would cooperate with him in the future. The young master found a bottle in the bag and asked Yue what exactly she meant. The girl running around the salamander blazing with fire declared that she would do whatever he asked. The main character understood that he needed to find a suitable place for a new entrance, since this door was sealed. He also noticed that she must have a lot of energy, because she is a demonic cultivator, which only annoyed Liu. Yu at this time poured the contents of Taishu's bottle onto the wall to control the magical barriers. However, for some reason it seemed to him that it was just a screen projection. But with the help of a bottle, it was possible to destabilize the structure of the volcano, and then a new entrance could appear. And it was thanks to Shuli, who passed on this knowledge to him, that Lei was able to get Yue out of the room. A few minutes later, Yu successfully completed the dismantling. All that was left was to rely on luck. Liu Er, in turn, was furious with such a slow teenager. She just needed to hold out until the teacher took out that thing. Suddenly, the guy asked where exactly she was now. The girl shouted that she was standing next to the place where he ran out through the secret door. After the conversation, the young man suddenly fell silent. The perplexed Yue shouted out his name, but there was no answer. The young lady became even more angry as the huge lizard continued to engulf everything in flames. The frightened Liu once again shouted nervously, but Le never answered her. At this moment, the monster released another fiery ball which landed near Yue Er. The girl immediately jumped to the side. Suddenly, she discovered that a passage had appeared in the wall and Liu hurried to run into it. However, after looking around, she noticed that there was nowhere to go further and there was a dead end in front of her, which the indignant Yue informed him about. Yu replied that he had to make a new entrance because due to her spell, he could not unlock that door. Liu Er was shocked that he didn't need any mana to do this. She understood that the master's power was truly limitless. She also came to the realization that she needed to be more careful in order to be able to finally kill him. At that moment, a sphere of fire suddenly flew into her room. Yue could not understand what it was. At a certain moment, Liu saw the silhouette of the same beast in the fiery mass. The young cultivator shouted that this salamander was chasing her again. The guy asked if he had made too much of a hole. Yue stated that she literally leaked into him. Li urged Liu to calm down and tell her whereabouts so he could lead her out. The angry and frightened girl shouted loudly that there was a dead end in front of her. But she couldn't go back either, because there was a monster behind her. A moment later, cracks began to appear in the wall, and Yu was still able to make a hole in it. After a couple of seconds, the stone base completely shattered. Yue only managed to cover herself with her hands. Thus, the young man literally made a deep tunnel, through which Liu hastened to hide from the fire lizard, not understanding how he manages to create such holes in the walls without using mana. However, meanwhile, the salamander was already approaching the girl, and it seemed that she would overtake her. After a while, Li asked if everything was okay with her. Yue answered in the negative, nervously adding that this fire-breathing lizard could catch her now. Yu tried to calm her down and stated that she just needed to keep running. But at that moment, the volcano began to fall apart, and huge boulders began to fall from the ceiling. Liu, in turn, miraculously survived, and at the same time, the stones barricaded the monster's passage. Yue found herself thinking that the young master had literally turned the volcano into his weapon, and it would be extremely difficult for her to defeat such a person. But she could not help but follow the teacher's order. The The main character understood that although he saved her, he almost opened the way for magma. He also remembered how Tai warned him that as long as all the barriers were in order, the volcano would hold. It was all extremely confusing, causing the teenager to have a headache. He suddenly thought about Liu, who should have gotten out by now. However, the headache suddenly intensified. The young man leaned against the wall. A few minutes later, Yue finally got in touch and said that there was lava in front of her and she could not go further. But the guy fell silent again and there was no answer. The girl became wary. She tried unsuccessfully to call Yu for some time, but he still did not answer. The young lady began to think that Lo had left her to die in this volcano, while the guy himself was crawling on the ground and could not understand what had happened to him. Having come to his senses, he tried to rise because he needed to pull Liu out. But for unknown reasons, his condition worsened significantly, and he began coughing up blood. Yu assumed that he was finally dying and would leave this body, but it wasn't that simple. Li, in turn, tried to contact the system, but it suddenly fell silent. At a certain moment, the teenager's consciousness completely became clouded, and the young man suddenly collapsed on the ground unconscious. It seemed that everything was over. Meanwhile, Yuhan and Qingshu lay beaten in the forest after meeting with other disciples, who wanted to get their emeralds, but the brave masters rebuffed them and naturally did not give up their goods. After which they went to the volcano to finally end this. One of the elders watching said that they were the last ones left. Ziyu noted that 105 emeralds have not yet been found, although they supposedly have about 100. Guan also added that they are definitely one of the best among all the contenders. Another elder said that the test was approaching the end and Zuo and Fan were most likely the winners. But Z refuted his assumption and said that this was an extremely premature statement and could still change. Unexpectedly, Guan called them too naive. Even though they were in the lead in the test, Lem asked why he thought so. The elder replied that most of the stones are in the hands of these two, which means there are not enough emeralds for everyone. And there are still enough participants, therefore, it is logical to assume that there will be a last battle. Meanwhile, Qingshu and Yuaihan came close to the volcano. Zuo urged Fan to be careful, because they were not alone here. In front of them stood students who urged them to avoid bloodshed and give up their emeralds. However, the self-confident Qing declared that talk was pointless and urged them to draw their swords. The remaining contenders for victory naturally rushed into battle with Han and Shu. It is worth noting that Fang and Zuo were superior in strength to the clan members and willingly demonstrated this. But at the same time, one of the students was still able to injure Qingshu's hand while he was distracted by another participant. At that moment, Yuhan, who was already behind the master, came to his aid. As a result, the girl instantly dealt him a crushing blow, urging Fan not to stand still and leave, as he was seriously injured and his hand was bleeding heavily. Thus, they began to retreat together, the test participants, of course, following them to finish what they started. At this time, Liu still continued to call Yu, but he had been silent for several minutes and did not make contact. Suddenly it dawned on her that he actually could have guessed that she was lying. The young master, in turn, was in a place unknown to him, where stars twinkled around him. Li assumed that he had finally died. Suddenly the guy looked at his hands, which seemed quite real to him. But the thought that he was in the kingdom of the dead did not leave him, and the young man began to call the system so that it would give him a reward. A moment later, a bright light lit up in the distance, and the stars began to move away. The main character naively believed that now the program would finally reward him. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw the same cave in front of him and was extremely indignant. The system immediately stated that he had not died yet, and therefore the program could not be activated. But the angry teenager began to convince her otherwise, saying that he was flying into a bright light and could not do anything, which means he died. The program asked why death was so necessary for him. After all, in fact, he simply completed the spiritual transformation. Yu was shocked. The system also said that he was at the human stage, and therefore he did not have enough energy to use the Taishu bottle. And so he felt bad. Lei asked how the transformation happened if he never had mana. The program replied that some of the energy from the spiritual palace remained in his soul, and this explained his near-death state. Moreover, the pressure on his soul changed too quickly, so the mana was intertwined to accomplish the transformation. But at the same time, his level of spiritual mastery is extremely low and is comparable to a cultivator of the third stage of the arts. Yu began to blame the system and say that it simply ruined his life. At that moment, Yuo called out to him once again. La immediately remembered her. At the same time, he noticed that it became much easier for him to control more complex techniques due to the transformation. In this case, he needed to work harder to achieve the result. Suddenly, Liu said that she was wrong and was admitting defeat. Yu, in turn, hastened to carry out the necessary procedure with Taishu's bottle in order to rescue the girl. Suddenly, Yue heard some suspicious noise, but could not figure out where it was coming from. A couple of seconds later, the magma in front of her dispersed and a hole appeared in the ground. The young lady suggested that he deliberately wanted to lure her into another trap, so that she would admit the fact of her lie. However, at the same time, the girl understood perfectly well that the lizard would soon overtake her, Suddenly the wall to her right literally collapsed, and the frightened Lu froze in place. It was the young master who was slowly but surely walking towards her. The main character, in turn, immediately asked her whether she had just said the truth, that she would never bother him or try to kill him again. Yue instantly nodded her head and said that this would not happen again. The teenager again decided to clarify and asked if she was sure of her decision. The girl confirmed her words and said that she would not dare to deceive him. Naturally, the guy was very upset and realized that there was no point in saving her. However, at this time, the fire salamander still overtook them and was rapidly heading towards them. Yu kept thinking that he had put in so much effort, but everything had returned to normal. Suddenly, a pile of stones fell straight on the monster and thereby knocked the monster down. Naturally, this impressed Lu, who began to realize that she was not his rival. Lu drew attention to the frightened Yue and thought that she was simply scared. At this moment, a stream of fire suddenly burst out from under the stones. As a result, a fiery salamander particle fell between Yu and Liu Er. It was actually a spell from a deceased being in the Dao stage. Yue picked up the particle and realized that the lizard could indeed change its shape and was stronger than its predecessors. She noticed that the magma pool was engraved with a spirit collection circle, and the other end of the mana channel was connected to it. And most likely mana was placed into the salamander's body to support it. This is the most powerful creature on this floor. Yu stated that this is an extremely valuable thing because with its help you can change your shape. Suddenly the girl gave him a piece of the beast and said that she was not interested. Naturally, Lu willingly took it and said that now they can get out of here. Lem, who was observing the students, noticed that they had passed the test and were gaining spiritual energy in the crater, adding that it is quite difficult at the human stage to go through the spell and defeat the beast. Guan said that Qingshu and Yuhan were ambushed and would have a hard time. The students said that the place where the emeralds should be is protected by spells and there is only one entrance to it, and their task will be achieved. All that remains is to force Zuo and Fan to give up their stones. Chu urged his minions to take their opponents seriously as they were very strong. Han stated that they must give it their all because the elders are looking at them, trying in every possible way to provoke the already determined warriors. Chu began to respond aggressively to her and ordered his big men to immediately attack them, which is what they did as a result, angrily rushing towards Qingshu and Yuhan. However, even being wounded, Fan fought quite skillfully and bravely. A moment later, the guy finally dealt with the overconfident clan disciple, after which he told the others that such a number of fighters per girl is a shame. Everyone immediately turned their attention to him and hastened to split into groups. Chu immediately ordered half of his warriors to attack Yuhan. The second group, together with him, needed to engage in the extermination of Qingshu. However, the students suspected something was wrong, because for some reason Zuo was running towards the exit. One of them said that they had to stop her and took out his whip, who was still able to reach the girl and thereby immobilized her. Subsequently, Yuhan instantly collapsed to the ground while Fang fought with the rest of the students. Zuo, in turn, immediately jumped up and immediately cut the rope with a knife, after which she again rushed to hide. Naturally, Chu's minions hurried after her. One of the thugs urged them to immediately capture this stubborn girl. Han understood that she did not have much time left, and she needed to break through. And even if she is captured, the main thing is to detain them as long as possible and away from the entrance. Meanwhile, Chu urged Qingshu to surrender, because he was wounded and would lose anyway, ordering him to also give up all his emeralds. But Fan naturally had no intention of giving up, after which they all attacked him to prevent him from reaching the exit. But they never managed to do this, since the extremely resourceful Qing easily avoided their attacks. Then Qingshu quickly rushed towards the exit. Everyone instantly followed him, while Yuhan suddenly stopped running and stopped abruptly. Zuo showed them a bag of emeralds and said that she agreed to give them to them. Then she suddenly threw the bag up. The students were shocked and froze in place. A moment later, ordinary stones rained down on their heads, which made them terribly indignant. The warriors realized that Yuhan had simply fooled them and tried to catch up with her. However, in the meantime, Zuo had already managed to escape, looking around, but they never found her. And finally they realized that in fact, Qingshu had all the emeralds, which is where they rushed. Han, all this time, was hanging on the side of the mountain which she clung to with her knife. Chu, at this time, in the fight with Fan, took over the initiative and felt his superiority. Qing, due to his injury, at a certain moment missed his opponent's blow and ended up on the ground. After which, trying to rise, he said in a choked voice that this was too cruel. Chu, in turn, replied that if he had not been like that, he would not have been able to defeat him. Suddenly, the master's accomplices came up and said that Han did not have the emeralds. The student was delighted to realize that Qingshu had them and urged him to give them up. Fan looked at the entrance, which was literally a few meters away from him. Then he said that they should stop this ridiculous circus and take action. Suddenly, Shu threw a bag with a huge amount of emeralds directly into the magma. Shocked, Chu's henchmen froze in place, realizing that they had lost. At this time, Yuhan instantly ran up to the wounded Fan and pulled him along with her, stating that nothing will help Chu and his company, and this is the end of the test. Qingshu noticed that it turns out that she sees something in which she herself is quite sinful. The stunned leader of the fighters looked at his palm, which contained gems. So far, Zuo and Fan have already improved with the help of their hidden emeralds. Chu, in turn, realized with bitterness that there were also ordinary stones in that bag, and they had deceived them again. Lem noticed that they were already on the verge of moving to the 10th level of the human stage. The elders appreciated their deceptive maneuver and said that it was quite difficult to do, after which they called on all the students to use the remaining emeralds. Suddenly, Qingshu looked around and wondered where Yu had gone. Meanwhile, Liu saw a huge number of stones floating in the magma. The young master also saw this picture and was perplexed, not understanding what was happening. However, Le tried to remain calm and concentrate on not gaining even more power, after which he asked Yue if she knew what it was. The girl was surprised. After all, as an immortal demonic warrior, he simply must know about this. In this regard, Liu assumed that the guy was testing her to see if she was suitable for him to use, and she decided to demonstrate her abilities. The young lady ran her finger through the air, and some kind of magic appeared. The teenager asked what kind of technique this was. Yue replied that it was a spell for collecting spiritual energy, adding that they are a clan of hypocrites as they have plenty of resources to make such a spiritual spell. Yu understood that, compared to the elder's wealth, this was not surprising, which he informed her about. Then Liu said that students throw emeralds into the volcano in order to gain incredible power. Li also asked if it was possible to obtain unlimited spiritual energy by bringing a huge amount of stones. The girl never ceased to be amazed and said that you could even die from an overabundance, especially since their absorption is controlled. And therefore, if he comes closer, he may die from a defensive spell. Liu noticed that due to the tunnel made in the volcano, the spell was destabilized and everything could collapse at any moment. Therefore, they need to leave right now, but Yu had a different opinion. The young man suddenly grabbed her hand and dragged her towards the magma. The frightened Yue asked what he was doing. Meanwhile, Guan watched Qingshu and Yuhan, who had gained impressive strength. Ziyu decided to go down to them and stated that they had reached the 10th level of the human stage and would soon overcome the spiritual zone, adding that their courage and knowledge of various combat tactics helped them win and should set an example for everyone. Zuohan doubted that they were the best and inquired about Lei's fate. Guan said sadly that he never arrived, and only one emerald remained in the secret area. While Yuhan was jubilant and considered herself a winner, Fan noticed that Yu was cunning and could find a loophole. The surprised girl asked what he could do in this case. Suddenly, the volcano shook. Z instantly activated the magic shield, but could not find any problems in the main area. At that moment, something flew into Guan's barrier at great speed. Zuo thought it was a bird, but Qing said that most likely it was Yu who arrived late. As a result, the young master began to slowly slide down the magical sphere of Zai, while the volcano calmed down and thereby stabilized all zones. Fan noticed that the main character, as always, found an option, but Han was at a loss. Qingshu, in turn, asked Li where he got so many emeralds. The guy couldn't understand why the exit ended up in this crater, and he couldn't explain to everyone his absence from the test, because there was no way to talk about demonic cultivators. Ziyu angrily said that he had not seen him during the entire evaluation, and now he was showing up with stones. The young man remained silent. Guan asked him why he decided to do this. Then Li replied that he did not want to become stronger so as not to make everyone look weak. Naturally, everyone began to be indignant about this and say that he was taking on too much. Zai asked if this was why he triggered the spell at the base of the volcano and obtained hundreds of emeralds. Guan couldn't understand why Yu didn't want to become more powerful, guessing that he didn't like the concept of this power, after which he said that the guy deliberately went there to take all the stones for himself. However, Le denied his version of what happened and said that he was simply slacking off from work. Liu thought that it was the hole made in the volcano that destabilized the zones, and the magma simply carried the emeralds out. At this moment, Lem came up and said, "What's remarkable is that the teenager walked out of there with Yue." Yu replied that he simply agreed to meet with her, but did not even think about gaining power. Tsu intervened in the conversation and stated that there were some flaws in his version of what happened. After all, after finding all the stones, Liu appeared. Besides, how did it happen that he picked the perfect time, since he didn't plan everything? Qingshu and Yuhan were shocked by this turn and realized that he was really very cunning. Guan sharply placed his hand on the young man's head and believed that one of his souls had been sacrificed, and therefore his strength had increased. And such an effect could only be caused by a release of energy in the amount of 200 emeralds. Yu continued to deny everything and said that he didn't even train his soul. Tsu noticed that a person, in principle, cannot train the soul, and this is possible if one tortures the mind and puts pressure on the soul. After which he confidently said that in fact Le had subjected himself to terrible torture to achieve such a result. Lem, in turn, praised the young master and stated that he was very well prepared. Yu also realized that he had planned all this carefully from the beginning, and was quite smart. The elders urged the young man to use his emeralds to prevent his labors from going in vain. But the guy refused. The surprised Guan even agreed to extend the time for him. The perplexed protagonist did not understand what was wrong with this world, because he just wanted to die. Then he headed towards the magma, but he was suddenly stopped by ZU and said that he forgot to give him another emerald. At this moment, the volcano suddenly erupted, but the lava was colored blue. Everyone was asking the same question. What caused this phenomenon? A moment later, fiery clots began to erupt from the volcano, which landed straight in Yu. Le once again naively assumed that he would finally say goodbye to life. As a result, the teenager took on the shape of a ball, and Fan immediately came to his aid. But the young master urged him to stop it immediately. Naturally, Qingshu did not listen to him, saying that the guy is obliged to endure this wild pain for his own good. Having used his ability, Shu noticed that he was rapidly getting better, but usually such things take a long time, which once again proved how unusual this young man was. There was suddenly an explosion. Everyone was scared and couldn't understand if everything was okay with him, since it was impossible to make out anything because of the smoke. After some time, the main character appeared in front of them with illuminated acupuncture points. The elders were shocked because they realized that he had entered the art stage, but it was impossible to explain. Li, in turn, was in the bitter realization that he never died. Guan noted that the test was over, but upon their return they needed to consolidate the foundation they had laid. At this time, Ziyu was informed that Mr. Zhao had a serious problem. Returning to the clan's camp, Liu took a bath and reflected on the fact that the immortal had broken all boundaries of the law of cultivation. And it turns out that he doesn't need her at all, since he found a solution to this problem. Yuea recalled his words that even though he had reached the stage of arts, she should not forget their agreement. But at the same time, Li didn't need her body for self-improvement. Liu didn't understand why he needed her then. Meanwhile, Tai was in the cave and thought that the trap in the secret area was clearly set up by that traitor. However, Yu never allowed her to kill her, which means he is hiding something from her. It suddenly dawned on her that Le was actually conspiring with Yue to force her to serve them. At that moment, the culprit of the incident unexpectedly returned and stated that he had decided to keep her company. The teenager got up very early on purpose so that no one in the camp would notice him. The guy believed that Shuli would be able to give him some option because Liu could not help. Suddenly, an enraged demoness attacked him and asked why he did not let her kill the traitor. She literally threw the young man to the ground and demanded an explanation for this behavior. She threatened him with violence because she suspected him of conspiring with that girl. Yu in turn stated that he was not afraid of her and thereby tried to provoke Tai. At a certain moment her eyes widened in surprise and she asked if he was really at the art stage. Then Li explained that during the test he found several emeralds and received powerful energy from them, which pleasantly surprised Shuli because she thought it would take her much longer to exchange souls with him. The young master could not understand why her anger suddenly changed to a malicious grin. The main character asked if she wanted to know the details of what happened. Tai suddenly grabbed him by the head and called him an amazing person, after which Shuli went to her things and found a book with an escape plan. The demoness understood perfectly well that now she could begin preparations. Yu decided to leave quickly before another insight came to her. Tai urged him not to get caught by the clan and said goodbye. Le Then hurriedly left her and made his way outside, realizing that she wasn't even listening to what he was telling her. But the main thing was to worry less about this, because the main enemy is the system. Suddenly, Tsu called out to him and asked how he ended up here. The frightened Yu replied that he was just walking. Guan said that he had been looking for him for half a day. The guy asked why he needed him so much. The teacher gave him a scroll and told him that all the rules of his new dorm are here since he is in the arts stage and he needs to move out. But Lei refused, realizing that if he left, then all the work with Liu would be in vain. In connection with this, the young man began to say that he was already accustomed to his friends and would not want to leave them. Ziyu decided to check the teenager and asked him if he remembered those with whom he came here. Without waiting for an answer, the master suddenly said that if Lo really didn't want to, then he wouldn't force him. The young man thought the elder's behavior was rather strange and thought about it. After all, he came to the camp with Sueli, but he did not know whether everything was okay with her. The teenager instantly ran up to Guan and asked what happened to Zhao, but Z silently activated the magical barrier and Yu immediately flew to the side. After which he said that such disrespect for elders is unacceptable and punishable. Li asked for his forgiveness and said that he just wanted to know about Sueli's condition. Ziyu replied that instead of asking these questions, he should prepare for the test of a supreme disciple. The young master had a clear understanding that something bad had happened to Zhao, realizing that conventional methods will definitely be useless in this matter, and it is necessary to think outside the box. At this time, an unknown student came to Liu Er's room and called her. The girl came out to the door and asked who he was and what happened. The unknown person literally shocked her when he told her that a delivery had arrived from a demonic clan. Stunned, Yue asked if he really dared to join this sect. She added that you can't just show up here and called on him to get down to business. The guy handed her a certain pill and said that it was from the Great Master to help her in the fight against the demonic overlord. This capsule is a special elixir for cultivators of the 10th level of the heavenly stage, and she just needs to wait for the right moment to give it to the teenager, and then he will die. Then the young man hurried to leave the camp, as he might be discovered. However, Yu was too unpredictable, and he could attack her at any moment. Also, the difficulty was to deceive him, and give him this pill. At this time, Lu noticed her and wondered what was wrong with her and why she was standing in the doorway. The young master walked towards her while Yue was considering a plan for further action. Suddenly, he crept up from behind and saw the capsule and asked what it was. The girl behaved rather strangely, and hiding an unknown object behind her back, said that these were her personal belongings. Naturally, this seemed strange to him, and he said that they should discuss one point. Yu asked her how to force a person to tell the truth without doing anything. Liu took this as a threat but tried to pull herself together, after which she rather hesitantly said that she could help him in this matter. Joyful Lu decided to clarify whether she really had an effective method. Yue asked him to go to her room, since she said she felt more comfortable talking about such things here. The young lady suggested that there was only one way to gain control over the guy. Suddenly, Liu took off her clothes and turned to the shocked Yu. Liu stuttered and said that he just wanted to get information from Guan. Meanwhile, Hong Hai received good news about Sueli. She turned out to be alive. However, at the same time, her cultivation base dropped to a level below the arts stage. Suddenly, Zhang said that he wanted Yu to meet with Zhao. Ziyu replied that this could lead to unpleasant consequences, since the entire clan was aware of his relationship with Yue. Besides, it's quite risky and he is Sueli's closest friend. At this time, ridiculous rumors began to spread around the Wensword clan camp about the elders who allegedly abused the girls. One of the students said that the gods will definitely punish everyone who has evil in their hearts, and such people generally need to be expelled from the sect and deprived of their title of human. Others did not understand what was going on and tried to find out what was happening. The guy claimed that Sueli fell in love with a low-level student, and that's why she was put in the dungeon. Some denied it, saying they had never heard of such a thing. Moreover, Zhao was at the heavenly stage and could not have a relationship with a lower disciple. But the young man tried to convince them otherwise and showed a photograph of Sueli, after which he asked how long it had been since any of them had seen or heard anything about her. In response, all the members of the clan said that there had been no news from her for a long time. Liu watched everything that was happening, and she noticed that the guy was holding himself confidently. And these 5 stones were clearly worth it. In fact, some events happened a day ago. Yui asked the young master if he really wanted to know where Zhao was now, assuming that Yu came to the clan precisely for this reason, to fight the eldest. In response, Li reminded the girl of her debt due to what happened in the secret zone. Liu intended to deal with him with the help of the elders and stated that she had a plan. Yu was required to spread a rumor that Sueli was in the sect's dungeon, and then Guan would be forced to reveal her whereabouts. Naturally, he liked this plan because in this case, Tsu would have no other choice. Yue had no doubts about Lei, and she happily realized that she had not worked for so many years in vain. Suddenly it dawned on the guy that she could throw all the responsibility onto him, and the clan would want to kill him. Although this was a good outcome for him, he could not die without knowing that with Zhao. Then Yu suggested that she start a rumor that Sueli allegedly fell in love with a student in order to be on the safe side. Surprised, Lu asked if he was really ready to get himself involved in this matter. Yue only became more convinced that he would not miss the opportunity to deal with her, and then with Zhao. And in this case, she definitely wouldn't have a chance to hide. She couldn't allow that to happen. Realizing that she needed to act extremely quickly, the girl began to speak in riddles and took off her clothes. Stunned by such an unexpected turn, Lo asked what she was doing. Then Liu showed him the pill and said that it was her family heirloom, and she will help him experience incredible bliss that he will never forget. After which, the young lady in a languid voice asked the teenager to come to her. However, the main character suddenly snatched the capsule from her hands and said that he would take it away. Then he added that he would leave the rumors to her and simply ran away. Yue in turn was at a loss. Meanwhile, Guan and Hong Hai witnessed how some student was spreading rumors about prisoner Zhao out of love for the guy. As a result, the clan members came to a common agreement to find out everything from the elders. Shocked, Z realized that Yu had dared to gain information about Sueli's whereabouts in this way. Zhang suggested that Guan still allow Lei to try to heal her, because he himself had failed to do so. Finally, Ziyu agreed for the guy to visit Jian Shitai. The old man was surprised by his decision. After all, the young man had just risen to the stage of arts, and this could have completely killed him. But Guan said that he intended to see how determined Yu was to help Zhao. At this time, the young master was studying the scroll and learned that in the grave of one of the founders of the Wen Sword clan, there was a certain magical object, and only the most devoted followers of the sect are able to learn its secrets. Many tried to get to him, but halfway they weakened or took the demonic side. Lu could not understand how this was possible, because the clan was famous for its purity. He thought about how Zai asked him to light the incense stick, and whether something special could happen there. And since the protagonist only had 3 days to prepare, he needed to master the powers of the art stage. In this regard, Yu decided to go to Shuli to ask her advice. Meanwhile, Liu informed her patron that she had given the pill to La. In response, the Demon Lord stated that if the guy dies, he will not only regain his former glory, but also all of Yu's techniques, and he would be able to break through the shackles of the heavenly stage in just one step. However, Yue did not know what the teenager would do and how he would behave, because he was extremely unpredictable. The clan leader also said that this capsule is one of a kind, and Liu should not let him down. Naturally, the girl realized the seriousness, since otherwise she would pay with her life. Yu at this time was heading to Tai and realized that if he did not succeed, he would have to run away altogether. Approaching the cliff, he looked around to make sure that no one was following him, after which Le instantly jumped down into Shuli's cave, which was extremely busy. Tai, in turn, was preparing a soul-transporting pill. Then the demoness wanted to set the table and invite the young man to join her. Yu will see his favorite fish balls and will definitely take one for himself. She understood that once he ate it, his soul would inevitably be drawn into it. Thus, the young master's body will simply become an empty shell, while her soul will enter Yu's body and merge with him, and she will let his soul into her body. And she will finally have the opportunity to escape from this cave where she spent hundreds of years. Shuli also understood that someone else would definitely not have been able to stand this. But Li was a completely different person. And the most important thing is that he will not die. At that moment, a teenager suddenly called out to her, which literally scared her, because Tai was not ready for the guy to return so quickly. The protagonist walked inside and asked if she had a way to enhance his chi level for the arts stage. Seeing a rather strange picture, Yu said that he clearly underestimated it. Shuli jumped into her vat of potion and pretended to take a bath. Tai in response asked what happened and why he came to her. The perplexed Li, in turn, said that he needed to become stronger. The demoness cried out in delight that he had finally come to his senses and made the right choice. Shuli defiantly began to lick out of the vat and said that there is one way. Yu once again reminded that he only has 3 days at his disposal, and he needs Guan to tell him where Sueli actually is. Tai smiled sweetly and noted that she could help him, but she would have to pay for it. Naturally, the young master asked how much this service would cost him. Shuli stated that her demon clan had a technique called concentric transmission, where you simply need to give another person control of your body and repeat the spell. And the direction of spiritual force in the meridians forms the meridian memory. At that moment, a huge stream of energy rushed into the ceiling of the cave, which couldn't help but impress. The thoughtful protagonist wondered if this would really give him strength. Tai responded positively and noted that it was similar to origami, and if you folded it the same way, she would remember the folds, realizing that if the guy agrees, then she will be able to use the new body ahead of time. Yu asked if it were paper and a person left folds on it, would the damage to his body be irreversible? Shuli smiled and asked if he was really that scared since it was his choice. Suddenly, Lao invited her to fight him in a fair fight, which greatly surprised the demoness. Tai noticed that the demonic clan really influenced him and was apparently ready to pay any price. The teenager in turn said that she should not admire him so much. Moreover, the body of Hunter Chen Fei has nothing to do with him. At this time, the disciples were discussing the news of how Gao Chang had gone to Jianshitai to train the sword spirit. Yu also decided to go there 3 days later. They could not understand what made him believe in his victory in the test. And Zhang was chosen as this year's swordmaster. Qingshu and Yuhan were shocked by the news. They looked at each other and couldn't believe that Li was actually going to Jianshitai. Fan doubted the young man's success, especially immediately after the art stage. But Zuo said that this is not surprising since he is an extremely reasonable person. Qing realized with bitterness that he was still very far from achieving such feats, and perhaps it would take him a whole life to achieve this. At that moment, Yu suddenly appeared, wearing a skirt and running away from the girls. The spirit of Li said that Tai is completely brainless for deciding to go to the women's bathhouse and steal their clothes. The young ladies in turn called on those around them to immediately catch this thief. Stunned, Qingshu and Yuhan could not believe that it was really Yu. Enraged, Li ordered Shuli to return to the cave, since she had absolutely no idea how to behave in this world. In response, the demoness said, "This clan is very strange." The spirit of the master noticed that it was clearly not for her to talk about strangeness. Noticing the top of the mountain, Tai said that ordinary cultivators could not see the true power of the mountain. Yu stated that on the mountain there was Jianshitai and the tomb of the first of the founders of the sect, and not a single demonic cultivator would reach there. However, the self-confident demoness had a different opinion and still decided to check. Li, in turn, very convincingly asked her to at least change her clothes. In Jianshitai, everyone was interested in one question, whether Zhang could succeed this time. Others thought that it did not matter, because he was clearly better than this disciple Yu. At this time, the blade began to shine. After which Zhang came out and once again proved that he deserves to be number 1, the sword sparkled again. As a result, the young master was never able to pass the test, and at the same time received significant damage. However, a moment later Zhang cleared himself and within seconds his wounds healed. Then he extremely confidently stated that he had completed the 5 levels required to become a blade master. Those present noticed that only he could previously pass the test, being only at the stage of arts. But the cultivator also said that, unfortunately, he never received the approval of the sword ancestor. Some disagreed and said that the ancestor blade was an ancient relic and could only be found randomly. And Zhang then began to look at his previous unsuccessful attempts. In one, his clothes were accidentally torn. In another, he needed 3 breaks. Also, the 11th and 12th attempts did not end in success because I never received the clan relic. Suddenly, Shuli, who was in Yu's body, called out to him and greeted Zhang. Tai asked if this was where the sword test happened to be taking place and who he was. But the guy remained silent. The demoness asked another question. Does he really care who he is? The young man then declared that he was a new art stage cultivator named Yu, and would take part in the evaluation. Tai again asked who he was and what his name was, but Zhang remained silent again. The extremely annoying Shuli again asked, pointing to the table of his defeats, what it was. The master sadly said that these were his unsuccessful attempts to pass the test. The demonic lady said in surprise that this was incredible, because he had failed as many as 12 times. And again she asked why he was still trying if he was so weak. Zhang replied that he had completed 5 levels and now he just needed the sword's approval. Tai noted that he would not be able to get this approval, and again asked why he would try without success, adding that he obviously failed because of torn clothes and the reason was different. The cultivator remained silent out of politeness, but the restless Shuli continued to wonder why he was so stupid. Finally, Zhang couldn't stand it anymore, and asked why he was so arrogant and constantly provoking him. Tai replied that there was no point in provoking someone who had failed the sword test 12 times. At this moment, the spirit of Yu nervously stated that Shuli was in trouble, and if he had given her his body earlier, they would have died altogether. Zhang in turn suggested that the self-confident demoness try something different. The distraught spirit of the protagonist urged her to immediately apologize, but Tai refused to do so. Then the young master drew his blade and said that in this case they should fight. Despite Li's persuasion, Shuli agreed to fight and said that Zhang would soon cry. The guy began to attack first, but did not even suspect what awaited him ahead, because Tai responded with her crushing blow and thereby repulsed his attack. Everyone present was simply shocked by the incredible strength of the young man. Thus, Shuli was able to destroy Zhang's technique with just 1 blow, even though the master was a powerful art stage cultivator. Tai decided to demonstrate all her power and launched a lightning attack. As a result, Zhang flew to the side, receiving incredible damage. The guy literally felt the quick and extremely heavy blow from Shuli with his entire body. Those around him noted Le's unprecedented strength and did not understand how he was capable of such a thing. Being only a master of the spiritual stage, naturally the cultivator realized how far he was from the teenager's skills. And it's really difficult for such a powerful fighter to do anything. Zhang compared his fist to a dull blade, which was quite surprising for a young man of this level. Tai, in turn, was not going to stop and rushed towards the master. Having dealt another crushing blow, it seemed that the cultivator would not survive. He began to remember his conversation with Guan about the enchanted blade of 73 swords, in which there were 72 weapons in total, and the last one was the hand of the warrior himself. Surprised, Zhang asked the teacher how a hand could be a blade. Ziyu replied that in the hundreds of swords of heaven there is a dull blade hidden. This is his hand. The young master asked whether, in this case, an ordinary wooden stick could be that very tool. Guan remained silent, then fixed his gaze into the distance and said that she had entered the path of demons. The guy asked who she was. Z said that her name was Shen Ningzhu and urged the young man not to worry. Meanwhile, Shuli, with the help of Yu, finally dealt with Zhang and asked Li where the entrance to Jianshitai was. After which they approached the blade stuck in the ground, and Tai tried to take it, but suddenly a beaten warrior called out to her. The demoness turned around and asked him a question whether he really wanted to continue the fight. Zhang could barely catch his breath and asked what kind of technique it was with which he struck such a strong blow. Shuli responded by saying that it didn't matter because he lost anyway. But the guy did not let up and demanded that Yu tell him this secret, since an ordinary fist could not break his magic sword. Adding that there was clearly some hidden energy in his blow, Tai stopped abruptly. She was shocked because if she was found out because of this technique, it would become a problem. Zhang asked again if his fist was that very powerful blade. The main character realized that this young man would definitely not be able to get to the bottom of the truth, while the angry Shuli said that it was an ordinary blow, and he was just a weakling. Unexpectedly, the master thanked Lu for helping him realize the true essence of the sword, after which he instantly directed his 73 blade technique towards Tai. The demoness said that in this case, she would have to teach him another lesson. Yu tried in vain to calm her down. Suddenly, Zhang said with utmost confidence that today he intended to become a swordmaster, and literally flew into the air. His magical blades flew towards Shuli, who already wanted to attack the guy in response. However, Teacher Guan suddenly appeared in front of them. Tai happily said that she could handle too. The spirit of the young master was shocked and urged her to stop immediately. since this is one of the clan elders. But the self-confident Shuli said that she could even use her cultivation against Z. Meanwhile, Zhang's 13 swords had broken through to the art stage. Yu pointed out that she shouldn't waste time, but concentrate on what's right in front of her. However, at the very last moment, the young master's blade suddenly turned around. Zhang himself suddenly began to cough up blood, and his body instantly weakened. Subsequently, the cultivator lost consciousness and began to fall down from a great height. But as a result, he fell on his sword and hovered in the air. The elder was concerned about his condition. Zai noticed that he forced his weapon back and received a response, after which he began to heal Zhang. Lei continued to demand from Tai that she stop this circus and give him the body. But Shuli refused him and stated that she had not even seen Jian Shitai and the treasure. Yu was indignant about this and urged her to hurry up, but the demoness assured that she was in control of everything. Zhang at this time thanked Guan and asked for forgiveness for never becoming a swordmaster. Ziyu assumed that the guy was simply not ready to bear such responsibility yet, which is what he asked him about. However, the young man replied that the title of Blade Master and the way to achieve it require heart and talent, and he did not have that. But the elder was sure of the opposite and declared that he was already one. Surprised, Zhang asked how this was possible if he never received it. Guan replied that each of them became a sword master after the death of the clan elder, and the weapon was subjected to demonic energy. Everyone was shocked by this news. The student asked if the sword had been destroyed by demonic force. Naturally, Shuli couldn't miss this opportunity, and instantly pointed out to Yu that she was right. It is worth noting that the elder's sword was called Shu Yuan, and as time passed, it became increasingly difficult to gain his approval. And 5,000 years ago, when Ningzhu escaped from him, the blade was fascinated by demonic forces, and since then has not recognized anyone. And because of this, the relic became a test of faith rather than a test of their abilities, adding that sometimes a master can break the rules for the benefit of his students. And since he was able to withdraw his sword, the test is passed. And Shu Yuan cannot be defeated by anyone, so this is not a problem at the moment. Suddenly, Tai decided to try her luck and said that she could defeat this blade. Yu asked her not to ruin his reputation. Guang originally wanted to test Lei to see if he was strong in mind, but didn't expect the guy to be ready for Gao Chang. At this time, Shuli said that only the strongest fighters should get the treasure. Ziyu gave the go-ahead for the teenager to test his strength in a fight with Shu Yuan. The students noticed that if he still defeated him, he would become the youngest sword master in history. Meanwhile, the demon lord learned from Liu that Lei wanted to take the test of the blade. Yue said that he received orders from his mentor to adhere to the path of the righteous. The sect leader stated, the only drawback of this pill is that it is weak against level 10 righteous cultivators, adding that even if he takes the capsule, he will not feel anything, and only at the moment of death will it take effect. Liu Er understood that her patron was counting on the fact that the young master had already taken the pill. He also noted that they do not know whether Yu is playing a double game, or whether he really decided to become a righteous man. Therefore, it is necessary to come up with another way to finally deal with it. Yue assumed that this was just an excuse, and that he would leave in a few days. At that moment, a joyful Yuhan suddenly burst into her room. Zuo invited Liu to go with her and support Yu in the fight with Jian Shitai. Shocked, Yue asked her if he really decided to become a sword master. A moment later, Shuli, in the body of the protagonist, found herself in the arena, with the notorious blade visible in the distance. The spirit of the young master urged Tai to take this test extremely seriously. Suddenly the sword rushed towards the demoness, but she managed to dodge it, after which she said quite confidently that now she would demonstrate her strength. However, after a few seconds, Shuli suddenly found herself in a horizontal position. Concerned, Lao immediately asked if Mrs. Tai was okay. The embittered cultivator said that he never allowed her to take it. Then she once again rushed towards Jian Shitai, but again failed. Because before she could blink, she found herself lying on the platform again, saying that this test had rather strange rules, adding that she apparently needed to get to the central platform. Yu supported her in this and asked if she could do it. An extremely confident Shuli hurried to her feet and declared that she could do it with ease. After all, this has already become fundamental for her, and she simply must pass this test. As soon as Tai headed towards the central platform, fiery swords flew towards her. The demoness miraculously managed to dodge them and instantly flew into the air, while she seemed to have absorbed the flames. The perplexed spirit of the protagonist asked what she was going to do. Shuli, in turn, began to explain to Yu that each platform has its own element and one should remain calm. Noticing changes in his body, Lei asked why it suddenly swelled. Tai replied that she had absorbed the flames and was suppressing them with her mana. The young master urged her to be extremely careful and not play with fire. Suddenly, a fiery dragon appeared and rushed after Shuli, after which she immediately released a stream of incredible power at the snake, and thereby incinerated it. Li believed that they were definitely finished, and he would never return to his body again. Tai stated with a smile on her face that the kite was gold and fire melts metal. At that moment, a golden sword appeared on the platform, Yu asked how it was that she was familiar with this test. Shuli replied that she was seeing this place for the first time and had never taken part in such an assessment, adding that the path of the righteous and the demon are similar to each other, because they are based on the cultivation of yin and yang. And the principles of practice are also similar. Then Tai hurried to take the flaming blade and went towards the next platform. The perplexed Le noticed that it was quite early for them to go to the central part of the zone. After a couple of seconds, they suddenly found themselves in some kind of forest thicket. Yu asked where they were. Shuli replied that they are now in the third arena in the Kingdom of Wood, and this is a land of vitality and goodwill. The uncomprehending protagonist wondered if they really just needed to be kind. The demoness smiled and stated that he was absolutely right, and they simply needed to not harm anyone. However, the young master understood perfectly well that this was not about Tai, and she would clearly want to make some noise here. A moment later, Shuli began a war dance, waving a fiery blade. Not even 5 minutes had passed before 3 huge golems stood in front of her and were definitely not in a positive mood. The demonic mistress suddenly rushed to the attack and carried out several lightning strikes. At a certain moment, there were many more wooden guards, which Yu informed her about. Tai noted that they absorb life and mana from the wounds she inflicts on them, and therefore they will continue to come. However, even in such a situation, she did not lose confidence in herself and declared that she would defeat them all. Having finally dealt with all the big guys, they went to the next platform. Yu wondered how Gao Chang got here without taking any damage. Shuli in turn moved to the next arena, where she met a copy of Li. She found this a rather amusing twist to the challenge and prepared herself for battle. The young master, in the form of the same spirit, noticed that his clone would fight them. Tai stated that this is a test with water that reflects everything exactly, and they will need to break through themselves, adding that here the sword is absolutely useless, since water gives birth to gold. In addition, water extinguishes fire, in which case its abilities are also useless. Shuli immediately rushed to the attack and urged Yu not to worry, because she was a demonic cultivator, and only one blow is enough for her, but at the same time it must be aimed precisely at the target. But just as Tai tried to attack the copy of Lei, the clone suddenly grabbed her fist. Li advised her not to use any techniques, otherwise it would end badly for them. At that moment, the demoness turned into a huge monster, similar to the god Shiva. The clone of the main character, in turn, appeared in the image of a dark knight, with a magic bow in his hands. Shuli noticed that this was just a reflection of Yu's body, blessed by the power of external forces. A moment later, they rushed into a fierce battle, actively using their skills. However, as Tai said, the water easily extinguished her fire, but this did not stop her, and she once again rushed to the attack, using the same fiery techniques. At a certain moment, everything around began to be covered with thick fog. La asked if she could defeat him. Shuli responded positively and said the problem was that she couldn't put much spiritual power into his body. In addition, his copy has 2 energy sources, which also complicates the task. Suddenly, Tai said that she could use it. A puzzled Yu asked what she was talking about. The demoness replied that she was looking for him, and suddenly her body was enveloped in some kind of magic. The still uncomprehending master asked what she was going to do. After scanning the night, Shuli drew attention to 2 sources of energy that were located in his chest area. Realizing that she now knew his weak points, the demonic mistress began to act. Tai, in turn, immediately launched a series of crushing blows, with which she was able to cause significant damage to a unique copy of the young cultivator. As a result, the clone literally turned into a huge stream of water. Yu saw Shuli take out a certain crystal and asked what it was in her hands. The demoness replied that this was the core of the water stage, and he simply needed to destroy it in order to move on. After which Tai simply threw a stone into her mouth and began chewing it thoroughly. Li asked why she ate it. Shuli stated that only 2 forces inside would help her reach the Dao stage. The main character decided to clarify whether she really meant the power of the palace and the spirits of these beads. He did not expect this, because by increasing the chances of helping Sueli, he thereby distanced himself from death. Meanwhile, Tai reported that they had reached the final stage of the test, realizing that it was not easy for Gaochang, because this entire assessment was related to the 5 elements. And naturally, this is an extremely difficult task, since even Shuli had difficulty overcoming obstacles. The self-confident demoness noticed that weakling Zhang no longer needed to worry about this. Moreover, this blade will soon become hers, after which Tai rushed towards the sword. Suddenly, a sharp light erupted from the magical weapon, literally blinding her. As a result, Shuli found herself back in her cave and was shocked that she was knocked out of Yu's body. Li, on the contrary, was glad to return to his body, but at the same time he did not know where Tai had gone. Suddenly, the guy saw the spirit of the blade in front of him, which burst out. A moment later, the sword soul attacked the young master. The young man did not expect this. The teenager immediately covered himself with his hands, but this did not help much, because the spirit still caused him damage. Thus, Yu found himself in an extremely deplorable state, being in a crater scorched by the spirit. Blood was dripping from him. Li understood that he could not easily defeat the soul of the blade. He suggested that the founders of the sect want to kill their followers. At that moment, the soul of the sword said that he was unworthy and he should get out of here. However, the main character did not even think of giving up and dealt a crushing blow with his blade, while experiencing incredible pressure. Yu instantly activated the magical barrier and began to ponder what to do next. Lee remembered Shuli talking about imagining the aura as the aroma of delicious food and inhaling deeply. Tai argued that it was necessary to allow this energy to flow throughout the body in order to finally become stronger. Subsequently, Yu suddenly emerged from the magical barrier and swung his blade. But the sword soul at this time suddenly transformed into a water bird. The guy caught himself thinking that even though he had the opportunity to die, he didn't want to die. After a couple of seconds, Suli's talisman glowed brightly with a green light on his neck. Then a kind of magic ball formed. Lu did not understand what was happening. At that moment, the Phantom Zhao appeared in front of him. The surprised young man could not believe his eyes. Suddenly, Yu remembered how she talked about this talisman with which they could communicate. The teenager was surprised that even wounded, she still tried to protect him. Thus, Shu Yuan's sword soul fought with Sueli's phantom. Li, in turn, suggested that he could use the energy that he received in the Spirit Palace. After all, not so long ago, Tai used it to increase her strength, which means he can too. As soon as the young man drew his sword, demonic energy burst out of him. Yu himself turned into a knight in black armor and he and Zhao rushed to the attack. After which, they began to strike a series of blows to the soul of the blade. In the end, they finally defeated it. However, Sueli suddenly disappeared, and her talisman began to glow green. Li squeezed it in his hand and said that he would survive only to meet her again. The sword soul immediately shouted that cultivators were not allowed to show sympathy for each other, much less enter into a relationship. The perplexed young master asked why they were forbidden to do this and who she was. Shu Yuan's soul said that it was actually his ancestor, adding that he could not get her approval, and he failed this test. She also stated that this was the first time in hundreds of years that she had seen a woman helping a participant. An angry Li noticed that it was because of her that no one could pass the assessment. In response, Shu Yuan's soul said that it was her fault and that all the contenders were simply too weak. However, she only recognized Miss Ningju, which surprised the teenager, because this was the evil woman that Teacher Guan had told him about. The sword soul did not like the way Yu spoke about her, and she began to behave aggressively. She considered herself the standard of growing up and always refused help to everyone, which Le reported. Soul continued to praise Ningju and said that no one could compare to her. The surprised young master asked why she was so amazing. She replied that 500 years ago, the determined Ning was a candidate to wield this sword. Meanwhile, Ziyu and Zhang also discussed Shenju. The master noticed that she had incredible skill with a blade. And when she entered the path of the demon, Guan asked why Ning decided to maim her brothers. After all, even Shu Yuan, who was intended to fight demons, became completely useless thanks to her. Finally, the soul of the sword told the main character that Shen had granted her freedom. And initially she was a degeneration of the blade's power, and she had no consciousness. And everyone believed that this was a test and intended to pass it in order to tame her. But Ju was completely different. She saw her true form, and in order to free her, she implanted her essence into the sword. Then they were constantly together and fought against various evil spirits. But one day, Ning decided to side with the demons and test the boundaries of sword cultivation. Originally, the Blade Soul thought that they would be with her forever, but that was just an illusion. Suddenly, Yu sadly said that Shen had actually left her. In this connection, Li asked if that was why she was so angry with everyone because she missed Ningju. The soul instantly became angry and declared that she was not evil at all and that everything was their fault. After all, everyone constantly pesters her and annoys her. That's why she has such a reaction, adding that all people are insignificant to her and deserve only death. Yu in turn asked if she told them to finally leave her alone. The Sword Soul said menacingly that the only way to bring this to them is to start killing. However, the teenager assured her otherwise and asked if she had talked about this with anyone other than him. She suddenly felt a powerful demonic energy and declared that there was some powerful cultivator nearby. Then the Sword Soul suddenly flew up to Liu and asked if he was a member of a demonic sect. The guy began to deny it. Then she asked if he had seen anyone suspicious. The young man replied that he had not met anyone, and most likely she was talking about the previous two participants. Blade Phantom said that he was too weak for a demonic cultivator, and even if the monsters attacked her, she would destroy them. Yo understood that this was because of Shuli, because she was the demon and emitted demonic energy. The young master also realized how strong the sword spirit was, but he did not know how to gain her approval. Lei decided to ask her, since she didn't want to stay in the clan as a test. Doesn't she want to go with him? Because it's clearly better than doing something that doesn't bring pleasure. The sword spirit was surprised and asked what exactly he meant and where he was going to go. The guy asked if, after approval, the master could use it as his blade. She replied that if she went with him and he died, she would come back. Unexpectedly, the young man promised her to find Shen. Sword Phantom assumed that the teenager was just trying to trick her to gain approval, as a result of which she placed him in an ice prison Yu stated that he did not want to be a master, and he simply needed her approval, adding that this woman is very important to him and he needs her help. And if he gets her approval, he will be able to help her, and besides, she probably knows about Ningju's whereabouts. After a short pause, the Blade Soul asked if Sueli would definitely tell him about Shen. Le couldn't know for sure, but he said it was better to try than to just sit here and do nothing. After all, Ju herself will not return to her, so she should trust him and go in search of her. She finally agreed and said that if the cultivator deceived her, she would kill him. After which Yu asked her to free him from this ice prison. But the spirit of the sword stated that the ice must melt. Thus, Li was able to achieve the desired result and hoped that he could cure Suli. At this moment, Shu Yuan's blade flew into the air. The disciples present were shocked. Even Zhang said that this had not happened for hundreds of years, and he had never seen anything like it. A moment later, a young master appeared in front of them, holding the notorious sword in his hands. Yu immediately approached Guan and asked if he could now meet with Zhao. Zia Yu could not believe that he still managed to get Shu Yuan and agreed to help the young man. Naturally, this situation was extremely unpleasant for Gao Chang because it was Lei who chose the sword. Then the main character, together with teacher Guan, went to mentor Hong Hai. The old man noticed that he was not mistaken about the guy, because he was able to pull Shu Yuan out, adding that their clan had been refining and suppressing the sword for hundreds of years, and before, he had no idea that it had become a demonic weapon. Yu, in turn, asked what happened to Ning, and whether she was alive. Hai replied that they had been searching unsuccessfully for hundreds of years. But if the teenager finds her, it will change everything radically. Li said that he will do everything possible. Hong immediately ordered Ziyu to help the young master go down the mountain. Meanwhile, Liu Er informed her patron that Yu was still alive. He was furious with this news. Yu explained that she had the ability to trick him into taking the pill. But when he started asking about Sueli, her plan completely failed, and he even became a sword master. The enraged demon lord was extremely dissatisfied with the girl's work. He instantly wrapped her in magical chains, and the young lady in turn asked for forgiveness. After all, with this legendary blade, any cultivator will become invincible, and even a demon will not be able to resist him. After which, the head of the demonic clan wondered whether the young man could use light and darkness. A tearful Liu Er asked the owner what they should do in this case. Yue also reported that the guy went to meet with Sueli, who was most likely being held in the Valley of the King of Medicine. And there is even some kind of affair between them, so it turns out that anyone who takes the path of the demon will be susceptible. Therefore, the sect leader stated that he would send his man to kill Yu before he became even stronger. He ordered Liu to remain in the clan camp and report any news. At this time, teacher Guan and Le went to the sacred library. Walking inside, Ziyu said that all the greatest secrets of their sect were kept in this place. Then the mentor asked the young man what new techniques he wanted to learn. The guy understood that in order to die, he did not need to learn any skills. But first, he needed to save Zhao. The young master approached Guan and said that he actually didn't even know which techniques to choose. Z urged him to take it at random. After which he showed a book about refining Taya's sword and said that with its help, he could sharpen his mana. And if he can do this, then no one will be able to resist him, as his attacks will become more furious and powerful. But since Yu did not want to kill anyone, but on the contrary, he was looking for death, he did not need it. Guan noticed the extremely dissatisfied expression on the guy's face and assumed that he didn't like this technique. In this connection, I provided him with the following treatise on the sword of the dragon of the Mirage Dansu. Using this technique, it was possible to create illusions and place opponents in hallucinations. But Lei again turned his head dissatisfied because with such a technique he definitely would not die. An angry Ziyu again showed him the book on the blade skill of Qilong's body forging. This sword ability was used to strengthen the body, which is learned during Qilong swimming. And although this technique was not something special, with its help he could gain incredible physical shape. Yu refused again, because in this case he would become absolutely unkillable. And this was also not part of his plans. After half an hour, Guan was exhausted and nervously asked why he didn't want to learn anything. Lei insisted that he didn't need them. Tsu, in turn, could not stand it and said menacingly that he would never be able to find such skills anywhere. The young master did not downplay their importance at all and said that they were all incredible. It's just that all these abilities are inflexible. The surprised Guan did not understand what the young man was talking about. The main character then added that swords should actually be flexible. He understood perfectly well that he had said complete nonsense. The perplexed Ziyu still did not understand what he was talking about. Then he unexpectedly said that since all these techniques were not suitable for him, then they should go to one place. As a result, they flew on the sword towards the mountain. Li asked where exactly they were going. Guan noticed that this is the peak of the mountain of the Wen sword sect, and the elders of the greatest heavenly stage live here. These sages do not participate in clan affairs and solve only the most serious problems. Soon they descended onto the mountain, and Yu asked if there was a technique here that the teacher wanted to pass on to him. Suddenly they heard some screams and Li began to look around. The teenager could not understand what the sound was, but he felt a strong mana. However, Ziyu assured him that he had nothing to fear here and that all the inhabitants were on their side. The young man followed the teacher and assumed that life here was quite boring. Suddenly, Guan suddenly stopped near a wooden house and said that they had arrived. Entering the room, the mentor greeted Yuan Feng and stated that he had brought a rather interesting student. The beast-like girl asked what was so unique about him, since Z brought him to her. The young man immediately bowed to Yuan and greeted her, calling himself a great master. Feng noticed that this person truly had great talent, and he was a blessing to the sect. Yu encouraged her to discuss his abilities later, since that was not what he came here for. Yuan reached for a cup containing some kind of potion, and said that the Patriarch's sword recognized it. Unexpectedly, the main character said that he wanted to get the heart sword technique. At this moment, Feng reacted extremely aggressively and fired a fiery arrow towards the young man. Guan pushed the guy back. The elder asked the teacher if he had completely forgotten about Shen. The mentor replied that he remembered her, but Yu's body has the spirit of the heavenly stage and this skill will suit him. Adding that he took on the role of a teacher and under his supervision, Lei would not become like Ningju. The teenager didn't even think that Guan trusted him so much. He realized that now he has no right to make a mistake. In connection with this, the young man said that he really wanted to help the clan and would not allow it to fall. And this technique was very important. Yu really didn't want to act like Shen even if he went down the same path. The angry elder Yuan still gave them the heart sword technique and urged them not to return again. Thus, they were halfway to curing Swilly, but much still needed to be done. Li decided to ask the teacher why Feng did not want to give them the book, and whether this technique was really so powerful. But Guan did not know this, since no one except the founder had studied it, and the young man would be the first to do it. Ziyu only said that this ability is life-threatening and quite unstable, urging the guy to be extremely careful with it. After all, a cultivator must fight many fights to become stronger, and after he reaches the 4th level by learning various techniques, you will have to fight with other masters. But you need to train very seriously in order to lay a solid foundation for your cultivation. Le thought that when he reached the 4th level, he would simply let other warriors kill him. Finally returning to camp, the main character noticed how most of the students began the feast. The perplexed teenager asked them if they really came here to cultivate and improve their skills. The joyful fan noticed that Yu had become the youngest swordmaster and was about to descend from the mountain, so they held a feast in honor of his departure. At that moment, Zuo literally forcibly dragged Liu into the room to perhaps see Lei for the last time, adding that they definitely need to have a lot of fun today, but Yue did not share her opinion. In connection with this, she sharply pushed Yuhan aside and left in an unknown direction. Yu only thought about helping Suoli, and after that he could leave this world with peace of mind. But it was also necessary to help Shuli because she also made her contribution. However, there was no way he could meet her right now, as it could be dangerous and jeopardize Zhao's healing. At this time, Qingshu said that a few months ago he thought he was the best, but now he understands that Lei is truly a capable warrior. After all, this guy was able to become a swordmaster and literally eclipsed him and Yuhan. But Zuo did not agree with him and said that she could easily overtake Yu. The young man urged her not to rush to develop her skills, because in this case her strength could become unstable. The girl replied that she knew about this, but there was another way to become better. This was pair cultivation. Fan laughed at the young lady and turned to Li, saying that he wanted to take him out somewhere, because they might not see each other again. The main character raised his mug of drink and asked where exactly he wanted to go. After some time, they went to a cliff where the transition to the other side was a wooden board. Qingshu said that all this time they studied with the young man to master their skills. And now that Li has become a sword master, he wants to prove to him that he is not far behind him. After which he easily overcame the obstacle and ran along the wooden board, getting to the other side. Following him, the drunken Yuhan decided to try her luck. The guy urged her to be careful. However, even being intoxicated, the girl easily coped with the test. Then they began to call on Yu to follow their example and go over to the other side. Li, in turn, agreed and stated that he would now demonstrate to them the true power of martial arts. But as soon as he ran along the wooden plank, some kind of fire magic suddenly appeared, which instantly grabbed the teenager, thereby preventing him from moving. A couple of seconds later, an unknown force dragged Yu down the gorge. Everyone was shocked by such a turn. As it turned out, it was Shuli. Tai dragged the young man into her cave. The demoness was extremely surprised that after the disappearance, the guy did not rush to search for her. Yu, in turn, stated that he had just approached the cliff to finally see her. Naturally, Shuli understood that the teenager was blatantly lying to her, and asked if he had forgotten about her cultivation level. Then Tai showed him the pill and said that today she could escape from here. In addition, he stabilized the arts stage. Li was depressed by such unexpected news, because all his plans went down the drain. Meanwhile, the joyful Shuli announced that she would very carefully take over his body and handed him the capsule. The young master literally begged her to wait a little longer so that after all the work he would return to her. At that moment, something inexplicable happened, and Yu's body was suddenly enveloped in magic. As a result, Tai abruptly flew to the side, not understanding what happened. The pills in turn scattered throughout the cave. Shuli immediately began to collect them. Speaking of which, he can't even imagine how difficult it is to stay tied up without being discovered. Le stood his ground and said that by taking these pills, he could actually die, realizing that Liu's capsule was clearly dangerous. However, the demoness did not want to listen to anything. Subsequently, she forcibly pushed the pills into his mouth. The main character sadly realized that he would die at the most inopportune moment. A moment later, he found himself in a kind of prostration that reminded him of the spiritual dimension. Shuli laughed and declared that she was going to exchange his soul and finally take over his body. Yu realized that she again decided to mock his spirit instead of protecting him. Although Lei didn't know what Liu Er's pill was, he couldn't let Tai have his way. Suddenly, the young man suggested that the demoness not bother with the exchange of souls and just kill him. Extremely surprised, Shuli said that this was the first time she had been asked for something like this. The guy continued to say that for a heavenly stage cultivator, it would take her a long time to deal with him. Tai noticed that the longer he behaved like this, the more it seemed to her that he was planning something bad. The young master in turn replied that if she did this, then she herself might die. Shuli said with a smile on her face that all her many years of experience had taught her to listen to others, adding that if he tells the truth and it hurts her, then she will completely seal his soul. Realizing that he was in the hands of a mad girl, Yu began to call the system for help. The main character asked the program if sealing is not considered an attack. However, the system never answered him. Le was in an extremely deplorable situation. Finally, Tai completely took over the guy's body, which she was incredibly happy about. Meanwhile, Zuo and Fang wondered what happened and why something dragged the young man to the bottom of the gorge. At that moment, Shuli suddenly flew into the air and shouted that she was finally free. Her jubilation knew no bounds, since Tai sat in the cave for more than 600 years. Adding that the feeling of freedom is simply wonderful, Yuhan and Qingshu were at a loss. Fan realized that this was not actually their friend Yu and asked who she was. Shuli answered absolutely calmly that she was just a traveler on the demon's path. And now they have to disappear forever, since they were able to expose her. The demoness began to act, using her magical skills. Zuo did not understand what was happening. The red fog began to literally suck them in, which Qingshu reported. The frightened Yuhan nervously asked Tai what she had done with Lei. Suddenly, Shuli felt bad and fell to the ground, which raised even more questions. She finally realized that it was actually a demon-killing capsule. The spirit of the young master watched what was happening and could not understand what was happening. Enraged, Tai asked the main character why he brought a pill that kills demons. Shuli understood perfectly well that she needed to escape to a place where the pill could not harm her. However, the effect of the pill instantly intensified, and the demoness could not escape. This capsule could actually kill a top-level celestial stage cultivator. Distraught, Tai began to blame Yu, saying that he did this on purpose, and he probably knew that this was the place of inheritance of the demon Lord Qiang, and that she would want to exchange souls. Lei himself had no idea what Shuli was talking about. The restless Tai continued to claim that the guy just wanted to get rid of her in order to get the treasure. But the young man claimed that he had nothing to do with this and did nothing. The demoness in turn ordered him to immediately appear to her so that she could deal with him, completely forgetting that he cannot do this, being the spirit into which she turned him. Tai continued to claim that the disciples of the Wen Sword Clan could not have such a pill, and he had thought of everything. Yu tried in vain to convince her, and declared that he was an aspiring student of the sect, adding that she should destroy the storage tablet and free him, but Shuli refused to do so. Li urged her to calm down, since the capsule had not yet dissolved and she still could not escape. She herself was well aware that this was really the only way out, and therefore she nevertheless agreed. Finding himself again in the world of spirits, the young man immediately ordered the system to do its job. Within seconds, demonic energy pierced the young master and Tai. And now, when Shuli was practically eliminated, the system was obliged to save Yu from the deadly pill. But the program informed the owner that preserving the soul could not cope with the poison. Thus, Liu was dying and would soon be awarded unprecedented power, as the system declared. The program called on the gentleman to say his last words before his inevitable death. The perplexed teenager asked if there was really any way to cope with the poison. The system was extremely surprised, because the young man did not want to die. Yu said that it was not the time for this yet. Then she said that in order to neutralize the poison, he needed to inject a huge amount of spiritual energy. The young master, breaking into a smile, said that this is exactly what he wanted to hear from her. The main character began to think about how to infuse him with this spiritual power. Lu relied on the heart sword technique to solve this problem. Moreover, he had already done this before, and the two forces in his body were able to unite to accept the power of the Tao stage. As a result, Yu's enormous surge of spiritual energy was still overcome by the demonic poison. Having come to his senses, the guy drew attention to Zuo and Fan, armed with daggers, in connection with which he immediately said that now it was he and his body, and everything was over. Thus, the Spirit Palace and the bead's power were able to neutralize the capsule's effect. The teenager hastened to explain to his friends that his body was possessed by a demoness, but he ate poison to kill her. Naturally, he could not tell the whole truth about Shuli and what really happened. Suddenly, Yu flared with a blue flame. Yuhain and Kanishu said that he had overcome the level of arts. After which, the main character went straight to the great mentor Hong Hai. The old man raised his index finger to the young master's head and was surprised, since it only took him one night to complete the first stage of the Heartblade technique. In connection with which the elder said that the young man was truly incredible, Yu only smiled in response. Hong also added that now he can let him go with peace of mind and go down the mountain. To finally see Sueli and Ningzhu, Lei was surprised by the chief's decision. Meanwhile, demonic cultivators were lurking in the dense forest near the mountain, led by the same monster lord who called on his allies to listen to him. He began to tell them about his strongest rival in Yu, and that this young man had fallen in love with Zhao, calling on the demons in every possible way to finally kill this man before he became even stronger and killed them. However, one of the cultivators did not like the leader's speech, and the sect leader instantly reacted. He ordered him to show up immediately. The unknown masked master asked where he got the idea that this kid was a demon lord, adding that apparently he himself had never met a real monster. The perplexed leader of the demonic sect asked the stranger who he was. The unknown cultivator stated that he was the disciple of a real demon lord. The head did not like his saying and said that the monster lord never founded a sect, and his disciple infiltrated the Wensword clan, where I was able to collect quite a bit of information about him, but the stranger denied everything, saying that his student was too weak and most likely lied to him about that person. Among the demonic cultivators, discussions arose about the overlord who supposedly founded the sect. After all, if this is really the case, then it is unknown whether they will be able to find secret techniques and treasures. The demon leader looked at everyone and said that no one could know for sure whether this was true or false, and there is only one way to check this, after which the ruler ignited with green fire to strike the stranger. However, the demonic cultivator in turn easily blocked his attack. The perplexed leader asked how he did it without even reaching the level of spirit. Everyone began to say that this was one of the abilities of a real demon lord, believing that this was indeed his disciple. The unknown man, of course, took advantage of the moment and said that now they had seen his power. Some warriors even began asking him to teach them demonic cultivation. The sect leader also believed him, but stated that they were here to finish off Yu once and for all. And if he is his student, then he is their common enemy. Initially, everyone was surprised, but then they accepted the position of the leader and agreed with him, and therefore immediately retreated back. After which the lord again said that Lei was a real demon lord. However, the stranger once again refuted his statement and stated that Yu is the son of his teacher. And after many years of serving him, the mentor suddenly disappeared and gave all his power to Le, adding that he intends to kill him and return the teacher's treasures, and for them he can become a good ally. Most cultivators agreed to accept this master. The demon leader in turn began to think about his candidacy. The stranger began to urge everyone to go with him to the Valley of the King of Medicine to finally end his life. Moreover, with their incredible strength, they can easily cope with it. Besides, it is only at the stage of arts. Also, Sueli is seriously injured, which means it won't be a problem to kill her, and a group of medical students shouldn't be taken into account at all. And after they do this, he can become the real successor of his teacher. The unknown person added that the elixir from the Valley of the King of Medicine would be their reward. Thus, he was able to influence the decisions of many warriors. They were already ready to follow him. The head of the demonic sect asked his minions if they should join him, although at first glance the stranger spoke smoothly. In fact, he was pursuing his own goals. This is what the ruler thought about, because it is not so easy to survive in the valley. And besides, this could create a resonance within the clan. Suddenly, the leader said that perhaps this unknown cultivator was Yu, after which he called on the stranger to immediately take off his mask and show his true face. The master instantly replied that if he took it off, they might regret it. The head of the demons suddenly laughed and once again ordered him to take off his mask, calling him by the name Le. Finally, the unknown person agreed to do this, and immediately took off his mask, under which there was a copy of Yu. At this time, the main character arrived in the Valley of the King of Medicine to meet Sueli, and went to the dominant Qi. The sweet girl kindly asked the young master to go inside the house, where but Cao was already waiting for him. The servant hurried to inform the lady about Yu's arrival. The girl turned around and spoke. Ziyu notified them about him, but they didn't think it would happen so soon. The guy replied that he had to hurry to make sure Zhao was safe. Then he asked permission to meet her. Suddenly, Qi attacked Lei. At the same time, they unwrapped his wrist bandages, under which the young men had bruises. Bakao asked if he really decided to borrow this ability from Su Yuan in order to gain even greater strength. The teenager in turn replied that he had very little time and needed to hurry. The girl asked why he was in such a hurry. Yu said that a traitor had been found in the sect, and now he was being followed. And they are trying to kill him, and would have done it a long time ago if he had not found a way to distract them. In fact, Liu Er told the young man that she was now on the run, as she had failed her master and would most likely die. And if she doesn't escape, she will soon be discovered by the demonic sect, and then it will be too late. Yu urged the teenager to be extremely careful on the way to the Medicine King Valley, because she told her patron that Yu was heading there, and therefore they would want to kill him. Then the young master came up with a plan and released Shuli. After showing her the core of a high-level arts-level salamander, he stated that he could create a new body for her. But in return, Tai will have to do something very important for him. Naturally, the demoness was interested in this and asked what exactly he needed. Then Yu told her the current situation about the demons who want to kill him, and she will have to buy him time. Thus, she will have to delay the demonic army so that it calmly comes to the valley, and then Shuli will receive the core. Tai agreed to help him, and noted that even with such a low core level, her experience was enough to deal with the Tao masters. Li gave her complete freedom of action only on one condition, that she should not harm innocent people. After which the young man finally gave her the opportunity to be reborn in a new body. Shuli instantly ran up to him and asked if he wasn't afraid that she would kill him. The main character replied that in this case he was mistaken about her, and everything would end. The demoness still understood. She owed him and asked what he needed. Yu asked her to become like him in appearance. However, she was not allowed to use demon skills to avoid being discovered and ultimately killed. Busy Tai said that he shouldn't worry about it, and she would do everything in the best possible way, then threw her robe on herself. Le told Chi about everything and asked for her help to put an end to the demons once and for all, because their goal is here. Or he can take them away from here if Bakao allows him to meet Zhao as soon as possible. Thus the guy intended to help Sueli and destroy the demonic sect. After a short pause, the mistress of the Medicine King Valley noticed that he had taken a big risk for Zhao. Then with a slight movement of her hand, she wrapped the bandages around his hands again, and she called him to follow her, which the young master eventually did. Chi said the divine pearl influenced her to fall in love with a mortal and was convinced of breaking her oath to the sect. And it was because of this that her psyche became unstable, and Zhao lost heart. A moment later, they walked into the backyard, where Sueli was in some kind of pool. Demonic energy wafted from her. Yu asked if it was all because of him. Bakao stated that sometimes the source of problems is the only one who can solve them. Meanwhile, dark magic continued to envelop Zhao's body. Lei did not know how to help it. Suddenly the girl flew up into the air. The young man did not understand what was happening. Chi noticed that Sueli had been trying to suppress her inner demon for too long, and if she was not careful, then the demon will burst out. At that moment, Zhao suddenly opened her eyes. They shone with a bright light. The main character immediately began to say that he was Yu Lei and came to save her. But Sueli shouted that this was not true, and that he was an illusion created by her inner demon. Extremely worried, the young master asked Bakao what they should do. Zhao stated that she would no longer allow herself to be deceived and must repay the sect. After which she began to actively use her skills against Yu. The guy did not expect such a turn. As a result, the teenager literally flew into the wall, receiving colossal damage. However, Sueli in turn did not stop there and hastened to finish off Li. At this moment, an unknown magical entity suddenly appeared. Yu suddenly realized that it was actually the Blade Soul who decided to intervene. A moment later, she asked Yu if this was the same elder he was talking about. Seeing how Zhao was literally frozen by the sword spirit, he asked if she would be in much pain. Shu Yuan's soul said that this would not harm her, but would rather allow her to cool down a little. She wondered if love could really get in the way of protecting the clan. And is it worth torturing yourself so much for this? Lei, in turn, was depressed. After all, it was because of him that all this happened, and Zhao broke her oath. He did not know whether everything would be fine with her. But if it still doesn't work, then he will definitely never be able to forgive himself. The teenager approached the frozen Sueli and touched her with his hand. Yu did not know what to do. Suddenly, Batsao reported that someone was hitting the protective formation of the valley. The main character assumed that this was a demonic clan that nevertheless overtook him. Shocked, Chi asked if they had already gotten here. Li understood that most likely Shuli could not detain them for long. Bakao said that they had the best defense system. But if Heaven Stage cultivators appeared, the situation would worsen. Understanding that it was all his fault, Yu said, he himself would deal with the demons and would not let them offend. At this time, the head of the demonic sect and his minions tried to break into the valley. The Lord of Darkness demanded that they hand over Lu to him, and only in this case would he leave them alone. However, the Valley Masters hastened to refuse him, saying that they would prefer a fair fight. The demon leader only laughed in response and said that they wouldn't last long. At this moment, the young master suddenly appeared and declared that he did not owe him anything. The ruler of the monsters noted that he did not expect such courage from the teenager. The main character replied that he had never hidden and was not going to retreat now, adding that he would soon kill him and the demons, which naturally everyone had doubts about. Meanwhile, Shu Yuan's sword spirit called upon Elder Sueli to wake up. Zhao did not wake up for some time, but soon a miracle happened. Suddenly, the girl woke up from her sleep and asked her who she was. Blade Soul introduced himself and stated that Yu was currently fighting with demonic cultivators. Stunned, Sueli asked if he had really come for her. Shu Yuan's spirit told her that Lei had become the Wen clan's swordmaster and was already at the art stage. And now he was attacked by demonic masters, and recently he broke through them to see her. Yu at this time provoked the cultivators and called them cowards who were not capable of anything. The head of the demon still doubted that the guy was a descendant of the Lord because he acted extremely rashly. He intended to wait a little while for his strongest masters to arrive. Li continued to pester the Lord of Darkness so that he would finally begin attacking actions. Suddenly he discovered Shuli among the leader's henchmen, but could not understand why she had not yet injured any of them. At this moment, the head of the demons called on her to go first to attack because her target was right in front of her. Tai replied that it was too dangerous, since the guy clearly has some kind of plan, which is why he provokes them. The young master did not stop insulting the demonic cultivators so that they would attack him. The leader of the monsters immediately declared that he would definitely kill him and feed him to the dogs. However, the main character said that they do not even suspect their imminent death. Shuli decided to play along and said that it was not in his position to threaten them, because he was already practically a corpse. Yu replied that they were all cowards and did not deserve to be called cultivators, because they were even afraid to attack. Tai said menacingly that he didn't even know how powerful they were. Then he introduced one of the masters of the demonic flame, saying that he had no equal. Then he showed him the next equally terrible cultivator, who was famous for his steel body. They also had an incredibly strong shadow monster. It always killed its victims at night. The head of the demons could not stand it and grabbed Shuli, asking what she was doing and whether she was on their side at all. A moment later, an explosion occurred. The masters tried to break through the magical barrier of the valley, but they failed to do so. Then the ruler ordered everyone to attack together and finally destroy the magic shield. A couple of seconds later, a huge fighter landed behind Lei. Yu turned around sharply. The demonic cultivator immediately rushed towards the teenager, intending to kill him. However, at this time a poisonous fog appeared that literally enveloped him. The demon leader realized that it was actually poison and called for everyone to retreat immediately. Noticing that the big man had not left, the leader shouted to him again. Breaking into a smile, Shuli noticed that it was too risky to try to destroy the protective formation. The perplexed Yu asked Tai how she managed to do this. The demoness stated that she had prepared everything for a long time and was just waiting for the right moment. The young master also noticed that her cultivation had suddenly recovered. Shuli replied that she was only at the spirit stage, and if she absorbed the power of someone stronger than him, she would already be at the Dao stage. At that moment, another cultivator was flying towards them. The main character instantly jumped to the side. The head of the monsters called on his minions to kill the traitor who deceived them. Sueli, meanwhile, asked the sword spirit to release her, since there were too many strong masters there. But the healers from the valley are not fighters, and therefore she is obliged to help them. However, Shu Yuan's soul refused her and stated that there was nothing they could do to help. After all, she can't even take care of herself, and her inner demon is capable of killing her. Zhao watched with difficulty as Yu was beaten by powerful cultivators, stating that she couldn't just watch everything fall apart and had to help. At this time, the head of the demons once again attacked Le, but Shuli suddenly grabbed him and pulled him aside. The young man in turn hastened to thank her for the help provided. Tai called him to shut up and began to listen. The teenager could not understand what was happening. Seeing a fireball in the sky, they wondered what it could be. A moment later, it landed with a crash, causing an explosion. In the resulting fog, the silhouette of a man could be seen who called Shuli a traitor. It was the same demonic cultivator with a steel body. He was determined. The master declared that it was time for them to demonstrate their abilities and rush to the attack. With just one blow, he literally demolished Tai, and the demoness flew sharply to the side. However, Yu arrived in time and caught her, thereby preventing her from falling. Li asked if she was okay. Shuli said in a choked voice that she couldn't defeat him. Sword Spirit Shu Yuan watched what was happening, and noticed that the guy would soon die. At this moment, Sueli was still able to escape from the ice prison. The soul of the blade asked what she was doing. Enraged, Zhao extremely confidently declared that she would save him and destroy all the demons. Shuli, in turn, called the steel cultivator to respect and demonstrated her abilities. Tai immediately released a stream of fire at him and declared that he would now experience the burn of karma. In response, the demon master only laughed and said that she was only at the spirit stage, after which he delivered his crushing blow, which hit both Shuli and Yu. Then he grabbed the young master by the throat and began to slowly squeeze, saying that he would kill him. But it was at that moment that an unknown force cut him into small pieces. As it turned out, it was the elder of the Wenblade clan, Zhao Sueli. The head of the demons was extremely surprised by her unexpected appearance and fixed his gaze on her. Then he asked how she was able to regain her strength so quickly. Sueli decided not to stand on ceremony with him and respond with actions, as a result of which she launched a lightning attack. Suddenly, a block of ice flew right under Yu's feet and began to grow. Subsequently, it turned into a huge wall, thereby limiting his movements. At this moment, the voice of the sword spirit sounded, calling him weak, but brave enough. Lee, in turn, decided to ask why Sueli was not released. Chilling Phantom replied that Zhao had overcome her inner demon and her heart had stabilized. The young master was delighted with this news, because now he could die with peace of mind. Shuli urged the main character to talk less idle talk and help Sueli. The teenager instantly climbed the ice mountain to rush to Zhao. While using his best Heartblade technique in his first stage, the demonic cultivators understood that he was too strong and should be attacked by a crowd. The guy deliberately jumped into the midst of the masters in order to finally leave this sinful world, knowing that they were much stronger than him and moreover there were quite a large number of them. However, his friends could not allow this. The spirit of the sword and Shuli immediately applied their skills. In this way they saved Yu, who decided not to give up and hurried to help Zhao. But Sueli managed just fine without him since she was still able to defeat the demon lord. He admitted defeat and said that next time he would definitely end their lives. After which he was about to flee from the battlefield, but the tireless Lu could not allow this. Then the demon decided to kill everyone along with him by activating the mirror of the flooding desert. As a result, the leader of the demonic sect began to gradually merge with the magic mirror. Zhao stated that if they hit it, they would be stuck in it forever. Tai was upset to realize that she could not destroy him, because she did not have her true power. Blade Phantom Shu Yuan noted that it was necessary to kill this demon in the first place. Sueli understood that the only chance was to break through the spatial weapon. However, it was Lei who volunteered to go to the magic mirror. Zhao was shocked by the young man's decision, but the teenager said that he could not let her suffer again because of him. At the same time, he asked the elder to tell him how to destroy the mirror. The soul of the sword said that in order to be saved, it is necessary to find its weak point and strike. Shuli added that if you get too close, it will absorb him, and if you break the mirror, it will kill you in return. Li immediately rushed to the mirror. The head of the demons asked if he was really trying to break it. At that moment, huge green tentacles emerged from the spatial weapon. Sueli, in turn, called on everyone to immediately help the young master. The main character fearlessly flew into the abyss and called on the mirror to absorb him. Like a bullet, Yu flew into the spatial weapon of the maddened demon. As a result, Lu still broke the mirror into small pieces of glass. The Lord of Darkness could not believe it, and asked if he really wasn't afraid of death. At this time, Zhao suddenly lost consciousness and fell down, but the young man managed to catch her. Sword Soul noticed that Sueli had used all her cultivation, and this was not even within Ningju's power. Finally, it was over, and the next day Yu looked into Zhao's room where she was being healed. Suddenly, the phantom of Shu Yuan called out to him and asked if she knew exactly about Shen's whereabouts. Lai decided to tell her the truth so that the Sword Soul would get angry and finally kill him. The guy said that he lied to her, and even the great elder of the clan did not know where Ning was. The fierce soul instantly put an ice blade to his neck and said that he would kill him. The smiling Yu said that in fact the elder gave him the task of finding not only Zhao, but also Ju, and she can go with him in search of her, or she can just kill him now. Soul nervously stated that it was all for this girl, he lied, fought with cultivators and came such a long way. The guy reminded her of Shen because she was also desperately trying to achieve her goal at any cost, adding that he would follow him until he found Ningju. Li, in turn, became upset. The perplexed phantom of Shu Yuan's blade asked if he really wanted to die. The teenager answered positively. At that moment, Bakao opened the door and said that she had prepared everything she needed for Mrs. Zhao. Yu hurried to her and asked for forgiveness for her cultivation returning to the beginning because of him. She noted that when cultivators reach the Dao stage, they must establish a solid foundation. And since the foundation of Sueli is damaged, it will take at least 100 years to restore it. But Zhao stated that she could not stop training the sword technique because this was tantamount to leaving the clan. But Cao instantly said that in the face of the Great Path, all problems are just mere trifles. The elder in turn replied that even a moth can shake a tree. However, Qi immediately became indignant and said that such things should not be said. At this moment, the young master intervened in the conversation and asked how he could help Sueli. Ba Cao noticed that there was only one way to help her, but everything would depend on him. In their world, there is a herb called Yanshenji, and with its help, cultivation can be restored. Zhao said that 1,000 years ago, one master was able to get it, but after his death, the whereabouts of the herb remained unknown. Qi said that the same cultivator built a cave 3,000 meters underground, and it is called the Nature Sect's Secret Realm. Surprised, Sueli clarified whether Yan Shenzi's grass was really in the Nature Sect. Ba Cao replied that according to rumors, he placed a seal to seal the grass and leave it underground. The elder thanked her and noted that now she had at least some hope. However, Qi warned that the secret realm of the Nature Sect was not so easy to get into. Yu asked if it's not easy to get there. Does that mean the place is deadly? Adding that he was just worried about Sueli and wanted to see if she could go there. Bakao, in turn, suggested that the teenager was really in love with Zhao. Qi clarified that there are 4 zones with dangerous monsters and the art stages required to pass. Lee suggested that his level might be enough to get the grass in time. The mistress of the valley also assured him that he did not need to worry about this, since a safe route had long existed. But the main character said that only weaklings walk such a path, and he's able to defeat those monsters. Stunned, Batsao asked what he was talking about and what he meant. The guy immediately corrected himself and kindly asked her to tell her about a safe path to the nature sect. She noticed that the Great Elder would definitely be able to help them, since they had been friends with him for a long time. Yu was looking forward to the trip and asked when they would set off to this wonderful place. However, Sueli said that initially they were obliged to inform the clan about this. The young master believed that the nature sect would be an excellent place for him to die. Meanwhile, 3,000 meters underground of the nature sect, a certain girl was walking around. She was sitting astride a huge rabbit and was incredibly bored, since nothing interesting had happened for a long time. Soon, our heroes went by ship to this ancient place in search of Yan Shenzi. The guy urged everyone to try the dish, which in his world was called roast. Shuli literally knocked over the plate without any cutlery. Then she said that this was the most delicious thing she had ever tasted, and after so much suffering in it, she could finally eat deliciously. Shocked, Sueli suddenly jumped up from her seat and asked when they managed to travel together. Yu threateningly urged Tai to express herself more correctly, noting that he liked her better when she was killed. Sword Soul asked how it was that Lu got involved with this demon girl. Shuli immediately objected that she was not some kind of animal, and if she had been in her prime, she would have swallowed him up. Suddenly, Zhao intervened in the dialogue and urged Tai not to express herself like that, because the young man had shown mercy to her. As a result, a loud argument ensued between the girls. The demoness stated that it was her clan that gave birth to the monsters. Then Shu Yuan's Blade Phantom shouted that Shuli had no right to talk to her Ningzhu like that. In the end, Yu couldn't stand it either and asked them to just sit down and eat. After finally having lunch, Lei and Sueli went to the deck to talk with Guan. Zhao stated that everything was fine with them. Ziyu said that he needed to talk to the young man about his title as a sword master. The business-minded teenager asked if the teacher would help him prepare for the ceremony. The mentor, in turn, angrily urged him to take this seriously and reminded him of the test, where the original goal was to put pressure on the warrior before he progressed to the arts stage. But since Yu is already at this stage and this is contrary to their rules, he is obliged to prove himself. Lei asked what exactly was required of him. Z said that after breaking through to the spirit stage, every disciple of the corresponding rank would be able to challenge him. And in case of his defeat, the title of Swordmaster will go to the winner, which was a real gift for the guy. Guan also added that Yu can renounce this title now. Sueli noted that Gao-chan is now extremely dangerous and on the path to enlightenment. If he is not ready, Zhang can kill him. But Lo declared that his true path was to live his life quickly and die, after which Ziyu concluded that Zhao was not mistaken about this young man, and he would wait for her to return as soon as possible. Sueli said to the young master that she had clearly underestimated him, and he was an excellent cultivator. Yu hastened to answer that he is an ordinary person who is simply not afraid of death. The young lady noticed that this is precisely the main quality of a cultivator. Meanwhile, in the secret realm of the nature sect, the disciple told the elder that it was not a problem. But the old man was indignant because one of his henchmen had disappeared and he was responsible for everyone. The young man noticed that he usually does not worry so much about such an occasion. The elder said, "Guests from the Wen Sword clan will now arrive, and if they find out about this, what will they think of him?" A few minutes later, the main character and his friendly company arrived in the Kingdom of Nature. The disciple saw their ship and informed the great elder that they were already here. The old man immediately began to rush around the room in panic because he did not know why they had arrived. A couple of seconds later, representatives of the Blade Sect in the person of Yu and Sueli entered the room. They asked which of them was the great elder. Zhao instantly greeted the old man and stated that they had come on behalf of Bakao to take advantage of their nature sect. The elder began to be overly polite and asked if Sueli was the same swordmaster next to him. At that moment, the student informed him that a very important message had arrived, and they abruptly turned away from the guests. After which the old man said that they were allowed to enter the secret kingdom. This whole situation seemed rather strange to the main character, but he did not know what it was connected with. The young master decided to ask the great elder before they entered this fascinating world. In addition to the map, can he provide a description of the local monsters on each floor, because they want to explore the entire kingdom? Yu also asked if this herb was really so valuable. Would they be willing to return it? The old man replied that there was no need to return anything, and that he would soon provide them with a description of the animals. As soon as they left, he asked the student if those fools had fallen into a trap because they had misread the map. The young man said that this was not funny at all, and they now needed to figure out how to get them out. The great elder urged him to involve as many people as possible in their quest. The guy immediately sent several dozen more people to search for the students in order to ensure the safety of the guests from the Sword Clan. During this time, Yu found the Rabbit King's lair and intended to lure them out by stealing one of them. But Sueli urged him to give her the Shuyuan sword and place it at Shuli's entrance, since it is extremely dangerous for one person. However, Liu assured her that he could handle it and that he needed regular training in order to defend his title later, adding that the best way to find the grass would be to distract the animals, which he would do while Zhao found Yan Shenzi. He understood perfectly well that by doing so, he would help find a medicinal plant and die. Finally, the girl agreed and went in search of grass, saying that she would definitely come to his aid. And after some time, the young master successfully stole the rabbit. Naturally, his relatives followed the young man. Sueli watched what was happening and told Shuyuan that she could only rely on her. And they immediately went to help the main character, who continued to run away from the rabbits. Finding that there was a dead end ahead, the teenager stopped abruptly. Then he threw them a small rabbit, realizing that now they would want to take revenge on him. A moment later, huge rabbits attacked Li. He joyfully anticipated his death. For the sake of decency, the young man decided to pretend that he was allegedly fighting with animals. But as soon as he touched one of the large rabbits, he abruptly flew to the side. The guy suggested that in fact the rabbit is only at the stage of arts, and that is why it is so weak. Yu noticed that the other dozens of animals simply stopped because they were afraid of him. Lu tried to provoke them, but this did not lead to anything. But if they had all attacked him together, they could have killed him. But they didn't do this. Then the teenager decided to steal the little rabbit from them again. Having selected the animal, the young man began to pretend that he was biting it and wanted to eat it. Finally, it had an effect, and the huge beasts immediately attacked Yu. Finally, it had an effect, and the huge beasts immediately attacked Yu. Finally, it had an effect, and the huge beasts immediately attacked Yu. Finally, it had an effect, and the huge beasts immediately attacked Yu. Finally, it had an effect, and the huge beasts immediately attacked Yu. Finally, it had an effect, and the huge beasts immediately attacked Yu.